Chapter 1. No Superpowers at the Start, System Online. May 31st, 2035. In the classroom of Class 6, Grade 12, at Qingxi No. 3 Middle School. It took Chun Fan an entire class period to recover. He rubbed his throbbing head, realizing that he wasn't dreaming, but had actually traveled through time. This world is called Blue Star, and it is roughly the same as the world before him. The difference is that 100 years ago, instead of a world war, many other dimensions descended upon this world. These entrances to other dimensions are scattered throughout Earth, and each contains numerous powerful alien beasts. They occasionally burst out of these dimensions to slaughter humanity. Fortunately, humans gradually awakened their supernatural abilities, which allowed them to barely suppress these strange beasts. In this world, when a human is 16 years old, it is the summer after finishing the first year of high school. The school will organize a superpower awakening ceremony. The teenagers who successfully awakened their superpowers will be assigned to a superpower class and will have the opportunity to be admitted to a superpower university in the future. From then on, he fought on the battlefield, protected the human race, and his status and position far exceeded that of ordinary people. Those students who fail to awaken their special abilities can only enter liberal arts classes, take the regular college entrance examination, and will only be able to become low-level workers in the future. What made Chun Fan feel miserable was that his body had not awakened any special abilities, and he was just a member of an ordinary class. Damn it, even in this second life, they won't let me be a superior person. Giving me an ordinary identity is bad enough. But I'm also the last in the liberal arts class. Damn it, I'm at the very bottom of the school. Chun Fan was speechless with frustration. He hesitated, wondering if he should smash his head against the wall and die, hoping for another chance to travel through time. However, at that moment, an electronic notification sounded in his mind. Task system binding in progress. Estimated time, 1 hour. I knew it. I must have a system. Chun Fan was excited and slapped his thigh hard with his right hand. His Chun Fan, are you crazy? His desk mate Dong Xiao grimaced in pain, but because class was in session, he didn't dare to lash out on the spot and could only roar in a low voice. Haha, I got excited in a moment. Don't be offended. Chun Fan quickly comforted her in a low voice. If you're so excited, why don't you slap your own leg? Why are you slapping mine? Dong Xiaohu said, rubbing his thigh and rolling his eyes. Chun Fan looked at him as if he were an idiot. Are you stupid? It hurts a lot to slap your own leg. Dong Xiaohu. Chun Fan. Dong Xiaohu. You two pay attention in class. A sweet voice came from the podium. On the stage was a young and beautiful female teacher named Wang Yanran, dressed in professional attire, high heels, and with long, jet black hair. According to Chun Fan's memory, this was his homeroom teacher, who was also the goddess in the hearts of all the boys at Qingxi No. 3 Middle School. Looks like that, figure like that. Absolutely stunning. Chun Fan looked up at the beautiful teacher on the podium and couldn't help but compare her to the big star from his previous life, concluding that she was even better. During the class, Chun Fan kept glossing at the countdown in his mind and admiring the beautiful teacher's stunning face. Before he knew it, it was time for get out of class to end. Wang Yanran closed her textbook and looked at everyone. Everyone, remember to complete your college entrance examination registration on the system when you go home tonight. Oh, by the way, Chun Fan, come to my house to register tonight. Wow! The students in the class exclaimed in surprise when they saw Wang Yanran walk out of the classroom. Chun Fan is so lucky. He actually got to register at Teacher Wang's house. Yes, I heard that Teacher Wang is still single. Imagine the two of them sharing a room. It's absolutely outrageous. It must be because Chun Fan is an orphan, and Teacher Wang doesn't feel comfortable letting him sign up on his own. Chun Fan is already last in the class. He's just taking the college entrance to make up the numbers. He might as well skip an exam. He'll only get a few dozen points, which would be embarrassing for our class. Immediately, the boys in the class, out of jealousy, began to criticize Chun Fan, their words mostly filled with disdain. However, before Chun Fan could get angry, his classmate Dong Xiaohu stood up to defend him. We're all classmates. It's going too far for you to say such things. Besides, whether or not Chun Fan takes the college entrance exam is his own business. What right do you have to interfere? Upon hearing this, someone immediately stood up and retorted, "We were just reminding him to be self-aware. If his grades are bad, he shouldn't bother Teacher Wang. Besides, you should know that there's a 1,000 yuan registration fee for the college entrance exam. Does an orphan like him have that kind of money?" Yes, Teacher Wang will definitely pay the registration fee for him. If he doesn't even get a score of 100 on the college entrance exam, it will really break Teacher Wang's heart. You've gone too far. I'll pay Chun Fan's registration fee for him. Dong Xiaohu's face flushed with anger. This chubby guy is actually quite nice. Chun Fan was touched and then patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to give up his seat. Chun Fan looked at the group of people who were shouting and said calmly, "Gentlemen, you all think that my taking the college entrance examination is just a waste of money. So why don't we have a competition? Compare? Compare what? Whose score is lower?" Li Wenbin, the class monitor, mocked. These words immediately caused the surrounding students to burst into laughter. Haha, he has absolutely no self-awareness. Chun Fan snorted coldly. Of course, it's about who can get into a better university. Ha! This is the biggest joke I've ever heard this century. Do you have a problem with your self-awareness? Li Wenbin burst into laughter, his eyes full of mockery. After laughing, he said coldly, "Fine, since you want to humiliate yourself, I'll reluctantly agree. Tell me, what's the stake? If you lose, you have to run naked for 800 meters on the track and shout, 'Chun Fan is my dad.' Of course, if I lose, it'll be the same." Chun Fan said calmly, "It's a deal." Li Wenbin then looked at the crowd around him. "Everyone, be our witnesses so that someone doesn't go back on their word." "Don't worry, I've already recorded it. No one can deny it later," said a classmate holding up a phone. Chun Fan, just wait and see what happens when you're streaking. Li Wenbin slung his backpack over his shoulder, glanced at him and walked straight out of the classroom. That kid's pretty arrogant. Chun Fan watched his retreating figure, hesitating whether to follow him and secretly stuff a sack over his head. Standing to the side, Dong Xiaohu looked at Chun Fan with pity. "Chun Fan, have you lost your mind today? Li Wenbin is the top student in our liberal arts class, a sure thing for Peking University. You're just asking for trouble. So what if I got first place? I got into a university for people with superpowers." Chun Fan sneered inwardly, offering no explanation. Instead, he looked at the student who had been recording the video and said, "Hey, remember to send me a copy of the video later." Everyone was speechless. They couldn't understand Chun Fan at all today. Where did this guy get his confidence from? A few minutes later, Chun Fan left the campus empty-handed, without even taking his school bag, and headed home. The countdown in his mind finally reached 0, and an electronic notification sounded. "System binding complete." Haha, the system is activated. I'm invincible. Chun Fan was overjoyed and quickly checked the system panel in his mind. Host, Chun Fan. Special ability, none. Level, none. Physical fitness, 12. Mental strength, 8. Skills, none. Evaluation, a weak and helpless little chick. Current mission, rescue Yang Choo Choo. Mission countdown, 5 minutes. Mission difficulty, F. Damn it, you're the little chick. Your whole family are little chicks. Chun Fan felt like he had been hit with 1,000 points of damage, and he was indignant. But he soon turned his attention to the taskbar. What does this current task mean? Chun Fan asked, frowning as he looked at the system. The familiar electronic voice rang in Chun Fan's mind again. The system will issue tasks from time to time. The host can get a lottery draw for completing the task. Considering that the host has not yet awakened, completing this mission will allow you to participate in one ability extraction. Oh, I see. Chun Fan understood, but then frowned. By the way, who is this Yang Choo Choo? Chapter 2. Saving Yang Choo Choo. System lottery begins. Chun Fan stared anxiously at the countdown timer in his mind. There were only 4 minutes and 30 seconds left, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. System, My good system, at least tell me who Yang Chu is. The world is so big. Where am I supposed to find her? However, no matter how Chun Fan called out, the system completely ignored him. Don't panic. The system wouldn't issue a task for no reason. Since the countdown is only 5 minutes, it means this person is somewhere not far from me. However, Chun Fan looked around and there wasn't a soul in sight on the path. Damn it, this is like finding a needle in a haystack. Just as Chun Fan was in despair, a girl's exclamation came from not far away. The sound is coming from ahead. Chun Fan was overjoyed and quickly ran towards the direction of the sound. A dozen seconds later, he reached the end of the road and looked to his right. He saw a girl wearing the uniform of Qingxing number 3 middle school being cornered by 3 young men from the streets. What a beautiful girl. She looked so innocent. Chun Fan's eyes lit up. The girl was 1.65 meters tall, with very fair skin, a ponytail, big eyes, and exuded youthful energy. At this moment, the girl was so frightened that her face turned pale and she leaned against the wall, her whole body tense. The 3 young men, however, were unusually excited, acting like perverts. The leader, a young man with dyed yellow hair, harassed her, saying, "Little girl, come with us to the bar next door for a couple of drinks, and we'll find a place to discuss life." After saying this, the man put one hand on Yang Chu's shoulder and reached out with the other to lift her chin. Seeing this, Chun Fan dared not wait any longer and hurriedly shouted, "Let go of that girl! Let me handle this!" The group was startled by Chun Fan's loud shout. They turned around, glared at him angrily, and said, "Kid, what are you yelling about? You want to die, don't you?" Chun Fan did not respond to him, but looked at the girl and asked, "Miss, are you called Yang Chu?" The innocent-looking girl was so frightened that she forgot to speak for a moment and just kept nodding. "Then I found the right people." Chun Fan was overjoyed. His fingers cracked as he strode towards the 3 thugs. The 3 of them froze on the spot. Is this kid not afraid of us? Is he a superhuman? But soon, the leader came to his senses and flew into a rage. "If it weren't for your school uniform, I would have really thought you were a superhuman. I almost fell for your act. In school, the uniforms of students with superpowers and liberal arts students are very different, so it is easy for anyone with eyes to tell them apart. This kid's try to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Guys, beat him until he can't take care of himself." However, Chun Fan was not afraid. Although he was not a superhuman, he was very good at martial arts. His parents were caught in the crossfire of a battle between superhumans and died on the spot, leaving behind only a young sister to depend on. Because he was young at the time, his second uncle's family swindled him out of more than 1 million yuan in compensation. So he and his sister lived a very hard life. To take care of his younger sister and make a living, Chun Fan would go to the War Wolf Martial Arts School every weekend to serve as a tool for the superpowered people to practice their fighting skills. Therefore, after several years and countless beatings, he had long since mastered superb martial arts skills. Most of the newly awakened superhumans were no match for him without using their powers, let alone these few thugs in front of him. Chun Fan moved nimbly, easily dodging the kick aimed at his chest. Immediately afterward, he delivered a powerful punch to the man's chin. With a crack, the man's jaw dislocated, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. "One punch KO." Chun Fan smiled wickedly. It seems that this body is not entirely useless. At least his kung fu is indeed quite good. Third brother. The remaining 2 looked at the man who had fallen to the ground and were immediately enraged. They attacked Chun Fan together. Chun Fan grabbed one of the men's fists, and the next moment, he kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying 2 meters away. At that moment, the last person's fist landed on Chun Fan's chest. However, his strength was far inferior to that of a superhuman. Chun Fan was already used to such inhuman blows, so he did not move an inch in the face of this person's punch. Tickling my itch, Chun Fan grabbed him by the collar, pulled him close, and slapped him more than a dozen times, knocking all his teeth to the ground. From the moment Chun Fan made his move until now, only half a minute has passed, and the three young men are all lying on the ground, grimacing in pain. Meanwhile, Yang Chuchu looked at Chun Fan with infatuation in her eyes. That senior is so handsome. Chun Fan, however, couldn't pay attention to her at this moment and hurriedly checked the system. However, the system's task countdown continued to tick. I haven't completed the mission yet. Chun Fan couldn't help but feel anxious. Does this mean we have to get rid of these petty thugs? Chun Fan thought to himself and quickly said coldly to the three men on the ground, "Get out of here." The three of them were so frightened that they scrambled to their feet and limped away into the distance. Even after the three had completely disappeared from Chun Fan's sight, the system panel in his mind still showed that the mission was incomplete. "Damn it, system, stop messing with me." Chun Fan exclaimed anxiously as he saw that there was only 1 minute left on the countdown. Could there be any unknown danger? He quickly looked around, but the surroundings were so quiet that even the chirping of insects could be heard. There was no danger at all. Could the danger come from Yang Chuchu herself? Perhaps she is about to faint and needs me to perform artificial respiration and CPR. In just a few seconds, Chun Fan's mind raced. At this moment, Yang Chuchu noticed that his forehead was covered in sweat and asked worriedly, "Senior, are you all right?" Chun Fan realized what was happening and began to carefully examine the girl in front of him. The girl had recovered from her panic and showed no signs of fainting. Chun Fan, seeing only 40 seconds left on the countdown in his mind, anxiously reached out and shook Yang Chuchu's shoulder, urging, "Classmate, are you feeling unwell anywhere?" I'm not feeling unwell. I just twisted my ankle while running away," Yang Chuchu said weakly, a warm feeling rising in her heart. This senior is so kind-hearted. Not only did he chase away the bad guys, but he's also so concerned about her health. "You twisted your ankle? Take your shoes off quickly," Chun Fan urged hurriedly, as every second counted. Yang Chuchu was stunned for a moment. "I'll do it myself." Seeing her in a daze, Chun Fan squatted down, grabbed one of her feet, and began to untie her shoelaces. Hey. Yang Chuchu was at a loss and immediately blushed. Chun Fan was incredibly fast in no time. He had taken off Yang Chuchu's shoes and socks, revealing a delicate, white foot. "Senior, no." Yang Chuchu had never experienced such a scene before, and her cheeks turned red to the roots of her ears. "Hey, you didn't spray your ankle." Chun Fan frowned and looked up at Yang Chuchu. "No, not this foot," Yang Chuchu whispered in response. At this moment, the idol drama she had seen before flooded her mind. Could this senior be her Prince Charming? Why didn't you say so earlier? Chun Fan quickly took off her other shoe, and sure enough, her ankle was already swollen. "Bear with it." Chun Fan glanced at the 5-second countdown, quickly grabbed her ankle, and shook it from side to side. After a series of cracking sounds, he straightened Yang Chuchu's bones just as the countdown was about to reach 0. Yang Chuchu cried out softly in pain. When she came to her senses, her ankle felt unusually relaxed, and there was no pain at all. Okay. Yang Chuchu's eyes widened. Her innocent face flushed red as if water were dripping from it. However, Chun Fan couldn't pay attention to her and hurriedly looked at the system panel. Host, Chun Fan. Special ability, none. Level, none. Physical fitness, 12. Mental strength, 8. Skills, none. Evaluation, a weak and helpless little chick. Current mission, rescue Yang Chuchu. Mission complete. The host will receive 1 ability extraction. Mission difficulty, F. It's changed. The system panel has changed. Ha. My superpower is coming. Chun Fan was overjoyed. Yang Chuchu then said shyly, "Senior, you're still holding my foot." Chapter 3. During the extraction of supernatural abilities, Chun Fan is about to defy the heavens. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Chun Fan quickly let go of Yang Chuchu's foot, looking embarrassed. Yang, you're out of danger now, so I'll be going now." Chun Fan prepared to leave without a trace, keeping his good deeds hidden. After all, what if he was mistaken for a pervert if he didn't leave soon. "Senior, wait a minute." Yang Chu-Chu called out to him. "Excuse me, is there anything else?" Chun Fan pretended to be serious, turned around and smiled faintly, showing the sunny and cheerful nature of a big boy. Yang Chu-Chu said pitifully, "Senior, I'm too scared to walk this road alone. Could you take me to the intersection ahead?" "Huh? This?" Chun Fan hesitated for a moment. He was still in a hurry to activate his superpower lottery. But when he saw the panic written all over Yang Chu-Chu's innocent face, he was immediately filled with sympathy. This damned sympathy. This damned protectiveness. Chun Fan mentally berated himself before looking at the stunningly beautiful face and saying, "I'm going the same way anyway, so let's go together." "Thank you, Senior." Yang Chu-Chu was overjoyed and quickly put on her shoes, then jogged to catch up. "Senior, my name is Yang Chu-Chu. I'm from Class 2, Grade 1 at Chingching Number 3 Middle School. What's yours?" Yang Chu-Chu's face was still slightly red, but it was getting dark and she couldn't be seen clearly. "My name is Chun Fan, the Fan an ordinary person, and I'm in Class 6 of Senior 3, Chun Fan replied calmly. "Senior year of high school." Yang Chu-Chu's tone carried a hint of disappointment. The reason was simple. The college entrance examination was just a week away, and she might not be able to see the kind senior who had saved her from dire straits again. "Yang, this path is quite dangerous. Girls rarely walk here," Chun Fan kindly reminded her. "I don't know. My dad's driver usually picks me up from school, but he had something come up today and was delayed. I was planning to walk part of the way myself." Yang Chu-Chu recalled her experience and felt a lingering fear. She unconsciously moved closer to Chun Fan. "Senior, you're such a nice person." Yang Chu-Chu murmured softly. What is all this about? Miss, please have some self-respect." Chun Fan thought to himself, speechless. A few minutes later, the two walked out of the alley and came to an intersection. A Bentley quickly drove up and stopped in front of them. A lean man in his 30s quickly got out of the car and came up to Yang Chu-Chu, saying, "Miss, I'm late. This person is definitely a second-level or higher ability user." Chun Fan was surprised. He had seen many ability users, but this person's aura far surpassed that of ordinary ability users. Upon seeing the person who arrived, Yang Chu-Chu's nose tingled, and tears immediately streamed down her delicate face. "Uncle Chien, you've finally come. I was almost bullied, sob, sob, sob." "Who dares to be so bold?" The man known as Uncle Chien revealed an angry expression, looked at Chun Fan, and said coldly, "Is it this kid?" Chun Fan felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were stared at by a tiger, as if Yang Chu-Chu nodded, he would be torn in two by this person the next moment. "Uncle Chien, it's not my senior." Yang Chu-Chu quickly stepped in front of Chun Fan and told him about her deal. Upon hearing this, the man surnamed Chien immediately flew into a rage. "Miss, don't worry. I will send someone to find those thugs and teach them a lesson they won't forget." After saying this, the man glanced at Chun Fan indifferently before urging, "Miss, get in the car. We should go." Yang Chu-Chu turned around and said goodbye to Chun Fan with a reluctant expression. Chun Fan only looked away after the Bentley had driven away. He felt something was off about this Uncle Chien. While listening to Yang Chu-Chu recount her ordeal, although he showed anger on his face, his eyes remained calm, which was not the behavior of someone who truly cared about Yang Chu-Chu. Chun Fan couldn't figure out the reason, but he quickly put it out of his mind because he couldn't wait to participate in the superpower lottery. "System, can we start the superpower lottery now?" Chun Fan asked. An electronic notification sounded. "Host, please note that after the power is extracted, the power infusion will cause your body to become stiff for half an hour, during which time you will be unable to move at all. Would you like to start the lottery now?" Then I definitely won't smoke." Upon hearing this, Chun Fan quickly jogged towards home. A dozen minutes later, Chun Fan rushed home, and as soon as he opened the door, saw a little girl who looked like a porcelain doll. This is his 8-year-old sister, Chun Tong Tong. Chun Tong Tong, with her short legs, circled around him once, then looked disappointed and aggrieved, saying, "Brother, where's the fried chicken you promised to buy for Tong Tong this morning?" This is my little sister. She's so cute. Chun Fan felt a surge of affection when he saw the little girl in front of him. Damn, he used to be a doting brother. Chun Fan thought to himself, then looked at the porcelain doll in front of him and said, Tong Tong, be good. I was busy and forgot. I'll buy you something tomorrow. But you said the same thing yesterday. Chun Tong Tong's little face was full of grievances, and her big eyes were filled with tears, as if she was about to cry at any moment. Was the predecessor really that unreliable? Chun Fan thought to himself, speechless. He looked at the aggrieved Tong Tong and felt a pang of heartache. All right, let's get this little devil in line first. Chun Fan had absorbed all of his predecessor's memories, so he genuinely did Ted on his 8-year-old sister. Tong Tong, what else do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Chun Fan pinched her little cheek and said gently, I also want double-skin milk pudding, grilled sausage, and candied hawthorn. Tong Tong said excitedly, rattling off more than a dozen snacks in one breath. Can your little belly hold all this stuff? Chun Fan couldn't help but tease. Brother no. Tong Tong exclaimed expectantly. All right, you wait. Chun Fan locked the door and hurriedly ran downstairs. In about 10 minutes, he returned carrying more than a dozen plastic bags. Tong Tong, you can only eat a little of everything, or your stomach will hurt tonight, Chun Fan instructed, then turned on the TV for her, switched the channel to her favorite cartoon, and then went into his bedroom. System, start the superpower lottery. Chun Fan instructed the system while lying on the bed. The system lottery has begun. As the electronic notification sounded, the system panel in Chun Fan's mind changed, and a huge roulette wheel appeared, which was divided into countless fan-shaped areas of varying sizes. Chun Fan looked up and saw a line of small characters above each fan-shaped area, which stated the name of a certain superpower. Rank B Fire-type ability. Rank D Speed ability. A level Lightning type ability. SSS level Spatial ability. SSS level Time Manipulation ability. S level Mental Storm ability. Chun Fan glanced at it quickly, his gaze immediately settling on several SSS level superpowers. If I could draw an SSS level ability, I'd be set on flying. Chun Fan was excited, but he didn't have much hope. After all, the fan-shaped area occupied by those SSS level abilities was the smallest, almost a straight line, so the probability of drawing one was extremely low. I'll be satisfied as long as I get an A level or higher ability. Chun Fan thought to himself. Among the more than 600 ability users at Qingxi No. 3 Middle School, there were only 3 students with A-level abilities. At this moment, the roulette wheel began to spin, and one superpower after another swept across the screen, making Chun Fan's heart leap into his throat. Finally, after a dozen or so breaths, the wheel stopped spinning and came to rest on a tiny fan-shaped area. Chun Fan stared intently and exclaimed, SS level superpower Thunder Devouring Saint Body. Chapter 4 SS level superpower Thunder Devouring Saint Body. Although it's not an SSS level ability, an SS level ability is strong enough. After all, in the more than 100-year history of abilities on Earth, only a few SSS level ability users have ever appeared. Moreover, my system can extract supernatural abilities, and perhaps I'll have the chance to extract an SSS level supernatural ability later on. Chun Fan was quite satisfied. Although he didn't know the effects of the thunder-devouring Saint Body, the SS rating was enough to demonstrate the power of this ability. Just as he was pondering this, the system's electronic notification sounded again. Power extraction complete. Now begin power transfer. The next moment, a tingling electric sensation shot through his brain, instantly spreading to his limbs and bones, and he completely lost control of his body. The tingling sensation that filled my whole body lasted for a full half-hour before receding like a tide. At this moment, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, on mastering the SS level supernatural ability, the Thunder Devouring Saint Body. The Thunder Devouring Body is a powerful superpower that allows for both close quarters combat and ranged attacks. It grants superpower users a strong physical boost, making them faster and stronger than other superpower users of the same level. Furthermore, the Thunder-Devouring Saint Body, as a top-tier mutated ability of the lightning element, grants its user an even greater ability to control lightning than lightning itself, making it the most powerful Lightning King in the world. A friendly reminder: the Thunder-Eating Saint Body has a unique characteristic. It can become stronger by absorbing the power of lightning. After listening to the system's explanation, Chun Fan was overjoyed. Powerful, incredibly powerful. This ability was beyond his imagination. Chun Fan calmed his excitement and quickly checked the system panel. Host: Chun Fan. Special ability: Thunder-Devouring Holy Body SS. Level: Tier 1 Beginner. Physical fitness: 22. Mental strength: 16. Skills: Thunderous Strike of the Nine Heavens, Lightning Flash, Thunder Palm. Evaluation: a weak and helpless little chick. Current task: none. Task difficulty: none. Wow, my physique has nearly doubled. Is this the physical enhancement brought about by the awakening of the Thunder-Devouring Saint Body? Chun Fan was overjoyed. The average person's physical strength is around 8, while he had previously reached 12, which was almost the ceiling for ordinary people. The superhumans he had encountered before generally had a physique of around 13 when they first awakened their abilities. Therefore, without using his superpowers, he had an 80% chance of winning against them because of his excellent skills. Upon awakening, Chun Fan's physique reached an astonishing 22, which was undoubtedly exciting. With his current physique, his explosive power and lethality experience will be a qualitative leap when he uses his superpowers, making it easy for him to fight tigers and bears. So, this is the benefit of having a high level of superpower. Chun Fan was extremely excited and started looking at the skills section again. Are these 3 skills inherent to the Thunder-Devouring Holy Body? Skills that others painstakingly practice for countless days and nights to master. I automatically mastered as soon as I awakened. This is defying the heavens. Among them, Nine Heavens Thunderclap is a lightning field that gathers around his body. The electric sparks will transform into 9 dragon lightnings that coil around his body. As long as he has a thought, these lightning dragons will be at his command. It is a very powerful technique in terms of both attack and defense. Of course, this skill consumes a lot of energy and is not used easily. As for Lightning Flash, it is an evasion skill that allows the superhuman to instantly appear within a certain distance. It is a divine skill for both attacking and dodging damage. Thunder Palm is a skill with relatively low energy consumption. When a superhuman generates thunder in their palm, their striking power and destructive force will be enhanced. TSK, 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 this is damn strong. This SS level ability is truly extraordinary. Chun Fan was so excited he almost shouted out loud. However, the system's evaluation is still weak and powerless chick, which is a bit hurtful. Just as Chun Fan was about to argue with the system, the door was pushed open. Brother, why does your room smell so bad? Tong Tong quickly covered her little nose, turned around, and ran out. Chun Fan was so happy that he suddenly realized that he was covered in a layer of black mud, and a strong, fishy stench wafted over him. This is a cleansing of the marrow and meridians. My superpower awakening has expelled impurities from my body. Chun Fan's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder it's an SS level ability. Chun Fan hurriedly rushed into the bathroom to wash off all the filth, which finally got rid of the fishy smell. Chun Fan looked at himself in the mirror and seemed to have become even more handsome. How many young girls will he ruin in the future? Chun Fan pinched his chin and chuckled mischievously. Brother, are you done yet? Sister Ran called. Tong Tong's childish voice rang out from outside the bathroom. Sister Ran? Wang Yin Ran. Chun Fan couldn't help but recall the stunningly beautiful face of that teacher from the classroom. He walked out of the bathroom at a leisurely pace, picked up his phone, and answered the call. Hello, Chun Fan. Didn't I tell you to come to my house tonight to complete your college entrance exam registration? Have you forgotten? Wang Yinran on the other end seemed a little angry. I'm also applying for the martial arts college entrance exam. Do you think you'd let me register if I went to your house? Chen Fan thought to himself, then made an excuse. Sister Yinran, I've already registered myself, so I won't trouble you. Chen Fan, what's wrong with you? Don't you know this is a major life event? If the information is wrong, you won't be able to take the college entrance exam. Can't you take responsibility for yourself? Wang Yinran was clearly furious. A series of beautiful roars came from the other end of the phone. Sister Yinran, please calm down. I've checked it 3 times. There's no problem. Chen Fan quickly comforted her. Wang Yinran lived in the same neighborhood as him, so the two met a few years ago. Later, after graduating from university, Wang Yinran became a teacher at Qingxi No. 3 Middle School and happened to be teaching Chen Fan's class. So she took good care of him on a daily basis, and Chen Fan always called her Sister Yinran in private. Chen Fan, you wait, I'm going to do a home visit. Wang Yinran roared and quickly hung up the phone. Oh no! Chen Fan rushed to the computer. Wang Yinran would only take 5 minutes to get to his house, so he had to complete the registration immediately. Tong Tong, help me tidy up the table. Your sister Ran will be here in a bit. Chen Fan instructed, then quickly turned on the computer and logged into the college entrance examination registration system. Name, Chen Fan. Gender, male. Chen Fan's hands moved swiftly as he filled in his personal information line by line. In the end, he resolutely chose martial arts as the exam category. 5 minutes later, he took out his phone, scanned the code to pay, and successfully completed his college entrance examination registration. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Wang Yinran arrived. That was close. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief and called Tong Tong to open the door. A few seconds later, a tall, stunningly beautiful woman dressed in casual home clothes appeared in Chen Fan's field of vision. Before he could react, a pair of long, straight, white legs walked straight toward him, and the next moment a slender hand grabbed his ear. Chen Fan, are you asking for a beating? Wang Yinran, like a witch, grabbed his ear and twisted it hard. Sister Yinran, it hurts, it hurts. Let go. Chen Fan quickly reached out to pry Wang Yinran's fingers off. It felt cool and smooth to the touch. A subtle fragrance also wafted into his nostrils. Chen Fan's heart started racing for a moment. Oomph. Wang Yinran pinched him for more than 10 seconds before letting him go, and then plopped down on the sofa. When she saw the table full of snacks, her anger flared even more. Chen Fan, what kind of brother are you? How could you buy so much junk food for Tong Tong? Don't you know she's still a child? Oh no! Chen Fan looked embarrassed and glared at Tong Tong beside him. Didn't I just tell you to tidy up the table? Don't you even know that? These things need to be hidden properly. My little darling. Chen Fan, you've gone too far. You're not only irresponsible to yourself, but also to Tong Tong. Wang Yinran glared at him fiercely, clearly intending to teach him a lesson again if things got heated. Chapter 5. Registering for the martial arts exam. Wang Yinran arrives. Faced with Wang Yinran's accusation, Chen Fan naturally wouldn't admit it. Those things were bought for myself. After saying that, Chen Fan hurriedly stuffed all the snacks on the table into the refrigerator. Oomph. Wang Yinran glared at him angrily before turning her attention to Chen Fan's college entrance examination registration. Xiao Fan, open your registration system and let me see it. If you filled in the wrong information, see how I deal with you. Chen Fan didn't want his secret to be discovered right now, so he pretended to be confident and said, Sister Yinran, you can rest assured that I'm doing things perfectly. There's no problem at all. You don't need to look at it. I trust you the most when it comes to doing things. Wang Yinran stood up, walked to Chen Fan's computer desk, and started operating the computer on her own. Everything seemed so natural. Hey, Sister Yinran, you can't just look at a boy's computer like that. Chen Fan quickly snatched the mouse and stopped him. What? You have a little secret? Then as your teacher, I have to check even more. If I see any inappropriate videos, you're finished. Wang Yinran frowned slightly. This. Chen Fan was speechless for a moment. After all, you are a teacher, and whatever you say is right. Wang Yinran snatched the mouse, opened his browser history, found the registration system, and successfully clicked on it. Wang Yinran carefully looked at each option from top to bottom, not missing a single one. Martial arts. Martial arts subject? When she saw the last line, her eyes widened in disbelief. Chun Fan, came the roar from the beautiful woman. You? Wang Yinran's high chest heaved with anger, her teeth clenched, her beautiful eyes seeming to spit fire. It took her a long time to catch her breath. Chun Fan, this is what you call being reliable. You even chose the wrong answer for the most important thing. Sister Yinran, listen to me. Chun Fan quickly began to explain. I won't listen. Wang Yinran interrupted Chun Fan before he could explain, just like a little girl arguing with her boyfriend. Chun Fan. Tong tong. After a few seconds of silence, Wang Yinran seemed to have found a reason to convince herself, and she took the initiative to comfort Chun Fan. Xiao Fan, it's okay to admit you made a mistake. With your grades, you weren't going to get into a good university anyway. Just give up on the exam this year. I hope you'll retake it next year and study hard then. Okay. Retake a year? Do you think I'm a kind of person who would retake a year? Chun Fan thought to himself, but said aloud, Sister Yinran, you've misunderstood me. I deliberately chose martial arts because I'm going to take the martial arts college entrance exam. Are you serious? Wang Yinran asked incredulously. According to the regulations of the Great Xia Education Bureau, liberal arts students can apply for the martial arts college entrance examination, and if they perform outstandingly during the examination, the Education Bureau will also reward them with an opportunity to awaken their supernatural abilities. Of course, it is extremely dangerous to participate in the martial arts college entrance examination as an ordinary person. The martial arts college entrance examination will be held in a special extra-dimensional space, which is full of strange beasts and extremely dangerous. Therefore, liberal arts students participating in the military science college entrance examination are tantamount to suicide. In the past, out of the millions of liberal arts college entrance examination candidates across the country each year, only a handful would register for the military science college entrance examination out of dissatisfaction. However, almost all of these people died in the examination hall. Since the Great Xia dynasty established the college entrance examination system, only one person has passed the martial arts examination. Because of his outstanding performance, this person was given the opportunity to awaken his supernatural abilities a second time. From then on, he forged ahead against the tide and stood tall in the Great Xia Palace in just a few decades. This person is the legendary figure of the Great Xia dynasty, the white-clad god of war, Luo Changsheng. Wang Yinran looked at Chun Fan with a serious expression. I know you're skilled, but even so, you can't possibly be a match for a strange beast. And even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about Tong Tong. You're her only family. What will happen to Tong Tong if you die during the martial arts exam? Wang Yinran's worry and unease were written all over her face, which moved Chun Fan deeply. Sister Yinran, watch carefully. Chun Fan reached out, grabbed the corner of the coffee table in front of him, and easily lifted the more than 1 meter long table with one hand. Chun Fan was showing her through his actions that he was very confident in participating in the martial arts exam. Xiao Fan, how can you be so strong? Wang Yinran was somewhat surprised. Lifting a table is something an ordinary person can do, but to be able to lift it easily by just grabbing a corner is several times more difficult. Chun Fan did not reveal the matter of awakening. After all, maintaining an air of mystery was the only way to arouse the interest of girls. He chuckled and said, I was born with immense strength. The fortune teller said I'm the reincarnation of Xiangyu, the hegemon king, so I have a very good chance of passing the martial arts exam. Don't worry. You call yourself the reincarnation of the hegemon king? If you're the hegemon king, then I'm still consort you. Wang Yinran said jokingly, slightly relieved. But she immediately realized that the overlord and Yuji were a match made in heaven. Her face flushed slightly, and she quickly changed the subject. Xiao Fan, have you thought it through? Even if you are incredibly strong, there are still great risks involved. Don't worry, Sister Yinran. With my biceps, one punch from me would make even a monster bow down. Chun Fan said, rolling up his sleeves and showing his arms to Wang Yinran. Puffed. Wang Yinran was amused by her, and her smile was captivating. So beautiful. Chun Fan was stunned by the sight. Chun Fan, what are you looking at? Wang Yinran noticed his strange behavior and glared at him fiercely. Chun Fan quickly laughed it off to cover up his embarrassment. By the way, Sister Yinran, what's your 20s this year? 23? What's wrong? Wang Yinran asked, puzzled. She's 23, I'm 18. She's 5 years older than me. A woman 3 years older is like a gold brick. A woman 5 years older is like an old mother. Chun Fan muttered softly. What are you muttering about? Wang Yinran couldn't hear what he was saying, but she knew Chun Fan was definitely up to no good. She glared at him and then pulled Tong Tong aside to talk. Phew, I've finally passed this hurdle. Chun Fan was relieved to see that Wang Yinran's anger had subsided, and only then did he realize he was hungry. Sister Yinran, I'm going to the kitchen to get something to eat. Chun Fan said, then headed towards the kitchen. He is not a picky eater, so he simply cooked a bowl of noodles. In the living room, Wang Yinran began to lecture Tong Tong earnestly. Tong Tong, don't be like your brother. You must listen carefully in class and complete the homework assigned by the teacher, understand? A few minutes later, Chun Fan finished cooking the noodles and stepped out of the kitchen, only to witness an embarrassing scene. At this moment, Tong Tong pointed at Wang Yinran's prominent chest and said, Sister Ran, why are your breasts so bulging? Are you hiding something delicious? Let Tong Tong see. Wang Yinran looked exasperated. Tong Tong, who told you that bulging here means you're hiding delicious food? You'll be like this when you grow up. It's a normal part of a girl's development. Is that so? Tong Tong asked incredulously. But my brother said that the bulging things here are hiding delicious food. Chun Fan. I'm out of here. Chun Fan quickly retreated back to the kitchen. Chun Fan, Wang Yinran roared. If you don't understand, don't teach children. Chapter 6 Yang Xiaohua's Secret Heart. Wang Yinran looked at Tong Tong with a pained expression. This child lost her mother when she was young. I need to come here more often to teach her. Otherwise, Chun Fan will ruin her sooner or later. With that thought in mind, she called out to Chun Fan in the kitchen. Chun Fan, it's the weekend tomorrow. I'm taking Tong Tong to the amusement park. Okay, Sister Yinran. Chun Fan readily agreed. At 8:15 p.m., Wang Yinran left Chun Fan's place, while Tong Tong was too sleepy to keep her eyes open. After carrying her back to his room, Chun Fan tidied up the house before returning to his bedroom. When he picked up his phone, it showed more than a dozen missed calls. Is Dong Xiaohu crazy? Why is he calling me so many times so late at night? Just as Chun Fan was hesitating whether to call back, Dong Xiaohu called again. Chun Fan had no choice but to answer the call. The chubby boy's voice rang out immediately. Chun Fan, you're finished. Someone posted the video of you betting with Li Wenbin in our grades group chat. You're famous now. 1,000 people in the group are waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. That bastardly Wenbin is still making sarcastic remarks about you in the group chat. Chun Fan sneered and said calmly, Are you sure they're laughing at me? And not at Li Wenbin? Dong Xiaohu. Brother, what time is it? Why are you still so confident? Dong Xiaohu was speechless and anxiously jumped up and down. Chun Fan said, Little fatty, let me tell you something. I applied for the martial arts program. There was a long silence on the other end, lasting more than 10 seconds, before finally 2 words were spoken. Awesome. Anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Chun Fan said lazily as he laid down on the bed. Dong Xiaohu quickly added, Oh, right, there's one more thing. What did you do today? Why are people asking for your WeChat ID and even coming to me? Who is it? Chun Fan asked, puzzled. Yang Chu-Chu, the school beauty. Dong Xiaohu said sourly. Young Chu-Chu? Is that her? Chun Fan remembered the girl he rescued on his way home. In terms of looks, she certainly deserved the title of school beauty. I understand. Chun Fan said calmly. Holy crap. Fan Ji, aren't you excited? That's Yang, the school beauty. She's the dream girl of so many people. Give me a straight answer. Are you going to give her your WeChat or not? You decide what to do. With that, Chun Fan hung up the phone. Opening the grade-level group chat, the pinned video is of Chun Fan and Li Wenbin making a bet. The group chat has completely exploded. Is Chun Fan just throwing caution to the wind? Joke of the year is a shoe-in. Last place challenging first place in the grade. Li Wenbin is guaranteed to win. I'm just waiting for Chun Fan to run naked across the playground. Li Wenbin occasionally chimed in, posting a smiling emoji with the caption, "At Chun Fan, looking forward to your good university admission letter." Chun Fan put down his phone, his relaxed expression fading, replaced by a sharp glint. In this world, no matter how hard ordinary people struggle, they will always remain at the bottom of society. Only top-tier superhumans can control their own destiny. With a thought, streaks of blue lightning appeared on his hand. This palm strike could probably shatter a wall. I'll go to the Wolf Warrior martial arts gym tomorrow to test my skills. Meanwhile, in a villa more than 10 kilometers away, Yang Chu-Chu, dressed in a light yellow long nightgown, was video chatting with her best friend Wang Wenli on her phone. Wang Wenli is also quite good-looking, wearing black-rimmed glasses and giving off a cute, big-eyed vibe, but she pales in comparison to Yang Chu-Chu. Wang Wenli asked, puzzled, "Chu-Chu, why are you asking about Chun Fan's WeChat ID? Let me tell you, this guy's a real oddball. Now he's famous throughout the entire senior year, you know? He's the last in the grade, and he's still threatening to go to university. He even made a bet with the top student that he'd run naked. Isn't that ridiculous?" However, Yang Chu-Chu was somewhat unhappy. "Lily, Senior Chun isn't what you think. He doesn't make things up without reason. If he's willing to gamble, he must be confident. You haven't met him, but the confidence in his eyes is something I've never seen in anyone else. Chu-Chu, I feel like you're having a crush on someone. Did Chun Fan drug you?" Wang Wenli teased. "I just won't allow you to talk about him like that." Yang Chu-Chu sneered at. The image of Chun Fan appeared before her like a god descending to earth and rescuing her from the clutches of a demon had played in her mind more than 10 times today, and she had to admit that she had fallen for this boy. "Yang Chu-Chu, you are hopeless." Wang Wenli was speechless. In her opinion, Chun Fan was trash who didn't deserve to be in their sights, so she tried to persuade him again. "Chu-Chu, Chun Fan is a liberal arts student. He hasn't even awakened his superpowers yet. He's not good enough for you. If your parents knew you liked someone like that, they would definitely scold you. And Chun Fan would also be implicated." "Lily, stop talking." Yang Chu-Chu's face was pale, her innocent little face filled with grievance. "I'll make my own decisions," Yang Chu-Chu said, mustering her courage. Wang Wenli knew that Yang Chu-Chu was stubborn, so she could only sigh helplessly. "Chu-Chu, I've sent you Chun Fan's WeChat ID. I believe that once you truly understand this person, you won't like him anymore. And Chu-Chu, I have to remind you, the superpower awakening ceremony at the end of your first year of high school is in a month. You should focus more on that." After sending the WeChat ID, she had asked someone to find out to Yang Chu-Chu. Wang Wenli hurriedly hung up the video call. Upon seeing the message on her phone, Yang Chu-Chu didn't hesitate at all and quickly searched for Chun Fan's WeChat using his phone number. Alive! Yang Chu-Chu looked at Chun Fan's nickname and fell silent for a moment. After a long while, she murmured to herself, "Senior must be someone with a story." She quickly wrote in the friend request, "Good evening, Senior. I'm Yang Chu-Chu." But after hesitating for a few seconds, she added a cute emoji at the end before clicking send. Chapter 7. Entering the martial arts school, someone picked up the young master. After sending the friend request, Yang Chu-Chu waited anxiously. However, after more than 10 minutes, she still hadn't received Chun Fan's friend request and couldn't help but felt a little disappointed. Was it because I looked too pathetic today that my senior doesn't like me? Yang Chu-Chu started to overthink, imagining all sorts of reasons related to herself. However, the truth is that Chun Fan has already fallen into a deep sleep. Today, he had just transmigrated to this world, experienced memory fusion, and was emotionally excited due to the awakening of his superpowers. Now, in the dead of night, he was already lying in bed and asleep. So Yang Chu is destined not to receive Chun Fan's friend request tonight. The next morning at 5:30, Chun Fan's body's biological clock woke him up on time. According to the body's owner's memories, he would go to the nearby park every morning to practice his boxing skills. This is why his physique is beyond that of ordinary people. Chun Fan originally wanted to sleep a little longer, but his mind was clear and he was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Helpless, Chun Fan could only get out of bed, wash up quickly, and then go downstairs. The map of the Great Xia in this world is almost identical to that of the Huaxia in the previous life. Qingcheng City, where he lives, belongs to Shannon Province. It is a coastal city located in eastern China. The sea breeze blew into the city in the early morning, and although it was already June, there was still a slight chill in the air. Worried that the noise he made while practicing his martial arts would disturb the neighbors, Chun Fan jogged all the way to a park a kilometer away. In this world, martial arts are very important. When people with superpowers fight, it's not just a simple clash of superpowers, it's more about combining martial arts with superpowers. Take fire-type ability users as an example. When fighting, ability users mostly choose to cover their weapons with flames, thereby unleashing a more powerful destructive force. With a single slash, the flames can transform into blade energy and slash through the air to kill the enemy. Therefore, the fusion of physical strength, martial arts skills, and superpowers is the most powerful combat state for superpowered individuals. Chun Fan's superpower is the thunder-devouring saint body. His physique far surpasses that of other superpowered individuals of the same level, and he also possesses the powerful attack methods of a thunder-type superpowered individual. Therefore, as long as he trains his martial arts to the top level, he can be completely invincible among his peers. Over the years, the owner of this body has taught himself more than a dozen boxing and kicking techniques online, and his close combat skills are excellent. However, he still practices these martial arts techniques every day to review and learn new things. After practicing his punches and kicks for a while, he came to a large tree that was about half a meter thick. He used his supernatural power, covering his palm with the power of lightning, and slammed it hard against the tree trunk. With a loud bang, a handprint about an inch deep appeared on the tree trunk in front of them. The palm print was surrounded by a dense network of cracks. Wow, that's powerful. Chun Fan was surprised. If this palm strike had hit an ordinary person, it would probably have killed them instantly. With the boost from my superpower, my strength has increased several times over. Chun Fan was extremely excited. He decided to head to the War Wolf Martial Arts Hall immediately after breakfast to test his abilities. At 7 o'clock, Chun Fan returned home and began preparing breakfast. Chin Tong Tong had already gotten up. Because she lost her parents at a young age, Tong Tong was much more sensible than other children. Just as Chun Fan was busy in the kitchen, Tong Tong ran in with her short legs. Looking surprised, "Brother, I discovered a very magical phenomenon." "Oh, what did you find?" Chun Fan turned around, patted her little head, and looked at her with doting eyes. "Brother, Tong Tong discovered that my weight is the same before and after going to the toilet." Chun Tong Tong tilted her head up, as if she had discovered a new continent. "What?" Chun Fan was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening and rushed to the living room. "Chun Tong Tong, if you poop on the scale, see how I deal with you." Chun Fan quickly looked at the electronic scale in the corner and was relieved to find it undamaged. "Then why is my weight the same before and after?" Chun Fan didn't believe it. He stood on the scale, and the weight showed 23.6 kilograms. "Oh, it turns out this thing is broken. I knew it." Tong Tong is still a very well-behaved girl. After the two had breakfast, at 8:15, a beautiful figure appeared at Chun Fan's house. The person who came was Wang Yinran. Today, Wang Yinran wore a high ponytail, a stylish white shirt, and exquisite makeup, looking like a young girl. TSK, no wonder she's the woman I've chosen. She looks like a young girl, but she's not quite a young woman yet. But she's got quite the assets. Chun Fan unabashedly admired Wang Yinran's beauty. "Chun Fan, where are you looking?" Wang Yinran's slender, jade-like hand precisely pinched his ear. Hey, Sister Yinran, it looks like you're missing a button on your shirt. Wang Yinran realized something, quickly buttoned up her collar, glared at Chun Fan, and then took Tong Tong's little hand. Tong Tong, your sister Ran is taking you to the amusement park today. We're not going to stay with that old lecher. Chun Fan. Who are you calling a lecherous old man? I'm a perfectly upright gentleman, okay? I'm a living Lu Xiaohui. You think I can remain unmoved even with a woman in my lap? Girl, you don't believe me? Come on, try sitting on me. A dozen minutes later, after Wang Yinran left with Tong Tong, Chun Fan also went to the Zhanlong Martial Arts Hall. Martial arts schools are very common in this world, and they offer a wide range of services. In addition to the combat sparing business that Chun Fan used to work in, they also provide combat instruction, combat power testing, and so on. Zhanlong Martial Arts School is considered one of the top-ranked martial arts schools in Daxia. Countless people with superpowers come here every day. Previously, Chun Fan would come here every weekend to serve as a sparring partner, earning about 2,000 yuan a day. Therefore, over the past 2 or 3 years, he has accumulated 100,000 yuan in savings. Of course, Chun Fan's purpose in coming here today is not to make money, but to test his combat strength. Chun Fan, you're here. A guest has specifically requested you as their sparring partner today. As soon as Chun Fan stepped into the martial arts school, a middle-aged man in his 30s appeared in front of him. This person is Lu Tao, one of the managers of the martial arts school. I'm sorry, Uncle Lu. I'm here today to test my skills. I don't intend to do any part-time work, Chun Fan said politely. However, before the man surnamed Lu could speak, a young man walked over from the rest area, pointed at Chun Fan, and spoke arrogantly. You're Chun Fan? I've heard you're quite famous in the sparring circles at Zhanlong Martial Arts Academy. Today, you'll be my sparring partner. Chapter 8 System Mission, Retaliate with Force. Chun Fan frowned and looked up. The man was about the same age as him, but his expression was arrogant, as if he were the king of heaven. Chun Fan was somewhat displeased and said indifferently, I don't have time to practice my martial arts with you. Go find someone else. What? I've been waiting for you here for an hour, and you just dismiss me with a no time? The young man's face was cold, and his eyes revealed hostility as he looked at Chun Fan. At the same time, 2 more young people of similar age walked over from the rest area and surrounded Chun Fan in a semi-encircling manner. Since our young master Yin has chosen you, you have to go. Chun Fan laughed in exasperation. He crossed his arms, looked at the 3 of them, and said calmly, What if I don't go? Don't go. If you don't go, I'll beat you to death. One of them slapped Chun Fan across the face without saying a word. Stop! The steward Lu Tao, who was standing nearby, was furious when he saw this and tried to stop them, but it was too late. Fortunately, Chun Fan reacted quickly, reaching out and grabbing the other person's wrist. Lu Tao hurried forward, looked at the 3 teenagers, and glared angrily. Gentlemen, private fights are prohibited in the martial arts school. Our Wolf Martial Arts School will not do business with you anymore. Please leave. He was both following the rules of the martial arts school and protecting Chun Fan. After all, Chun Fan had worked part-time for him for 3 years and had helped him earn a lot of money. However, the young man in the lead, known as Young Master Yun, said coldly, You surnamed Lu. Do you dare to offend the Yun family? Lu Tao was both ashamed and angry, but he seemed extremely wary and did not dare to lash out on the spot. Uncle Lu, forget it. Since this kid is looking for trouble, I'll play along. Chun Fan patted Steward Lu on the shoulder, taking the initiative to help him out of the predicament. Chun Fan originally didn't want to bother with the clown in front of him, but the system issued a task. Just seconds ago, a system notification sounded. When faced with provocation, respond with invincible force. System mission, break one of his arms and teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Mission level F. Completing the mission will grant you a green level lottery draw. Kid, it's your own fault for being too arrogant. Even the system couldn't stand it anymore. Chun Fan sneered inwardly and went straight to a fighting platform. He pointed at the young man surnamed Yin below the stage and said disdainfully, That arrogant brat come up here." "Very well. You have successfully angered me." The young man, surnamed Yun, was furious that Chun Fan dared to speak to him like that, and he rushed onto the stage in 3 quick steps. Seeing the two about to clash, Lu Tao quickly reminded them. According to the laws of the Great Xia dynasty, people with superpowers are not allowed to use their powers on ordinary people. So, young Master Yun, you should know the rules. This sparring session is just a contest of fists, moves, and fighting skills. I don't need you to remind me. I know the rules. It just means I can't use superpowers. Even so, I can beat him half to death today." The young man, surnamed Yun, said arrogantly, not taking Chun Fan seriously at all. "Kid, let me tell you the truth. I'm here to beat you up. It's all your fault for making Yang Chu-Chu like you. I won't allow anyone near her." The young man, surnamed Yun, is named Yun Jinhua, and he is the second young master of Yunxiang Group in Qingqing City. The Yun family and the Yang family had close business ties, so they had long coveted the pure and lovely Yang Chu-Chu. However, just yesterday, Yang Chu-Chu's friend Wang Winley suddenly sent him a message saying that Yang Chu-Chu had developed feelings for Chun Fan. How could he possibly tolerate this? So he had someone investigate Chun Fan's background overnight and found that the other party was an ordinary person who hadn't even awakened. He couldn't stand that such a person had surpassed him, so he came here early in the morning to wait for Chun Fan. Chun Fan frowned slightly, not expecting that the trouble was caused by that innocent junior from yesterday. Beauty really does bring trouble. Chun Fan sighed, but didn't take it to heart. "Please bring me a whole stack of those pure and lovely young girls." He looked at the young man, surnamed Yun, in front of him and said disdainfully, "So you're the toad Chu-Chu was talking about?" "You? What did you say? Chu-Chu call me a toad?" The young man, surnamed Yun, was struck dumb, finding it hard to believe. It was true that young Chu-Chu didn't like him, but did she have to speak of him like that? "How dare you spout such nonsense?" The young man, surnamed Yun, unable to bear it any longer, roared and charged towards Chun Fan. His movements were varied, a mix of feints and real attacks. As he approached Chun Fan, he unleashed a leaping punch straight at Chun Fan's abdomen. It has the shadow of Bajiquan. Chun Fan saw through the opponent's move at a glance, and he easily blocked the second young master of the Yun family's fist by spreading his hands outward. The young man, surnamed Yin, was clearly not expecting Chun Fan to be so skilled. He launched several rapid attacks, but Chun Fan easily deflected them all. He originally thought that with his superhuman strength and speed advantage, he could easily defeat Chun Fan, but he never expected that Chun Fan's fighting skills would be so proficient. The other two teenagers watching from below the stage were equally surprised. Young Master Yin couldn't even defeat an ordinary person. "Young Master Yin, keep it up." The two men, their grim faces, leaned over the edge of the battle platform and shouted loudly. "He's just trash," Chun Fan said casually, losing interest after a few exchanges. "Who are you calling trash?" Yun Jinhua's face flushed red, and his fighting style became even more frenzied, with every punch landing hard. "Let's see how strong I am now." Chun Fan stopped using techniques to fight back and instead chose a fierce fighting style to exchange blows with him. Boom, boom, boom. Chun Fan unleashed 5 punches in succession, while the young man, surnamed Yun, was forced to retreat 5 steps. "How can you be so strong?" Yun Jinhua rubbed her numb arm and looked at Chun Fan with disbelief. He found it hard to believe that this was a power that an ordinary person could possess. He couldn't accept that his physique as a first-stage level 1 ability user was inferior to that of an ordinary person. "Powerful? No, I only use 70% of my power." Chun Fan sneered and launched a rapid attack, catching the boy off guard. After a dozen or so moves, Chun Fan switched to leg techniques, delivering a powerful kick to the opponent's forearm with a snapping sound. The man's forearm was broken by his kick. The young man, surnamed Yun, fell to the ground, clutching his severed arm, sweating profusely from the pain. "Young Master Yun." The two people below the stage were shocked and quickly jumped onto the stage to check on his injuries. "His forearm is broken." The two men exchanged a shocked glance, and looked at Chun Fan with fury. Kid, you're really courting death. You're in deep trouble. The Yun family will never let you get away with this. Yeah, you beat up the kid, and now the old one's coming for revenge, huh? You want to get back at me, right? Chun Fan jumped off the stage, picked up a glass of mineral water, unscrewed it, and took a few gulps, looking completely unconcerned. He put down his water bottle, looked at the three people on the stage, and said coldly, "By the way, the sparring fee for this match is 2,000 yuan. Don't forget to settle it when you leave." The two men, indignant, helped the young man surnamed Yun up and hurriedly left the Zhanlong martial arts school. Lu Tao looked at Chun Fan with an incredible expression. "Xiao Fan, how did your strength increase so much? This is called innate superhuman strength, a tyrant reborn." Chun Fan smiled wickedly, without explaining further, and walked straight towards an unused combat strength testing room. Lu Tao quickly called out to him, "Be careful these next few days. The Yun family will definitely cause you trouble." Chun Fan waved his hand, leaving behind only a dashing silhouette. He closed the door to the combat power testing room, but instead of testing his own combat power, he checked the system panel in his mind. Host, Chun Fan. Special ability, Thunder Devouring Holy Body SS. Level, Tier 1 Beginner. Physical Fitness, 22. Mental Strength, 16. Skills, Thunderous Strike of the Nine Heavens, Lightning Flash, Thunder Palm. Evaluation, a weak and helpless little chick. Current task, beat up Yin Jinhua. The task is complete, and you can get a green grade lottery draw. Mission difficulty F. A green grade lottery? There are different grades for each lottery. Chun Fan was a little surprised, but then he thought that since missions have different levels of difficulty, it was normal for lotteries to also have different levels. System, start the lottery. Chun Fan didn't hesitate and spoke decisively. The lottery begins. The next moment, a green roulette wheel appeared in Chun Fan's mind, and the pointer slowly spun. 10 seconds later, congratulations, host. You have obtained an F-level physique points card. Huh, add points to physique. You can do that. Chun Fan was extremely excited and quickly clicked to use it. The next moment, a feeling of comfort came over him, causing him to groan involuntarily. Chun Fan felt that his physique had been strengthened, and he quickly checked the system panel. Chapter 9, Chun Fan's Combat Strength Assessment. Host, Chun Fan. Special ability, Thunder Devouring Holy Body SS. Level, Tier 1 Beginner. Physical Fitness, 25. Mental Strength, 16. Skills, Thunderous Strike of the Nine Heavens, Lightning Flash, Thunder Palm. Evaluation, a weak and helpless little chick. Current task, none. Task difficulty, none. My physique has increased by 3 points. Although it wasn't much, Chun Fan was very happy. You should know that it takes ordinary ability users several months of effort to increase their physique by just 1 point. Of course, geniuses are an exception, but he had only completed a simple little task. System, oh system, please send more of these kinds of tasks. Chun Fan silently made a wish and then went to a piece of equipment. He channeled all his strength and threw a punch. With a bang, the equipment immediately displayed his punching power, 380 kilograms. Incredible! If he uses his superpowers, the number will surely exceed 1,000. With this thought in mind, lightning surged through Chun Fan's arm, and he delivered another powerful punch. 1,520. His amazing punching power was displayed on the screen. 1,520 kilograms. That's exactly 4 times 380 kilograms. It seems the claims online are true. Chun Fan exclaimed in amazement. According to publicly available information online, abilities below grade B provide a 1.5x boost to strength, grade A provides a 2x boost, grade S provides a 3x boost, and Chun Fan, as an SS level genius, receives a 4x boost. This is why the higher the level, the stronger the destructive power of the ability. Of course, this is also why geniuses can easily fight beyond their level. Wow, that's incredible. If I throw this punch, I could probably kill a cow. Chun Fan looked at the lightning-covered fist and had the urge to try it out. Let's try the thunder-devouring body's innate skill, Palm Thunder. With a thought, Chun Fan unleashed a torrent of violent lightning, and a purple sphere of lightning rapidly formed in his palm. The next moment, bang! After a loud bang, the number displayed on the device in front of me was 3,888 kilograms. Wow, that's amazing. This power is incredible. Chun Fan exclaimed, his heart pounding with fear. If the Palm Thunder is this strong, how strong is the Nine Heavens Thunder? Chun Fan was eager to try it, but in the end he chose to give up. The upper limit of this device can withstand is 5,000 kilograms. If he were to destroy it with a punch, it would be something he could not afford to compensate for now. According to online information, the destructive power of a first-level peak ability user is generally no more than 5,000 kilograms. I wonder if I can break this limit by using Nine Heavens Thunder. However, I'm only at the early stage of the first rank now. Once I reach the peak of the first rank, I'm afraid a single punch without any combat techniques will be able to reach 5,000 kilograms. Chun Fan was satisfied and went to test his speed on a nearby device. This device is similar to a treadmill from my previous life. All the superhumans need to do is stand on it and run at full speed. After adjusting his breathing, Chun Fan began to slowly increase the speed of his steps, and the monitor in front of him quickly updated his real-time speed. The numbers on the device increased rapidly, from 16 to 17 to 18, eventually stabilizing at 25. Chun Fan stopped in his tracks, very satisfied with the number. The number 25 means that he can run up to 25 meters per second. That's almost 3 times the speed of an average person. Very good. Now it's time to use your superpowers to run. Chun Fan took a few breaths, and blue arcs of electricity began to appear on his body. He began to accelerate, his legs moving like a windmill, so fast that it was difficult to see clearly. The speedometer quickly gave him his maximum speed, 40 meters. Speed is different from strength. The enhancement of superpower level does not have a multiplied effect. The enhancement that Chun Fan has almost doubled is extremely rare. With my current strength, even a first-tier peak ability user below the Awakened B level wouldn't be a match for me in a direct confrontation. After gaining a certain understanding of his own strength, Chun Fan went to the weapons training room. To achieve good results in the college examination entrance, he also needed to master a weapon. However, he had never practiced with weapons before, so after thinking it over, he chose a long sword. The reason is simple. Long knives are easy to use, and he is confident that he can master them within 10 days. Let's use the sword as a transition first. Once we get to university, we can practice with a spear or a battle sword like the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Chun Fan practiced in this training room for 2 hours until noon before leaving. He didn't pay any fees. This was one of the perks of working part-time here. He could use any available training room. When Chun Fan got home, it was already 11:30. He first called Wang Yanran, and after learning that the two of them wouldn't be back for lunch, he simply ate some instant noodles. After finishing lunch, Chun Fan sat in front of his computer and started looking up information about people with superpowers online. He typed thunder-devouring saint body into his browser and clicked search. However, he discovered that in the more than 100 years of supernatural ability history on Earth, not a single person had ever awakened this ability. This is terrible, Chun Fan said helplessly. This meant that no one had helped him navigate the troubled waters before, and he would have to find his own way to advance his superpowers. In this world, those with superpowers need to cultivate superpower techniques to improve their strength. After a century of development, the Blue Star has registered over 1 million kinds of supernatural abilities and techniques. However, not every cultivation technique is suitable for people with superpowers. The technique must be compatible with one's own superpower characteristics. For example, a fire-type ability user can only practice fire-type ability techniques, and a lightning-type ability user can only practice lightning-type ability techniques. It is worth mentioning that some superpowers are similar to the S-Class superpower Samadhi True Fire, which is also a fire-type superpower. Therefore, if a suitable cultivation method cannot be found, one can practice conventional fire-type superpower cultivation methods, although the cultivation speed will be relatively slow. As for Chun Fan, his special ability is the thunder-devouring saint body. Since no one on Blue Star has ever awakened this kind of special ability, he is destined not to find a corresponding cultivation method. Therefore, he can only settle for second best and find a relatively suitable cultivation method. After consulting numerous resources, Chun Fan finally came up with some ideas. My thunder-devouring sacred body is essentially a combination of lightning-based and physical enhancement abilities, so I need to find a cultivation technique that combines both. Chun Fan searched online for a long time, but couldn't find a single cultivation technique that matched his needs. God, don't play me. How am I supposed to advance without a corresponding cultivation technique? Do I have to create my own? Chun Fan was plunged into deep despair. There were no roads in the world originally, but they were made by the many people who walked on them. The same is true for the creation of supernatural abilities. But this requires countless years and the efforts of generations. It is really too difficult for him to do it all by himself. Chun Fan quickly searched online for topics about how a superpowered person should cultivate if there is no suitable superpower technique. He soon found the answer. There were quite a few other people with superpowers who faced the same predicament as him. After all, there are many strange and wonderful superpowers in the world. Therefore, there is a cultivation method in this world that any person with superpowers can practice, and that is the Tao Source. Yes, the name of the cultivation method is Dao Yuan, and it's that awesome. However, in reality, the cultivation speed of this technique is frighteningly slow. Unless absolutely necessary, no superhuman would choose this technique. Sigh, Tao Source it is. It's better than not being able to cultivate at all. Chun Fan sighed helplessly, and then opened the superpowered person shop. However, the price of this cultivation technique shocked him. 1 million. A swindler. Chun Fan's face darkened. This kind of trashy cultivation technique actually costs 1 million? A standard fire-based supernatural ability technique only costs 100,000 yuan. This piece of trash costs 1 million yuan. It's outrageous. What angered Chun Fan even more was that this cultivation technique was only sold by one online store, which was a clear commercial monopoly. 1 million. Where am I supposed to find such a huge sum of money? Chun Fan was on the verge of tears. Wait a minute. I vaguely remember the system reminding me that the thunder-devouring saint body can become stronger by absorbing lightning. What does this mean? Does it mean that absorbing lightning will increase my physique, or does it mean that it will directly increase my level? Chun Fan fell into deep thought. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, he decided to give it a try. Chapter 10: Chun Fan's Experiment. Mid-stage First Order. Chun Fan's idea was simple. Lightning is essentially just a type of ultra-high voltage electricity, so he wanted to conduct a human experiment using household 220V voltage. Chun Fan consulted relevant information online and found that the maximum voltage that an ordinary person can withstand is 36 volts, while a first-level superhuman can withstand 100 volts. For him, the maximum voltage might be 150 volts or it might be 200 volts. But Chun Fan wasn't one to joke about his life. Determining what voltage was safe for him required trial and error. Therefore, to conduct this experiment, he also needs a voltage regulator. Chun Fan acted immediately, and in the afternoon, he bought a voltage regulator worth 30,000 yuan. He plugged one end of the voltage regulator into his own socket and held the other end in his hand. Just to be on the safe side, he adjusted the initial voltage to 80 volts, but he felt nothing at all. He then adjusted the voltage to 100 volts, but there was still no response. Chun Fan tried it little by little until he reached 180 volts before he felt a faint pain in his body. Surprisingly, this pain was mixed with a sense of pleasure. Yes, you heard right, pleasure. Every cell in my body was in a state of pleasure. My body seems to really be able to absorb electrical energy. Chun Fan was extremely excited. He continued to increase the voltage output until it reached 250 volts, at which point both his pain and pleasure reached their limits. At this moment, all the cells in his body underwent a transformation under the stimulation of electrical energy. A dozen minutes later, Chun Fan's entire body was completely refreshed, and the sensation of extreme heat and cold completely disappeared. His body no longer felt anything unusual. Chun Fan turned off the voltage regulator and quickly checked the system panel in his mind. Host, Chun Fan. Special ability, Thunder Devouring Holy Body SS. Level, Mid-Tier 1. Physical fitness, 42. Mental strength, 30. Skills, Thunderous Strike of the Nine Heavens, Lightning Flash, Thunder Palm. Evaluation, a weak and helpless little chick. Current task, none. Task difficulty, none. Intermediate first tier. Physique reach 42. My god, I really can absorb lightning to advance. Chun Fan's heart surged with emotion. What did this mean? It meant that he could advance without any special abilities or techniques. Moreover, there are no obstacles for him. As long as he finds enough lightning power, he can advance all the way. Being invincible is no longer a dream. The era of superpowers that belongs to me, Chun Fan, should be coming soon. Chun Fan was extremely excited. For him, all he needed to do was hone his superpower for a period of time and improve his mental strength so that he could try to force a breakthrough again using a higher voltage. With my current strength, without using my special abilities, I can go toe-to-toe with a mid-level first-tier ability user who has awakened a B-level ability, relying solely on my physical strength. If I use my superpowers, I can contend with a peak, a level tier 1 superpower user. Chun Fan estimated his own strength. According to people's inherent understanding of combat power, B-level ability would be a watershed. Each level higher in ability level would allow one to cross one small realm in combat. In other words, a mid-stage a level tier 1 ability user can fight a late-stage B-level tier 1 ability user. A mid-stage S-ranked tier 1 ability user can fight against a peak B-ranked tier 1 ability user. He is SS level, which means he can fight across 3 minor realms, meaning he can hold his own against a B-level early-stage second-tier ability user. Of course, this is just a general method for assessing combat strength. The outcome of a battle depends not only on one's own special abilities, but also on many other factors, such as fighting skills and the strength of one's mastery of skills. But no matter what, with his current strength, he is now unmatched at Qingqing No. 3 Middle School. As far as he knew, there were only 5 people in the martial arts class of Qingqing No. 3 Middle School who were late-stage, first-level ability users. And these 5 people's ability level was only a level. With his current mid-level, first-tier strength, combined with his SS-level superpower, he can be said to be the man at the very top of the 3 Qingqing sects. So, Li, the student who made the bet with him, will probably just have to wait and see how he ends up streaking. In the afternoon, Chun Fan went to the War Wolf Martial Arts School again. He first underwent a physical test, and his basic punching strength reached 600 kilograms. While when he used his superpowers, it reached 2,400 kilograms. As for the power unleashed by using combat skills, he didn't dare to test it, because even the palm lightning was enough to exceed 5,000 kilograms. After testing his strength, Chun Fan threw himself into training his swordsmanship. The weapon training room is extremely intelligent. As long as you enter the name of the sword technique, a 3D humanoid light and shadow generated by holographic projection will appear in the training room. Chun Fan only needs to imitate the movements of the light and shadow. The Zhanlong Martial Arts School offers more than a dozen sword techniques for its students to practice, and Chun Fan chose a sword technique called Wild Wind. This sword technique features wide, sweeping, and incredibly powerful moves, making it perfectly suited for a physically strong superhuman like Chun Fan. Moreover, the Whirlwind Blade technique has very unique requirements for weapons. Common crescent-shaped cleavers cannot bring out their advantages. Therefore, Chun Fan chose a straight giant sword that is about 1.4 meters long and 20 centimeters wide. Actually, it looks more like a heavy sword than a knife. Chun Fan hoisted it onto his shoulder, feeling its heavy weight, and was very satisfied. Chun Fan spent an afternoon imitating the moves of the Gale Blade technique to a great extent. However, just as he was about to leave the War Wolf Martial Arts Hall, four figures blocked his way. Three of them were the three youths who had provoked him that morning, and the remaining one, without Chun Fan even having to ask, was someone the three had hired to get revenge. Brother, he's the one who broke my arm. Yin Jinhua's arm was wrapped in bandages. He angrily pointed at Chun Fan with his other hand and viciously berated the tall young man beside him for Chun Fan's sins. The tall, muscular young man, standing over 1.9 meters tall, looked at Chun Fan and said coldly, "Cut off your own arm, or I'll dismantle all four of your limbs in a bit." "Ah, I think you're just a toad yawning. What a big mouth you have." Chun Fan was amused by the other's pretentious expression. He looked directly into the other's eyes, without the slightest fear, let alone cutting off his own arm. He wouldn't even cut off a single hair. Did they really think Chun Fan was an ordinary person who couldn't even kill a chicken? The tall young man clearly hadn't expected Chun Fan to be so unafraid of him. His expression froze for a moment. Then he continued to act arrogantly, saying, "Kid, I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. So what?" Chun Fan shrugged indifferently, implying that he should bring out whatever tricks he had up his sleeve. "You've got guts. I hope you can stay this tough later." The tall young man sneered, then raised his chin at Chun Fan and said, "Fight. One-on-one. Do you dare? If you don't want to fight, get out of the way." Chun Fan replied calmly, "You think I'll just hit you because you tell me to? Who do you take me for? You have no choice." The tall young man was enraged and grabbed Chun Fan's shoulder, trying to forcibly drag him onto the fighting platform. However, Chun Fan moved extremely quickly, and with a slight turn of his body, he dodged the man's outstretched hand. It wasn't that Chun Fan didn't want to fight him, it was just that Chun Fan had wanted to beat him up for a long time because of his arrogant attitude. He didn't agree because he was waiting for the system to issue the task. After all, he really wouldn't do something that didn't bring him any benefit. Sure enough, a system notification sounded in his mind. A true man should forge ahead without hesitation. How can he always back down? System mission: beat up Yin Tianba. Mission level F. Complete the mission to enter a prize draw. The system couldn't sit still before me. Chun Fan got the result he wanted and immediately jumped onto the fighting stage. He crossed his arms, looked at the tall young man below the stage, and with the same arrogant expression, said nonchalantly, "Trash, come up here." Chapter 11. Beating up the show off, everyone stunned. Faced with Chun Fan's provocation, the tall young man could no longer maintain his cool expression. He charged onto the stage like a raging bear, glaring angrily. "Kid, you've successfully angered me. 3 punches." The tall man gestured 3 to Chun Fan and continued, "I only need 3 punches today to make sure you spend the rest of your life bedridden. Dude, can we stop showing off?" Chun Fan couldn't stand this guy's pretentious act anymore. He extended one index finger and beckoned to Yun Tianba, saying, "If I back down even a step today, I'll consider a loss." "Try and show off, huh? You think I can't do that?" At this moment, more and more people gathered in the martial arts hall to watch the spectacle, and some of them recognized the tall young man in front of them, their faces showing surprise. "Isn't this Yun Tianba, the eldest son of the Yun family? I heard he awakened the A-level superpower, the Vajra body, right?" "Yeah, and I heard he's already a late-stage Tier 1 ability user. The Vajra drive greatly enhances his physique, so he has formidable combat power even without using his abilities. That kid on the other side really asked for trouble." The onlookers were buzzing with discussion, many waiting to see Chun Fan make a fool of himself. This guy on the other side isn't necessarily weak. Since he dared to go on stage, he must have the right qualifications. Maybe he's an A-level ability user. Someone immediately spoke up for Chun Fan. "Come on, you can tell you don't come to the War Wolf martial arts gym often. This kid's name is Chun Fan. He's a part-time sparring partner here. He's just an ordinary person. He usually only spars with newly awakened superhumans," a young man with a buzz cut explained. "Is that so? then he's not worthy to fight against young Master Yin. If he can withstand 3 punches from young Master Yin, I'll eat 3 pounds of shit right here and now. A skinny onlooker shouted. Their voices were exceptionally loud. People who didn't know Chen Fan before immediately jumped off the bus and sided with Yin Tianba after hearing that he was a weakling who hadn't awakened. Chen Fan naturally heard the discussions among the onlookers. He couldn't help but glance at the tall, thin young man who had spoken so arrogantly a few more times and silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. What a ruthless guy. Yin Tianba was very pleased with the praise from the crowd. He gestured one to Chen Fan and then moved like lightning, instantly appearing in front of Chen Fan. The enormous fist, carrying immense force, hurtled straight at Chen Fan's forehead. Holy crap, is this guy serious? Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine. If this punch had hit an ordinary person, it would have been the instant death of that person. Chen Fan sneered inwardly and unleashed a Tai Chi cloud hand strike, directly pushing the opponent's straight punch aside. Yin Tianba was taken aback. He clearly hadn't expected Chen Fan to neutralize his powerful punch with just a Tai Chi technique of using minimal force to deflect a great force. The onlookers, who had expected Chen Fan to be seriously injured, were astonished to find that he had defused the situation. This kid's got some skills. He actually managed to deflect a punch. I think it's just a coincidence. Perhaps Yin Tianba held back. The crowd clearly still didn't think Chen Fan was a good match after all. Just by looking at their physiques, it was clear who would win the fight. Second punch. Yin Tianba felt he had lost face after failing to knock Chen Fan down with one punch, so he quickly threw another punch. This punch was 3 times faster and more powerful than the previous one, and it came from Chen Fan's side. As a result, Chen Fan could no longer use the cloud's sweeping hand to deflect it. Faced with this punch, Chen Fan could have easily dodged it by stepping back, but he had just said that if he took a step back, he would lose. So instead of backing away, he took half a step forward and deliberately bumped into Yin Tianba's arms. Yin Tianba staggered after being hit by Chen Fan, and his punching momentum instantly collapsed. Wow! The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They found it hard to believe that Yin Tianba had been so easily defeated. That kid has some skill. Yes, he broke through the enemy's defenses with a single point and defeated the strong with the weak. His fighting talent is terrifying. He has the shadow of the current fighting master Yi Wentian. It's a pity, though. He's just an ordinary person after all. What good are his skills if he's not good at fighting? Although everyone was amazed by his fighting talent, they didn't think much of him. Yin Tianba's face turned extremely ugly on the fighting stage. In his opinion, failing to defeat an ordinary person with 2 punches was a disgrace to his life. Kid, if you're a man, fight me with 1 punch. Yin Tianba knew that he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Chen Fan with a 3rd punch, so he wanted to provoke Chen Fan's competitive spirit with these words and then use his powerful physique to seriously injure Chen Fan with 1 punch. Chen Fan knew exactly what the other party was up to. He said calmly, "You actually thought of having an ordinary person fight you? Well, I'll grant your wish today. Come on." Chen Fan shouted, adjusted his body into a half-horse stance, gathered his strength, and threw a punch. At the same time, Yin Tianba also concentrated all his strength into 1 punch. The 2 fists collided violently, producing a loud thud. Chen Fan's figure swayed slightly, while Yin Tianba staggered back 3 steps. Then his face turned pale, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Yin Tianba was knocked back by 1 punch. Is he really an ordinary person? That's terrifying. It's unbelievable. That's Yin Tianba, a top student from Qingchang No. 1 High School, a strong contender for first place in this year's Qingchang City Martial Arts examination, who was defeated by an ordinary person with a single punch. The onlookers gasped in surprise. Their eyes filled with doubt, but even more admiration as they looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan shook his slightly numb arm, looked at Yin Tianba, who was already kneeling on the ground, and said indifferently, "Is this what you're so proud of? Your invincible body is nothing special. Yun Tianba felt that his arm had lost all feeling, and his internal organs were even bleeding slightly. He couldn't believe it and couldn't imagine why his physique was inferior to Chen Fan's. I don't believe it, Yun Tianba roared, suddenly leaping up and charging towards Chen Fan. So what if you're strong? I'm a superhuman. How can your speed compare to mine? Wang Tianba wanted to use his advantages to take down Chen Fan. This time, he dared not be careless and went all out. His figure was as fast as lightning, and his speed was extremely fast. However, Chen Fan easily parried all of Chen Fan's rapid attacks, without even moving his feet an inch. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. No one would believe that such a speed of attack could come from an ordinary person. Who just said he wasn't a superhuman? Step forward, and I'll beat him to death. The ruthless guy who had sworn he'd eat shit live if Chen Fan took 3 punches looked at the surrounding crowd, glaring angrily. But Chen Fan has always been a sparring partner for newly awakened superhumans. I've never seen him this fierce before, said the buzz-cut youth in the crowd, puzzled. He's a true hermit in plain sight, playing along with you weaklings. What do you know? The ruthless man glared fiercely at the crew-cut youth, then deliberately, loudly shouted. Who was saying my brother wasn't strong? Who said they were waiting to see him make a fool of himself? If you got the guts, step forward. I'll beat you up. The onlookers couldn't help but cast disdainful glances. You were the one shouting the loudest just now, but now that you're afraid Chen Fan will come after you, you're even calling him Big Brother. You got some nerve. On the stage, Yun Tianba, unable to defeat Chen Fan, became enraged and roared repeatedly. What are you yelling about? Chen Fan frowned, and his attack speed increased dramatically. He has now roughly assessed the other party's physical strength, which should be around 38 or 39 points, slightly less than his own. All right, I've had enough fun with you. After fainting, Chen Fan kicked the other man in the head. Yun Tianba was struck as if by lightning. He felt his ears ringing, and he experienced a brief period of deafness. He struggled a few times, trying to stand up, but a wave of dizziness washed over him, and after swaying a few times, he completely lost consciousness. Yun Tianba was knocked unconscious by a kick. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes revealed fear as they looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan ignored everyone's gazes and looked at the stunned, second young master of the Yun family, saying, when your brother wakes up, remember to tell him that if he tries to show off in front of me again, it won't be as simple as just beating him up. Yin Jinhua was so frightened that he swallowed hard. He shrank back 2 steps, not daring to meet Chen Fan's gaze. Boring, let's go. Chen Fan stepped off the stage, and everyone made way for him, with no one daring to block his path. Chapter 12, Another Lottery Draw. Today's scenery is especially beautiful. After leaving the martial arts school, Chen Fan couldn't wait to check the system panel. This mission is rank F, while the last one was only rank F, so the items we get should be better. Chen Fan hurriedly shouted to the system, System, start the lottery. System lottery activated. With an electronic voice, a huge green spinning wheel reappeared in front of Chen Fan. However, Chen Fan discovered that the items on the turntable were no different from those last time. So it seems that the rewards for F-level missions and F-level missions are the same, which means that doing F-level missions is more worthwhile. Chen Fan frowned. The roulette wheel in front of me began to spin, the green pointer sweeping across narrow fan-shaped areas before finally stopping on a black card. Chen Fan looked closely and saw that it was another physique-boosting card. Great, great. Chen Fan was very satisfied with the prize. However, before he could retrieve the item, the roulette wheel started spinning again, slowly coming to a stop after about 10 seconds. Chen Fan looked over and saw that this time he had drawn a small J bottle. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 physique enhancement card and 1 bottle of skin regeneration lotion. Chen Fan had already figured out that the reward for the F-level mission was a 2 draw from the green prize pool, but he was not entirely satisfied with this skin regenerating lotion. System, what's the use of this? During bathing, add a few drops to the water to remove dead skin cells and deep-seated dirt. leaving your skin with a baby-like glow. The system notification sounded in his mind. Chun Fan's eyes widened. He had thought it was a miraculous medicine for treating external injuries, but it turned out to be a high-end cosmetic. System, I suspect you're messing with me. What use is this thing to me? Are you trying to make me a sissy? Chun Fan was very dissatisfied with the prize, but that didn't mean it was useless. He planned to give it to Wang Yanran so that she would have truly smooth, fair skin, and then it would feel, more comfortable to touch and look at. Hee, a peerless beauty personally trained by me should be quite exciting. After putting the jade bottle into his pocket, Chun Fan immediately clicked to use the physique points card. After a wave of warmth, Chun Fan's physique increased by 3 points, reaching 45. This rocket-like boost is just too awesome. Chun Fan swung his fist in mid-air, feeling his strength increase significantly. A dozen minutes later, Chun Fan returned home and found that Tong Tong had not yet come back, which made him worried. He quickly dialed Wang Yanran's number and jokingly asked, "Sister Yanran, you didn't kidnap my Tong Tong, did you?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" came the coquettish rebuke from the other side. "Tong Tong is at my house. I'll take her home after dinner." "What delicious food are you making?" "Sister Yanran, I'm too lazy to cook, so I'll just come over to your place for a bite," Chun Fan said lazily, leaning back on the sofa. "Then come over," Wang Yanran said, and hurriedly hung up the phone. "Ah, a cold woman," Chun Fan snorted, put on his shoes at the door, and walked towards Wang Yanran's house. Chun Fan's family lives in Building 2 of the Sunshine Garden Residential Complex, while Wang Yanran's family lives in Building 5. So 5 minutes later, he appeared at Wang Yanran's house. At this moment, Wang Yanran was wearing a silk nightgown, which was somewhat sexy, and she also had an apron hanging on her chest, making her a perfect, beautiful cook. "Huh, Sister Yanran, you're cooking yourself? Where's your housekeeper?" Chun Fan asked, standing at the kitchen doorway, admiring Wang Yanran's beautiful curves. Aunt Zhou went back to her hometown these past 2 days. Wang Yanran was clearly not good at cooking and was a bit flustered. In fact, she comes from a very good family. Her parents went to sea to do business in their early years, leaving her in this city. She was raised by her maternal grandmother from a young age. Even after the old lady passed away a few years ago, she still chose to stay in this city. After all, it held the most beautiful memories of her life. A few minutes later, Chun Fan couldn't bear to look at Wang Yanran's clumsy knife skills any longer. He was afraid that she might accidentally cut herself. "Woman, let me handle this." Chun Fan decisively snatched the kitchen knife. Chun Fan's cooking skills are not superb, but he has developed quite good skills over the years of taking care of Tong Tong. Half an hour later, he served braised beef with potatoes, cola chicken wings, stir-fried sea cucumber with scallions, and stir-fried broccoli on the table. Wang Yanran and Tong Tong were starving after running around all day. Their mouths were watering so much that they forgot to talk. Wang Yanran's silk nightgown had a loose neckline, and Chun Fan happened to be sitting opposite her. So whenever Wang Yanran picked up some food, Chun Fan could vaguely see the beauty inside. Round and full like white jade. The scenery is absolutely beautiful. Our kids probably won't have to worry about going hungry in the future. Chun Fan couldn't help but sigh. "Why are you just watching me eat? Why don't you eat too?" Wang Yanran noticed Chun Fan's strange behavior, tapped his rice bowl with her chopsticks, and said angrily, "Haha, I'll eat." Chun Fan quickly looked away, picked up a piece of beef, and praised, "This beef is so white." Wang Yanran, "Oops, slip of the tongue. I meant to say this beef is really big." Chun Fan quickly corrected himself. "Listen to yourself. Is what you're saying even human?" Wang Yanran scolded, feigning sternness. "Is this a sentence a high school senior could come up with? Can beef be described as white and big? Can't we?" Tong Tong asked earnestly from the side. "Of course not." Wang Yanran turned her head, rubbed Tong Tong's little head, and explained seriously, "Beef can only be described as delicious. Tong Tong, do you understand?" "Okay, Sister Ann." Tong Tong nodded seriously. Chun Fan, however, questioned, "Sister Yanran, you're mistaken. You can only know if the beef is fragrant by tasting it. But you can tell if it's white or big just by looking at it. What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Yinran rolled her eyes at him and was actually a little glad that Chun Fan did not register for the liberal arts college entrance examination. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing to get the last place in the city. Chun Fan quickly changed the subject, asking, Sister Yanran, Tong Tong wasn't naughty today, was she? Tong Tong is much more obedient than you. Wang Yinran glared at him, somewhat reproachfully. But from Chun Fan's perspective, she was incredibly alluring after all. The most seductive thing is the veiled and alluring. After dinner, Chun Fan took out the small jade bottle from his pocket and placed it in front of Wang Yinran. Sister Yinran, thank you for taking care of Tong Tong today. This little gift is for you. What is this? Wang Yinran asked curiously as she picked it up. The jade bottle felt cool to the touch, and it was definitely carved from the finest jade in the world. You gave me something so valuable. Wang Yinran couldn't help but be surprised. The bottle isn't valuable. What's valuable is what's inside. Chun Fan chuckled. Inside. Upon hearing this, Wang Yinran opened the bottle and looked inside. Inside was a semi-transparent emulsion, with wisps of cold air emanating from it, giving it an exceptionally noble appearance. Xiao Fan, what is this? Wang Yinran asked curiously. This is a treasure. It can remove dead skin cells and deeply cleanse the skin, guaranteeing your skin will be smoother than a baby's. Chun Fan explained. Really? Even cosmetics worth tens of thousands of yuan wouldn't dare say that. Wang Yinran was somewhat skeptical. Of course it's true. Chun Fan patted his chest and assured him, you can take a little bit, dissolve it in water, wash your hands and try it. Okay, I'll trust you for now. I'll try it again later. Sure enough, loving beauty is an innate trait ingrained in every girl. Although she remained skeptical, she still wanted to give it a try. By the way, Xiao Fan, where did you get this? Wang Yinran asked curiously. Chun Fan gave a wicked smile and replied calmly. It's a secret. Chapter 1336 Strategies for Picking Up Girls, Part 2. Maintaining a cool and aloof demeanor. Chun Fan left the skin-nourishing lotion with Wang Yin and then left with Tong Tong. Wang Yinran was eager to try it out. She put a small drop of lotion into the basin, placed her left hand in it, and waited quietly. Soon the water in the basin turned from clear to murky, and her jade-like hand became even whiter and more tender. This thing Xiao Fan gave me actually works? Wang Yinran compared her two hands together, and the effect was even more obvious. So she eagerly filled the bathtub with water, poured all the lotion into it, and then took off her clothes one by one, revealing her perfect body and laying naked in the bathtub. Of course, Chun Fan couldn't see this steamy scene. At this moment, he was already sitting in front of the computer, browsing the latest news on college entrance examination registration. The Shannon Provincial Education Department has issued the latest update on the college entrance examination, which will be held simultaneously next Saturday for both written and martial arts exams. Meanwhile, the Education Bureau also announced the number of applicants for this year's college entrance examination. Of the 500,000 candidates in Shannon Province, 410,000 were liberal arts candidates, while only 90,000 were martial arts candidates. Chun Fan carefully read the notices regarding the martial arts exam. The notices stated that martial arts candidates were only allowed to bring F-level weapons into the exam room. Furthermore, before entering the examination room, examiners will conduct a professional inspection of the weapons carried by the superpowered individuals. Any act of carrying weapons exceeding the F level will be directly judged as cheating. The candidate will then be permanently disqualified from taking the martial arts exam. These F-level weapons are worth over 200,000, which is unaffordable for Chun Fan. Therefore, he plans to temporarily rent one from the War Wolf Martial Arts School. Chun Fan then checked other details about the martial arts exam. The exam was divided into two parts, a written test and a martial arts test. The written test covered the location and distribution of various extra-dimensional spaces, as well as basic knowledge about mythical beasts, such as the level of the three-eyed red-tailed tiger and its weaknesses. There is no score for the written test, only pass or fail. The full score is 100 points, and 60 points is the passing score. Only those who pass can participate in the next round of martial arts testing. Since Chun Fan had not learned these things in the martial arts class, he could only use the few days he had left to frantically catch up on the relevant knowledge. Fortunately, the written test is extremely simple. There is a book of more than 600 pages available online. If you read it carefully once, passing the written test should not be a problem. After downloading the electronic version to his computer, Chun Fan began to read it carefully. Now that his mental strength has reached 30, far exceeding that of ordinary people, he can read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything he reads. Therefore, Chun Fan can finish reading this book in a few days without any problem. While Chun Fan was studying the book diligently, Yang Chu-Chu had been staring at her phone for quite some time in a villa in Yuhua Mansion, a high-end residential area in Qingqing City. A whole day has passed since last night, and she still hasn't received a message that her friend request has been accepted. For the first time, she began to seriously doubt her own looks. So she was a little down all day. Maybe he was busy with something else and didn't check his phone? Yang Chu-Chu comforted herself. 10 minutes later, she finally couldn't hold back and sent another friend request. While she waited anxiously, Chun Fan on the other end of the line heard a ding-dong sound, glanced at his phone, and then decisively chose to ignore it. Junior, you're still too young. You're already losing your composure. Little do you know you've already put yourself at a disadvantage. Chun Fan smiled wickedly and put his phone down again. He quickly memorized this key point. This is the second of the 36 strategies for picking up girls: emotional manipulation, playing hard to get, and maintaining a cool and aloof demeanor. After waiting for more than 10 minutes while leaning against the bed, Yang Chu-Chu's innocent face was filled with sadness. My senior was so concerned about my health back then. I thought he would like me, but I was just being delusional. It's probably hard to win over a brave and confident guy like him. Yang Chu-Chu stared blankly at her phone, feeling incredibly disappointed. Like Yang Chu-Chu, Yun Tianba was also stunned. After regaining his senses, Yun Tianba stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Was such a powerful physique really just that of an ordinary person? Was he really defeated by an ordinary person? What a disgrace he could never erase for the rest of his life. Yin Jinhua stood to the side, handed a piece of information about Chun Fan to her brother, and said cautiously, "But he really is just an ordinary person." "No, absolutely impossible," Yin Tianba roared. He was the top-ranked martial arts student at Qingqing No. 1 Middle School, and he couldn't believe he had been easily defeated by someone of his own age, let alone an ordinary person. Investigate. Investigate for me. I want all his records from birth to now. I absolutely refuse to believe he's an ordinary person. Yun Tianba glared at his younger brother, his eyes blazing with fury. Yes. I'll go find someone to investigate right now." Yun Jinhua was extremely afraid of this older brother and quickly retreated from the room. At 10 p.m., Chun Fan had read more than 100 pages of the book when he felt as if his head was about to explode, so he decisively shut down the computer. Tong Tong was already asleep. After carefully washing up, he went into the bedroom and lay down on the bed. After scrolling through a few short videos on his phone, Chun Fan switched to WeChat. He first opened the grades group chat, where the chat was full of mockery of him. Some even suggested that he perform a streaking act as a graduation ceremony program. What's even more infuriating is that Li Wenbin, who made the bet with him, actually responded, "Dear classmates, I will do my best to live up to your expectations. I will teach this arrogant Chun Fan a profound lesson. At the graduation ceremony, I will show you the performances you want to see. Thank you for your support." Upon seeing this, Chun Fan was so angry he laughed. "Oh my God, this kid's getting cocky. He's not going to let everyone down? Fine, young man, you have no sportsmanship, huh? You run around naked, huh? I'll definitely make your wish come true." He then memorized the names of the most active members of the group chat before leaving the chat. Immediately afterwards, Chun Fan opened a friend request list and saw that Yang Chu-Chu's friend request had been submitted 2 hours ago. Only then did he reluctantly click to accept. Meanwhile, Yang Chu-Chu was confiding her grievances to her best friend, Wang Wenli. Lily, it seems like my senior doesn't like me. I've already sent him 2 friend requests, but he hasn't accepted them. Wang Wenli smiled and comforted him. Chu-Chu, don't overthink it. He probably just didn't see it. But in reality, Wang Wenli was thinking that it was no wonder Chun Fan would accept her friend request. Last night, she told Yun Jinhua, the second young master of the Yun family who had always liked Yang Chu-Chu, about Chun Fan. In her opinion, given the second young master's temperament, he must have already warned Chun Fan, and it's even possible that Chun Fan is now lying on a stretcher. However, the next moment, Yang Chu-Chu's phone suddenly vibrated. Yang Chu-Chu unconsciously clicked to view the message and was surprised to find that Chun Fan had accepted her friend request. Lily, the senior, passed. The girl's disappointment immediately turned into excitement, and she hurriedly shared her joy with Wang Wenli on the other end of the video. What? Impossible. Wang Wenli's reaction was naturally disbelief. She couldn't believe that the second young master of the Yun family couldn't deal with an ordinary person. Huh? What? Lily, he really passed. Yang Chu-Chu was very dissatisfied with Wang Wenli's reaction. It seemed that Wang Wenli really didn't want Chun Fan to pass. Okay, it's good that he passed. Wang Wenli stammered in response, not voicing her doubts. She's a smart girl. In fact, her family background is much different from Yang Chu-Chu's. The reason why she was able to become Yang Chu-Chu's best friend is naturally because she used some tricks and schemes. At this moment, she had a million questions in her mind. Was Chun Fan so fearless, or was there something wrong with the second young master? Chapter 14, Yang Xiaohua is completely under his control. After hurriedly hanging up the video call, Wang Wenli quickly called the second young master of the Yun family. It took a long time before the other end of the line answered the phone. Hello, who are you? Yun Jinhua's tone was filled with endless coldness and extreme impatience. Wang Wenli felt uneasy. She had dealt with this second young master quite a bit and secretly passed on a lot of information about Yang Chu-Chu, but she never expected that he wouldn't even have her phone number saved. Although Wang Wenli was somewhat unwilling, she still forced a smile and said it in order to climb the social ladder. Brother Jinhua, it's me, Wenli. Speak, came a cold reply from the other end. Wang Wenli pursed her lips and whispered tentatively, Brother Jinhua, didn't you warn Chun Fan today? He actually accepted Chu-Chu's friend request tonight. On the other end of the phone, Yun Jinhua shuddered when she heard Chun Fan's name, and the pain in her arm inexplicably intensified. Understand. Yun Jinhua pretended to be calm and hung up the phone directly. Before he could fully understand Chun Fan's background, he dared not confront Chun Fan again, and thus could only endure it. Wang Wenli was dumbfounded. All he said was, I understand. Couldn't he at least say something tough? Is this still the second young master Yun I know? Meanwhile, Yang Chu-Chu, unable to contain her excitement, immediately sent a message to Chun Fan. Hello, senior. Then she quickly added a cute emoji. However, it took her a full 10 minutes to receive a reply from Chun Fan. There was only one word. Yang Chu-Chu froze on the spot. That's it? No follow-up? Is he just a typical straight guy? Or does he really not like me? Yang Chu-Chu opened Chun Fan's WeChat moments with some frustration. A new post that was just updated tonight. Yang Chu-Chu quickly clicked on it. The content of the WeChat moments post was very simple, consisting of only one photo and a caption. The picture shows an elegant dining table with 4 dishes on it, nothing more. The accompanying text read, Is beef really that delicious? I want to know. Yang Chu-Chu frowned it. If she wasn't mistaken, wasn't there a plate of beef among the 4 dishes? Wouldn't she know if she just took a bite? But she soon discovered the secret in the picture. An arm seemed to appear in the upper left corner. There are other people. As expected, women's observation skills are terrifying. Yang Chu-Chu quickly zoomed in to take a closer look. Yes, there was an arm, and it was a woman's arm. The palm was fair and delicate, definitely the hand of a young woman. Moreover, those slender, jade-like hands, with fingers as white as scallions, even made a girl like her a little tempted, and the thought of wanting to touch them a couple of times arose in her mind. Doesn't the senior only have an 8-year-old sister? How come there are other women around? Yang Chu-Chu suddenly seemed to understand why Chun Fan was ignoring her. He was keeping a mistress, and his heart had been stolen by another man. Tears suddenly welled up in Yang Chu-Chu's clear eyes. This was the first time in so many years that she had liked a boy, but he didn't like her at all. A few minutes later, she finally calmed down and sent Chun Fan another message. "Thank you for saving me yesterday, senior." Yang Chu-Chu had thought it through. Since Chun Fan didn't like her, she would thank him, and then they would each go their separate ways. Her first love was over. However, when Chun Fan, who was lying in bed, saw the message sent by Yang Chu-Chu, he was stunned. Something was wrong. There was no emoji in the message. This was not the way a young girl who was just beginning to experience love should chat. "Oh no, I think I pulled it too hard." He quickly typed back, "No need to thank me, Junior. It's getting late. Take care and get some rest. Staying up late is bad for your health. Good night." Yang Chu-Chu's heart, which had originally intended to extinguish this relationship, suddenly underwent a complete 180-degree change. Upon seeing the news, she felt a lump in her throat, and tears welled up in her large eyes again. "My senior takes care of me." She tried to calm herself down and quickly replied, "Thank you, senior, good night." However, Chun Fan didn't reply to this. The emotional tension was already high enough, saying another word would put him at a disadvantage. At 10:30, Chun Fan turned off his phone and went to sleep on time, ending a tiring day. The next day, after having breakfast, Chun Fan went to the War Wolf Martial Arts School to continue practicing the Gale Blade technique. Because of yesterday's experience, everyone in the martial arts school became respectful when they saw him. Even the manager, Lu Tao, greeted him politely. "Xiao Fan, do you feel like stretching today? A customer has offered 20,000 yuan to have you instruct him in martial arts for a day." "I'm sorry, Uncle Lu. The college entrance exam is coming up soon, and I have to practice my swordsmanship today," Chun Fan replied politely. The price of 20,000 yuan a day is indeed very tempting, but getting a better score in the college entrance examination is obviously more important. Uncle Lu nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go and refuse for you. The weapons training room you used yesterday is still reserved for you. You can go directly there." Watching Lu Tao's departing figure, Chun Fan couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, when you demonstrate sufficient strength, everyone will treat you with respect. In the morning, Chun Fan stayed in the weapons training room without stepping out of the room. No one came to cause trouble, and he was happy to concentrate on practicing his swordsmanship. Around noon, Chun Fan finished his training and returned home, only to be greeted by Wang Yinran, who opened the door for him. Chun Fan was stunned when he saw Wang Yinran's face. Was the skin regenerating lotion from yesterday really that effective? Wang Yinran looked as if she had been given a beauty filter. Her skin became incredibly fair and delicate, truly like solidified cream. Chun Fan felt an irresistible urge to touch it. "I haven't seen enough yet," Wang Yinran said coquettishly, grabbing his ear precisely and dragging the dazed Chun Fan into the house. Chun Fan realized what was happening and gave Wang Yinran a thumbs up. "Sister Yinran, I would call you the #1 beauty of Great Xia. You're so cheeky." Wang Yinran was clearly a little shy, a fleeting blush appearing on her face. Of course, Wang Yinran was also extremely happy. After all, which girl doesn't love beauty? Although her looks were already top-notch before, she can now be described as stunning. Chun Fan chuckled and said to Wang Yinran, "Sister Yinran, here's a poem for you. You can even write poetry." Wang Yinran looked at him with deep skepticism. After all, someone who could describe beef as white and big was a fool to believe that he could write poetry. Chun Fan deliberately cleared his throat and said, "Listen carefully. In the north there is a beautiful woman, peerless and independent. One glance could topple a city, a second glance could topple a nation." Chun Fan recited line by line one of the few poems he could remember from his previous life. Upon hearing this poem, Wang Yinran was stunned. As a Chinese language teacher, She had a high level of appreciation for poetry and immediately recognized its extraordinary quality. She racked her brains and realized that this poem had indeed never appeared in the history of Blue Star. She looked at Chun Fan, somewhat shocked, and asked, "Did you really write this poem?" Chun Fan smiled, but remained silent, offering no explanation. Wang Yinran read the poem again, her face slightly flushed. After all, even the most beautiful girl likes to be praised. "I really like this poem. Thank you, Xiao Fan." Hee hee. No need for formalities among family. Chun Fan chuckled. Actually, what he wanted to say was, no need for formalities among family. Wang Yinran was somewhat embarrassed by the praise from her poem, her expression shy and her eyes darting away, which was quite charming. Chun Fan then seized the opportunity to say, "Look, I've already given you a poem. Shouldn't you give me something in return? What do you want?" Wang Yinran asked softly. "I want a hug." Chun Fan chuckled and said shyly, "Get out. Right now," came the beautiful woman's roar. "Okay." Chun Fan quickly went into the kitchen. "If you pass the martial arts exam, I might consider it," Wang Yinran added, gesturing towards the kitchen, realizing her tone had been a bit harsh. Chapter 15, Who let him sign up for the martial arts exam? Zhou Tian's life became uneventful, and Chun Fan spent most of his remaining time practicing swordsmanship and reading books. During the conversation, he chatted briefly with Yang Chu, who expressed her desire to treat him to dinner that evening as a way of thanking him. However, Chun Fan refused. The reason was simple. He needed to intensify his training, as every second counted in the martial arts exam. However, Yang Chu was still unwilling to give up, so she set the dinner time for next Sunday night, which was the night after Chun Fan took the college entrance examination. Yang Chu was very happy about this, because in her opinion, Chun Fan's first meal after the college entrance examination was with her. On Monday morning, Chun Fan asked Wang Yinran for a week's leave, explaining that he wanted to focus on preparing for the martial arts exam. Wang Yinran knew that he had signed up for the martial arts exam, and that going back to class during this period would be a waste of time, so she readily agreed. However, his classmates, seeing that his seat was empty, assumed that he was afraid to face the bet and had chosen to run away. It was also on this day that Du Jiang, the head of the senior year, found Wang Yinran. Du Jiang, slightly overweight and usually a friendly middle-aged man, was unusually serious today, coldly questioning. "Teacher Wang, did you know that Chun Fan from your class has signed up for the martial arts exam?" "I know." Wang Yinran nodded. She had already prepared herself mentally. The school couldn't possibly ignore a liberal arts student applying for martial arts training. However, Du Jiang's face immediately turned angry. "Since you knew about it, why didn't you stop it? If the Provincial Education Bureau hadn't been called, the school wouldn't have known about it." He looked at Wang Yinran with a frosty expression. "I don't care how you make him drop out of the exam." Wang Yinran frowned slightly. "Director Du, registering for the martial arts is every student's right exam. It's their choice, and we should support it. Why should we stop them? Why do you want to stop me?" Du Jiang tried hard to suppress his anger so as not to roar out loud. Martial arts exams can be fatal. An ordinary person like him would definitely die if he participated. Do you know how much damage that would do to the school's reputation if he died in the exam hall? Moreover, rumors are circulating among the students about his bet with Li Wenbin. A liberal arts student impulsively signed up for the martial arts exam and died in the exam hall. The online public opinion alone will crush us. Once this gets out, the Education Bureau will determine that the school has mismanaged and failed in its teaching, and then everyone from the principal to you and me will be held accountable. No way. Wang Yinran gently shook her head. "I know Chun Fan. He wouldn't risk his life out of spite. He's confident in his abilities." "Confidence?" Du Jiang said coldly. "Do you know that in the past 100 years, a total of 728 liberal arts students have participated in the martial arts exam? Of them, 719 died in the exam hall, and 8 were lucky enough to hide and survive until the end of the exam. Only one person actually passed, a mortality rate of nearly 99%. And you're telling me you're confident?" Although Wang Yinran was worried, she still supported Chun Fan's decision, saying firmly, "I believe he can do it." You. Du Zhang's face trembled with anger. "Teacher Wang, you're playing with the school's reputation. To tell you the truth, I'm just relaying the principal's instructions. If Chun Fan dies during the martial arts exam, the school will pin the blame entirely on you. You'll be expelled, and it will be recorded in your file. No school will dare to hire you again. Director Du, you don't need to say anything more. As long as he's willing, I will definitely support him," Wang Yinran said firmly. "Foolish." Du Jiang slammed his hand on the table, glared at Wang Yinran, and stormed out. Wang Yinran sighed softly. She knew the martial arts exam was dangerous and was worried about Chun Fan, but for some reason, she had a strange confidence in him. Meanwhile, Chun Fan's participation in the martial arts exam caused a huge uproar at Qingqing No. 3 Middle School. The students in Class 6 of the senior year humanities stream were all laughing hysterically. They mocked Chun Fan for being so desperate to win that he was willing to risk his life. Of course, in their opinion, given Chun Fan's academic performance, he probably wouldn't even pass the written test for the martial arts exam. Meanwhile, the students in the school's martial arts class mocked and ridiculed him, saying, "What are you, a liberal arts student, doing here?" Or what they might be saying is that you're not worthy of participating in the martial arts exam. In their eyes, liberal arts students are already looked down upon. The first and second year high school students mostly just watched with a detached, amused attitude, since the streaking incident had already become a hot topic. Of course, some people were worried about Chun Fan, such as Yang Chu Chu. When she heard that Chun Fan had signed up for the martial arts exam, she was stunned, and it took her a long time to recover. She didn't want anything to happen to Chun Fan. Although she had witnessed Chun Fan's skills, she was still worried about the boy. For the first time, she experienced what it felt like to worry about a boy. Her heart felt like it was being gripped by a hand, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. Even her breathing became heavy. She quickly sent a message to Chun Fan. "Senior, did you really sign up for the martial arts exam?" A few minutes later, she received Chun Fan's reply, "Yes." She wanted to offer some advice, but didn't know how to begin. After a long while, she put down her phone and stared blankly out the window. "I hope you stay safe." That was the only thought in her mind. Her deskmate, Wang Winli, was gloating. Although her own family was not wealthy, she looked down on the poor. In her eyes, Chun Fan was a loser, unworthy of entering the field of vision of a rich heiress like Yang Chu Chu, just as unworthy of appearing in front of her. Meanwhile, the news also reached other high schools in Qingqing City. A tall young man from Qingqing No. 1 High School was taken aback when he heard the news, but then he was relieved. With his abilities, passing the martial arts exam should be easy for him. But then his eyes lit up, and a plan targeting Chun Fan took shape in his mind. Superpowers can be used inside the martial arts exam hall. My strength will be significantly improved. Although I won't be able to kill Chun Fan directly, I can find a way to lure a few powerful beasts to kill him. As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels fast. The news that Qingchang City had its first liberal arts students to apply for martial arts exams in 20 years quickly spread to every household. This became a hot topic of discussion. Everyone wanted to meet this mysterious liberal arts student. Chun Fan didn't care about so many rumors and gossip. The best way to deal with doubts was to respond with practical actions. So for the next few days, he trained hard in the training room, wielding his 1.5-meter-long sword with great skill. Chun Fan had already mastered all the moves of the Gale Blade technique. Now his training was aimed at increasing his sense of harmony with the longsword, so that he could truly control it as if it were his own arm. Chapter 16, the college entrance examination, is here, and nobody cares. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's the last day before the college entrance examination. After finishing his day's training, Chun Fan found the manager, Lu Tao, before leaving. "Uncle Lu, I'd like to rent an F-grade longsword from the martial arts school for 2 days." Lu Tao had already guessed that the liberal arts student who was causing such a stir in Qingchang City was Chun Fan. He didn't ask any more questions, but instead took out a brand new long knife from the storeroom and handed it to Chun Fan. This is a brand new F-grade weapon, worth $250,000. The rental price is 5% of the total price for 1 day. So if you rent it for 2 days, it will cost $25,000. Okay, no problem. Chun Fan nodded readily, then added, Uncle Lou, I also want to buy a combat uniform. For those with superpowers, regular clothes are too easily damaged when fighting alien beasts, so they mostly choose to wear combat suits. These combat suits are made of alien beast hides, which are extremely elastic and tough, and are not easily damaged. According to the requirements of the martial arts exam, the quality of the combat uniform must not exceed grade F, which means that the materials for the combat uniform can be taken from a first-tier alien beast at most. Lu Tao recommended a black combat suit worth 10,000 yuan to Chun Fan. Chun Fan couldn't help but lament that scholars are poor while martial arts are rich. Half of his savings from the past 3 years had been spent in just 1 week, which made him feel heartbroken. When Chun Fan got home, it was already 6 o'clock. Tong Tong had already gone home early to watch cartoons. To Chun Fan's surprise, Wang Yinran was also there. Sister Yinran, tomorrow is the college entrance examination. Aren't you at school arranging exam matters? Chun Fan asked curiously. Everything's arranged. Wang Yinran looked into Chun Fan's eyes and said earnestly, Xiao Fan, you could do it, right? Chun Fan naturally understood what she meant and nodded heavily. Don't worry, Sister Yinran. There's no problem at all. Just wait for my triumphant return. By the way, someone said they'd give me a hug after the martial arts exam. Chun Fan joked, trying to ease her tension. Okay. Wang Yinran nodded seriously, and this time she didn't play around with him. Wang Yinran took another piece of paper out of her bag and handed it to Chun Fan. This is your martial arts exam admission ticket. I've retrieved it for you. Thank you, Sister Yinran. Chun Fan took it and examined it carefully. The martial arts exam will begin promptly at 8 a.m. tomorrow. The exam will be conducted via computer, similar to the driver's license theory test on Earth. The exam will last for half an hour. After half an hour, the system will automatically collect the exam paper and give the score on the spot. Candidates who score above 60 on a written test must assemble at 9 a.m. sharp and proceed to an alternate dimension to begin the martial arts test. The martial arts test uses a point system. Candidates will receive different points for hunting different exotic beasts, and the ranking of the martial arts test is also calculated according to the points. The martial arts test will last for 24 hours, from noon tomorrow until noon the day after tomorrow. After carefully reading it twice and confirming that there were no omissions, Chun Fan carefully put it away. Wang Yinran said earnestly, Xiao Fan, I believe in you. You've always been more determined than your peers since you were little. I believe you can definitely pass the martial arts exam. I'll be cheering you on outside the exam hall. Don't worry, Sister Yinran. Chun Fan patted her shoulder, looking confident. He is confident that he will win first place in the martial arts exam in Qingqing City and shock everyone. Wang Yinran nodded emphatically and said, Then I'll go first. Remember to get some rest early tonight and be well rested. I'll pick you up at 7 o'clock tomorrow to go to school together. After seeing Wang Yinran off, Chun Fan hurriedly went into the kitchen to get busy. Because of all the things in the world, Tong Tong's belly was the biggest concern. After the two had dinner, Chun Fan washed up early and went to bed. Chun Fan picked up his phone. Yang Chu Chu had already sent him more than a dozen messages, all expressing her concern for him. Senior, are the weapons ready? What about combat uniforms? These are very important. They can save your life. Senior, if you haven't prepared one, I'll have Uncle Qian send one over to you now. Chun Fan smiled knowingly upon seeing Yang Chu Chu's message and quickly replied, Thanks, Junior. Everything is ready. In addition, Dong Xiaohu also sent him a message of concern. Chun Fan, are you sure you can manage tomorrow? If you ask me, we should just give up on the exam. I heard the strange beasts are pretty scary. Can you even do it? Who do you think you are? Chun Fan scoffed and replied, Can a man say he can't do it? All right then, good luck, Fan. Dong Xiaohu sent the message and then quickly disappeared. Clearly, he was also very nervous at the moment. Besides, no one cared about him anymore, even though he was a college entrance exam candidate. Actually, Chun Fan did have some relatives. His father had a second uncle, but a few years ago, the uncle had embezzled more than 1 million yuan of his parents' death compensation money and had already fallen out with Chun Fan. On his mother's side, he has an uncle and an aunt, but neither of them lives in Qingchang City and they rarely have contact with him. They only call to greet him during the Spring Festival each year, so they probably don't even know that Chun Fan took the college entrance examination this year. But it's good this way too. Fewer relatives mean fewer troubles in the future. Chun Fan sighed and then went to sleep early. At 5:30 a.m. the next day, Chun Fan woke up and at the same time, a system notification sound appeared in his mind. Host, please note this system task. Become the top scorer in the martial arts examination of Shannon Province. Upon completion, you can participate in an F-level superpower lottery. What? A superpower lottery? Chun Fan sat up abruptly in bed, somewhat incredulous. The reward for this mission was to draw another superpower. Although it's only F rank, it's still a special ability, which means I'll have an extra power. It seems I'll have to go all out for this martial arts exam. Chun Fan was extremely excited. He was determined to get the superpower reward. F-level abilities are considered the most useless abilities and are the lowest level of abilities. A key characteristic of this type of ability is that the user's power level can never be increased. For example, a common superpower is limb regeneration. The name sounds extremely powerful, and those with this ability can indeed regenerate limbs. However, the process of limbs growing back is extremely slow, and these types of superhumans cannot improve their strength at all. They can only ever be early-stage first-tier superhumans. So rather than calling a superpower, it's more accurate to call an ability. That's all. But Chun Fan didn't care about any of that. His SS-level ability was already powerful enough to allow him to improve his strength without any obstacles. So, mastering another ability would be extremely terrifying. The reason why F-level superpowers are not weak is simply because the superpower user is too weak to exert their full potential. However, if Chun Fan were to master the ability to regenerate severed limbs, when his strength reaches a certain level, he might be able to regenerate severed limbs in an instant, and at that time he might be able to achieve immortality. Therefore, Chun Fan was extremely looking forward to the F-level ability lottery. For him, it didn't matter what kind of ability it was, as long as it could play a supporting role. Chapter 17, Chun Fan's appearance causes such a sensation. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Wang Yinran arrived at Chun Fan's house on time. Xiao Fan, make sure you have your ID card and exam admission ticket. Let's go. Okay. Chun Fan nodded, and the two went downstairs. Wang Yinran's car is a Porsche worth around 800,000 yuan. Chun Fan sat in the car. With nowhere to put the giant sword in his hand, he could only hold it in his arms. When the two arrived at the school gate, it was already completely blocked. Among them were parents sending their children to take the college entrance examination, as well as members of the public who came to join the fun. However, the largest group of people present were news media and online broadcasters. Holy crap, what's going on? Does the college entrance exam really attract this much attention? Chun Fan looked out the window at the sea of people, somewhat bewildered. After Wang Yinran rolled down the car window, Chun Fan immediately heard the shouts of these people. One of the young men, a 20-year-old wearing a baseball cap, was holding a mobile phone and interacting enthusiastically with the subtitles. Brothers, didn't you all want to see that civil service exam candidate from Qingcheng City who signed up for the martial arts exam? Today, Lu Zi will take you to find out. Thanks for your support, and thanks to my brother Black Whirlwind for the 666. Chun Fan roughly estimated that there were no fewer than 200 similar live streamers gathered here. Chun Fan was in a panic. All these people had come for him. He scanned the crowd and spotted a familiar figure, the skinny young man who had watched him fight Yin Tianba at the Zhanlong Martial Arts Academy, the one who had boasted about eating shit. At this moment, the bamboo pole youth shouted into his phone, "Brothers, I've guessed the identity of that mysterious person. When he shows up, I'll interview him on the spot. Brothers, let's boost our popularity. It's just signing up for a martial arts course. Is it really that big of a fuss? Chen Fan was speechless. He turned to Wang Yanran and asked, Sister Yanran, can the car drive in? Chen Fan was afraid he would die on the spot. The traffic is so bad, we definitely can't drive in. Let's find a place to park and walk into the school, Wang Yanran said helplessly. After parking the car, Chen Fan slung the giant sword over his shoulder and walked towards the school gate with Wang Yanran. Chen Fan lowered his head, trying his best not to be seen by the group of people. However, Wang Yanran's appearance was so striking that it was hard not to notice her. Immediately, a reporter jogged over and handed over a microphone. Hello, ma'am. We are reporters from Shannon Provincial Television. We would like to ask you a few questions. Is that all right? Wang Yanran and Chen Fan exchanged a quick glance. What should they do? They were from the provincial TV station. Wouldn't it be bad to slack off? When the reporter saw Wang Yanran looking at Chen Fan, he handed the microphone directly to Chen Fan and said, Young man, judging from your outfit, you're here to take the martial arts exam, right? Do you know this Chen Fan? Huh? What kind of question is that? Do I know myself or not? Chen Fan pondered for a moment before replying. I guess you could say I know myself. That's great. The reporter seemed to have finally found a candidate who knew Chen Fan and was extremely excited. He continued to ask, How much do you know about this student? Do you think he has a high probability of passing the martial arts exam? Is there any possibility that he might die in the exam room? Damn it, you're asking me what my chances of passing the martial arts are? Chen Fan was internally screaming with frustration, but he still politely replied, I think you should be able to pass. It seems that the mysterious Chen Fan is not as simple as we thought. He has actually gained the approval of his classmates. The reporter muttered to himself to the camera before looking at Chen Fan again. Thank you very much for accepting my interview. I wish you great success. After finishing his remarks, the reporter signaled the camera to stop recording and went to find the next interviewee. Wang Yanran was trying hard to suppress her laughter. This reporter was something else, not even realizing she was being interviewed. She could easily imagine the explosive effect the show would have after it aired. A dozen meters away, the skinny young man who was chatting with his fans was caught on camera with Chen Fan and Wang Yanran. Immediately, sharp-eyed netizens pointed out, Host, there's an absolutely stunning beauty behind you. This comment immediately caught the attention of everyone in the live stream, and soon the topic of the mysterious liberal arts student was completely shifted to Wang Yanran. I've seen countless women, but only today do I understand what stunningly beautiful truly means. My goodness, she's absolutely gorgeous. This woman should only exist in heaven and is rarely seen in the mortal world. Brothers, I'm in love. 1 minute, just 1 minute. I need all the information about this woman. The comments were varied, but none were undeniably filled with amazement at Wang Yanran's beauty. The young man with the bamboo pole quickly turned around and looked at the couple in the camera lens, then froze on the spot. Isn't this the older brother I just recognized? This must be Chen Fan, the mysterious candidate who signed up for the martial arts exam, right? Brother, you really are the best. With a beautiful woman by your side, everyone else is here to risk their lives for the martial arts exam. But you seem to be here for a vacation? The bamboo pole man looked at him with admiration and hurriedly ran over. Hello, brother, it's me, the skinny man said with a fawning smile. Who are you? I don't know you. Since you're not from the TV station, then sorry, Chen Fan, won't give you any face. The man with the bamboo pole immediately became anxious and hurriedly reminded him. I was there when you fought Yin Tianba a few days ago. Oh, I vaguely remember. Chen Fan nodded, then suddenly said, A brave warrior who dares to eat shit. I remember that. The skinny guy was embarrassed and quickly moved his phone away, not wanting his fans to hear such inappropriate remarks. Seeing that Chen Fan and the other man showed no sign of stopping, he quickly followed. Boss, I want to ask you a question on behalf of the fans. Is that all right? Speak, Chen Fan said calmly. The skinny man quickly asked, Excuse me, is this your girlfriend? Do I look older or does Sister Yinren look younger? Chen Fan was speechless, but he liked the question. He looked at the skinny man and smiled mysteriously. Guess. Upon hearing this, countless male viewers in the Bamboo Pole Man's live stream were filled with regret. Is there even a need to guess? The girl hasn't denied it. They're definitely a couple. How dare he? Such a stunning beauty got taken by this guy. I am furious. Where's my knife? I'm going to crawl through the internet and chop this lecherous bastard to pieces. The live stream was filled with waiting. The man with the bamboo pole watched Chun Fan walk away, his admiration growing even stronger. He said to his fans in the live stream, "This is our mysterious liberal arts student from Qingqing City. What do you guys think? Fan." Many fans fell silent indeed. Those who register for the martial arts exam as liberal arts students are not simple. Chapter 18, the written test begins, and someone is provoking others. After Chun Fan and his companion entered the school gate, the area became much quieter and a tense atmosphere permeated the entire campus. The appearance of the two still attracted a lot of attention. Who is that senior walking with Teacher Wang? He's so handsome, with such a great image and demeanor. Many first and second-year high school girls cast curious glances at him. However, before these people could even start swooning, someone next to them reminded them, "Don't you know him? He's Chun Fan, the one who bet on running naked." "Oh, it's him. He is indeed good-looking, but why is he so stupid?" The girls who were originally interested in him all shook their heads. Chun Fan ignored the expressions of the others and went straight to the waiting area with Wang Yanran. Many test takers have already gathered here. Wang Yanran led him to a male teacher in his 30s and said, "Teacher Zhang, this is Chun Fan from our class. I'll be troubling you with him in a bit." "No problem, Mr. Wang. You can go ahead and attend to your humanities class." The male teacher, surnamed Zhang, nodded with a smile, then looked at Chun Fan. "Hello, Chun Fan. I am Zhang Lei, the class teacher of Class 4 of the Martial Arts Department. Since you have signed up for the martial arts exam, you will be working with our martial arts department for the next 2 days. You can temporarily join our Class 4 team." "Okay," Chun Fan replied politely. "You go and join the queue behind me." Zhang Lei patted his shoulder and pointed to the queue behind him. Chun Fan understood and came to the back of the 4th class of martial arts. At the very back of the line was a fat man. He turned around, scrutinized Chun Fan, and sneered. "So you're the one who wants to try out our martial arts exam? You really don't know your own limitations. You think you're qualified to participate in the martial arts exam? None of your business." Chun Fan said coldly, arms crossed, each word distinct. Chun Fan really wanted to slap this arrogant idiot right then and there. However, the fat man in front of him flew into a rage upon hearing his words. "You think you're so tough, huh? Do you know who I am? I know trash. The kind of self-righteous trash." Chun Fan replied indifferently. "You want to die, don't you?" the fat man said angrily, trying to grab Chun Fan by the collar. However, Chun Fan was not about to let him succeed. He reached out and precisely grabbed the fat man's outstretched wrist. The fat man was stunned. He didn't expect Chun Fan to react so quickly, and his arm was like it was being clamped by vices, and he couldn't break free. "Let go." The fat man suddenly exerted force, trying to break free, but Chun Fan suddenly let go. He had exerted too much force and fell backward to the ground. This scene immediately attracted the attention of those around them. "Fatty Bear, what are you doing? You got pushed over by an ordinary person. Are you planning to put on a show to ease the tension?" The people around burst into laughter. "It has nothing to do with me. He fell down by himself." Chun Fan shrugged, quickly disclaiming any involvement. Enraged, Fatty Xiong stood up and was about to attack Chun Fan. "Xiong Shan, are you crazy? Fighting outside the exam hall will disqualify you from the exam." Class teacher Zhang Lei rushed over and stopped the furious fat man. "You just wait. You better pass the written test." Although Xiong Shan was seeing things with hatred, he didn't dare to make a move on the spot and could only turn around and curse. Class teacher Zhang Lei patted Chun Fan on the shoulder, gave him a warning look, and then returned to the front of the line. Chun Fan curled his lip, and seeing that Zhang Lei had already walked far away, he leaned close to the fat man's ear and whispered, "Coward." Xiong Shan was furious, almost to the point of fuming. In his view, Chun Fan was trying to drag him down with him since he didn't intend to take the martial arts exam, and they would both be disqualified. He was burning with anger, but he was powerless against Chun Fan. Big Black Bear, do you know how bears usually die? Bears die from stupidity. Do you know the difference between you and a bear? The difference is the bear dies from being stupid, while you die from being a coward. Ha ha. Chun Fan persisted, relentlessly tormenting him with various words. The fat man's chest heaved violently with anger. He really wanted to turn around and punch Chun Fan, but he didn't dare. He really didn't dare. Of course, wasn't that Chun Fan was being sarcastic. It was just that the system had given him a mission to thoroughly humiliate this fat guy. After all, the other guy had provoked him right from the start. He could take it, but the system couldn't stand even the slightest bit of humiliation. Everyone around was stunned. Damn, this liberal arts student is incredibly eloquent. Those who had originally intended to mock Chun Fan were now relieved that they hadn't provoked this foul-mouthed jerk. 10 minutes later, the system notified him that the task was completed, and Chun Fan then let go of the fat man in front of him. System lottery. Chun Fan was very satisfied and quickly started the lottery. This time, he won a purple card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a mental strength point card. What a wonderful thing. Chun Fan's mental strength was no longer keeping up with his physical strength, and this kind of reward was exactly what he needed. Use the point card. Chun Fan decisively clicked to use it, and his mind instantly became clear. His mental strength increased from 30 to 33. Chun Fan felt that his memory had increased again, and even his understanding of the Gale Blade technique had become more profound. I've taken another step closer to becoming the top provincial scorer. Chun Fan was very satisfied. A few minutes later, a sharp whistle blew, followed by a loud voice. Attention all homeroom teachers, check attendance, and line up to enter the examination room. The previously noisy crowd instantly quieted down, and the homeroom teachers began calling roll according to the lists. A few minutes later, the loud voice rang out again. Teachers, please report on the roll call situation. All 48 students of Class 1, Martial Arts Department, are present. All 51 students of Class 2 of the Martial Arts Department are present. All 52 members of Class 12 of the Martial Arts Department are present. 12 voices rang out in succession. Not a single one of the 621 martial arts candidates from Qingxing No. 3 Middle School was absent. All candidates line up and enter the written examination room. With a whoosh, the group of over 600 people sprang into action and headed towards their respective examination rooms. The written exam for martial arts was conducted in a computer lab, with seats spread out and each seat separated from the others. Each computer had its own webcam installed above it to prevent any cheating. After Chun Fan sat down, he entered his admission ticket number and name into the monitor. The camera in front of him performed facial recognition, and a few seconds later, he successfully entered the written test system. Chun Fan was not nervous. He had already memorized the knowledge from that book, and passing the written test would be a piece of cake. At 8 o'clock sharp, a test paper appeared on the monitor in front of Chun Fan, and Chun Fan quickly began to answer it. Meanwhile, Principal Zhang Zongwen and the head of the senior year were anxiously awaiting the results of the written exam. The reason was simple. The two hoped that Chun Fan would fail the written test. They are now facing enormous public pressure. Just now, a reporter from Shannon Provincial Television conducted a more than 10-minute interview with the two of them. The questions asked were extremely sharp and tricky. Therefore, it would be a happy ending if Chun Fan failed the written test. However, if he passed the written test smoothly but died in the examination room during the martial arts test, it would become a major teaching accident at Qingxing No. 3 Middle School. At that time, news about school's poor teaching and management leading to liberal arts students dying in the examination hall because they bet on signing up for martial arts exams will flood the media. Therefore, what the two of them most hoped for was that Chun Fan would fail the written test. However, they were destined to be disappointed. At 8:30, the system immediately gave Chun Fan's written test score 100 points. It really is a perfect score. Chen Fan was very satisfied. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, a monitor on the desk displayed the written test scores of all martial arts students in the school. Du Jiang, the grade head, quickly reminded him, "Principal, the results are out. Quick, quick, check Chen Fan's results." Zhang Zhongwen urged anxiously. When the two opened the transcript, they were stunned. In a list of more than 600 lines, Chen Fan's name was at the top, the only candidate in the entire school to get a perfect score on the written test. The two were struck dumb, collapsing into their seats. It was over, completely over. Their professional careers were likely over. "Principal, what should we do?" Du Jiang, the grade director, asked in a deep voice. Zhang Zhongwen composed himself and said, "Quickly call Zhang Lei from Class 4 and tell him to persuade Chen Fan to give up this martial arts exam no matter what." The entire school's first and second-year students were equally shocked. At that moment, a huge monitor on campus simultaneously updated the written test results, and Chen Fan's name was prominently displayed at the top. Holy crap! Over 600 people took the written exam, and a liberal arts student took first place. This is utterly humiliating to all the martial arts students in the school. Yes, in the past, everyone just studied casually. As long as they could get over 60, that was fine. Who would have thought that someone would take it seriously this year and get 100? Those martial arts students have really embarrassed themselves. The news that a liberal arts student had won first place in the written exam spread throughout the entire campus in an instant. Wang Yanran smiled as she looked at Chen Fan's name. "Xiao Fan, it's clear that your decision to sign up for the martial arts exam wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing. You must do your best in the martial arts test." Yang Chuchu excitedly shook her desk mate Wang Wenli's arm. "Lily, I told you, since Senior dared to sign up, he must have the ability. I believe he will definitely pass the martial arts test." However, Wang Wenli said with some disdain, "Chuchu, an ordinary person would surely die if they participated in the martial arts exam. What's the point of getting a perfect score on the written test? Lily, how could you do this? Can't you just hope that your senior will survive? He's different from others. I believe in him." Yang Chuchu's pure face flushed red with anger. Of course, the news was quickly learned by netizens who were following the incident, who exclaimed in amazement. Chapter 19. Outside Yuliang Pass, 3 cities converge. At this moment, all the candidates who passed the written test had gathered in a square in front of the teaching building. There were at least 20 buses parked in front of the square. These were all special vehicles used to transport examinees to the other dimensional space. A few minutes later, the teams from each class finished counting, and the candidates boarded the bus one after another. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Lei, called out to Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, wait a moment." "What's wrong, Teacher Zhang?" Chen Fan asked, puzzled. Zhang Lei did not hide the school's intentions and stated directly, "Chen Fan, I might as well tell you, the school does not want you to participate in this martial arts test. If you die in the examination room, it will have a huge impact on the school's reputation." So, what Teacher Zhang meant by stopping me was... Chen Fan frowned slightly. Zhang Lei said, "You don't need to think too much about it. I'm just doing my job to tell you the seriousness of the martial arts exam. As for whether you participate or not, I don't care. You may not know this, but the aura emanating from these strange beasts can be terrifying. Ordinary people have too low a mental strength, they don't even have the courage to resist. Are you sure you want to participate?" "Of course," Chen Fan said calmly. "In that case, let's get on the bus." Zhang Lei said no more. As the head teacher of the martial arts class, his strength was already at the 2nd level, so he didn't need to care too much about the pressure from the school. After Chen Fan found a seat, the students around him gave him strange looks. This kid's really going to participate? Isn't he afraid of dying? Who knows? Getting a perfect score on the written test means it wasn't just a whim. But this kid is already dead. I feel a little creeped out riding in the same car as him. The other test takers on the same train whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with pity or mockery as they looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan ignored these and instead closed his eyes to examine the system panel. Host, Chen Fan. Special ability, Thunder Devouring Holy Body SS. Level, Mid-Tier 1. Physical fitness, 45. Mental strength, 33. Skills, thunderous strike of the nine heavens, lightning flash, thunderpalm. Evaluation, a weak and helpless little chick. Current task, achieve a perfect score on the written test, task level F, completed, eligible to participate in the prize draw. Task difficulty F. I can participate in another double draw. Chen Fan was a little excited. Just after he entered the written exam room, the system assigned him a task related to the written exam, which is why Chen Fan answered the question seriously. Start the lottery. Chen Fan silently commanded. The roulette wheel soon began to spin. The system's electronic beeping sounded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 physique points card and 1 bottle of strengthening lotion. Strengthening lotion, what is this? Chen Fan asked the system, looking at the small jade bottle in front of him. This is an emulsion extracted from the fruit of a grade F plant. Ordinary people can increase their physical strength by 3 points with each dose. This is great stuff. It's useless to me, but I can give it to Sister Yanran or Tong Tong. Chen Fan was very satisfied with the reward. It is said that some other dimensional spaces produce many magical fruits that have unexpected effects when consumed, but these things are often sold at exorbitant prices and are extremely rare. After thinking it over, Chen Fan decided to give it to Wang Yanran. Tong Tong was still young, and her bones had not yet fully developed. Giving her this kind of thing might be counterproductive. Chen Fan did not choose to extract the bottle of body strengthening lotion, as it might attract attention if he suddenly had something extra in his hand. Use the physique points card. Chen Fan didn't hesitate and clicked to use it. After a refreshing feeling, his physique reached 48 points. I'm 1 step closer to becoming the top provincial scorer. Chen Fan was very satisfied. 20 buses drove out of the campus in a grand procession, heading towards the outskirts of Qingqing City. Meanwhile, Principal Zhang Zhongwen and grade director Du Jiang had already received the news that Chen Fan was going to participate in the martial arts exam, and the two felt as if the sky was about to fall. Du Jiang asked in a low voice, "Principal, should I just detain him?" Zhang Zhongwen's eyes burned with anger. "Fool! With so many news media outlets watching us, do you think we can hide it from him?" "Then what do we do?" Du Jiang asked weakly, his face pale. "There's nothing we can do but pray he's lucky." Zhang Zhongwen sighed and said, "Let's go. We still have to attend the martial arts competition opening ceremony. Try to hide that look on your face that looks like your parents just died, or the other schools will laugh at you." Okay. Du Jiang quickly agreed. The bus sped along the road, and after leaving the city, the roadside quickly disappeared from view of human habitation. An hour later, the convoy drove into a desolate mountain and eventually stopped outside of town. Class teacher Zhang Lei said to everyone on the bus, "This is the junction of Qingcheng, Yinqing, and Weicheng. There is an entrance to an alternate dimension here. All the candidates from the 3 cities will participate in the martial arts exam here." After saying that, Zhang Lei pointed out the window and said, "Do you see the town outside? It's called Yuliang Town, also known as Yuliang Pass. A legion of 1,000 superhumans is stationed here. Their duty is to guard this entrance to the other dimensional space and kill any alien beasts that dare to intrude upon Earth. After the joint examination ceremony of the 3 cities concludes in a moment, you will all pass through here and enter this other dimensional space to begin the martial arts test." Curious, everyone craned their necks to look at the town. The outermost part of Yuliang Town was surrounded by a high-voltage power grid that was at least 10 meters high, and there was only 1 road in and out of the entire town. Outside the town was a huge cement square, where more than 200 buses had already gathered. Zhang Lei glanced at his watch and said to everyone on the bus, "Everyone, take your exam admission tickets and weapons and get off the bus. Assemble in front of the platform in the square." At the same time, the candidates on more than 200 buses got off the bus. The crowd was dense, numbering over 5,000. The square was huge, with each school's candidates occupying their own area. At this moment, a tall young man carrying 2 axes broke away from the Qingqing No. 1 middle school team and walked towards the Qingxing number 3 middle school formation. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. Isn't that Yun Tianba from Qingxing number 1 high school? What's he doing here? He looks so aggressive, like he's looking for trouble. I don't know. I heard this person is an A-level ability user, and at the late stage of the first level, a strong contender for first place in this joint exam of the 3 cities, who is so unlucky as to provoke this fierce god. The young man carrying 2 axes was none other than Yun Tianba. He came to the front of the number 3 middle school group and shouted loudly, "Where's Chun Fan? Where is he? Chun Fan? He's looking for that liberal arts student, Chun Fan." How did Chun Fan offend this fierce god? He's probably going to die a horrible death. The crowd whispered among themselves, but no one pointed out Chun Fan's location, since no one wanted to meddle in other people's business. However, in Class 4's line, Fatty Xiangshan was overjoyed. He raised his hand and shouted, "Chun Fan is here." Chapter 20. Entering the other dimension, the hunt begins. The crowd readily parted to make way, and Yun Tianba walked straight through them to Chun Fan, coldly saying, "In the other dimension, I will show you my methods." Chun Fan glanced indifferently at the tall figure in front of him and said disdainfully, "Just a defeated opponent, truly ignorant." "You." Yun Tianba's anger was instantly ignited. His hands clenched into fists, cracking with rage. "Chun Fan, this other dimension isn't the outside world. I have 100 ways to torture you to death." "Hee. We'll see." Chun Fan remained indifferent. "You just wait," Yun Tianba said ruthlessly, staring coldly at Chun Fan for a few seconds before returning to his own group. When Yun Tianba left, the students from number 3 middle school began to whisper among themselves. These two have a deep grudge. Judging from this, Yun Tianba is Chun Fan's defeated opponent? How is that possible? You must have misheard me. I didn't hear that. An ordinary person can beat Yun Tianba? Are you kidding me? Just as everyone was discussing this, a rumbling sound came, and the bronze gate of Yuliang Town opened, and several superhumans dressed in military uniforms slowly walked out. The leader, whose rank was colonel, exuded an extremely terrifying aura that made people afraid to look him in the eye. He stepped onto the platform, looked at the crowd, and said, "Everyone, I am Mu Hongtao, the person in charge of this interdimensional entrance. Listen carefully to everything I'm about to say, or you'll die inside, and no one will collect your bodies." The previously noisy crowd immediately fell silent. After all, no one would joke about their life. Mu Hongtao continued, "This military exercise will last for 24 hours, and we have prepared a marching backpack for each person. Inside is a smart bracelet, an emergency energy ball, and a day's worth of dry food and water. The smart bracelet will record your scores and display your ranking. You need to wear it on your wrist at all times. In addition, the emergency energy ball can save your life in critical moments. Crush it, and an energy barrier will form around you after 10 seconds. It can help you withstand attacks for a certain period of time, at which point our soldiers will come to your rescue. Of course, those who are weak, or those who encounter monsters of too high a level, may be killed before the energy ball can even take effect, so everyone should act according to their own abilities." Now let's talk about the exam room. After entering the other dimensional space, there will be a grassland. The examination area will be within a radius of 30 kilometers, centered on the entrance to the other dimensional space. Our warriors have already cleared that area beforehand. All second-tier and above monsters have been driven out of this region. Of course, if any candidates want to aim for a higher ranking, they could try to explore further afield, but our soldiers will not care if they die there. Has everyone remembered? Mu Hongtao's voice suddenly rose. "Got it," the crowd below quickly replied. "In that case, let's enter the other dimensional space. All examinees, line up and undergo inspection by the soldiers." After Mu Hongtao finished speaking, soldiers immediately began to organize the crowd to line up and enter Yuliang Town. After completing the inspection and receiving his backpack, Chun Fan entered the mysterious town. The town was mostly filled with rows of barracks, and in the very center of the open space stood a twisted portal to space. After passing through, Chun Fan arrived at a boundless grassland. So, this is the other dimension? The air here is so fresh, and the scenery is so beautiful. The group, who were visiting the other dimension for the first time, were filled with curiosity and looked around. However, a huge roar came the next moment, which frightened everyone into shutting their mouths. The roars of beasts echoed across the grassland, and those with weak mental strength turned pale and trembled all over. It seems that ordinary people really can't face strange beasts. This kind of pressure that acts directly on the depths of the soul makes people unable to muster the courage to resist, Chun Fan thought to himself. At this moment, a silver metal sphere composed of countless facets slowly rose into the air and finally came to rest at a height of 10,000 feet. What is this? Chun Fan asked a fellow examinee beside him, puzzled. This is a surveillance system. You didn't know that? It's used to monitor everything that happens in the exam room. It is said to be made of a material unique to a certain other dimension. This material can achieve cross-space entanglement, similar to quantum entanglement, and is the only thing that can enable communication between Earth and other dimensions. Therefore, the outside world can see everything we do clearly. I see, thank you. Chun Fan clasped his hands in a fist and palm salute. Soon all the candidates entered the examination room, and it was 12 o'clock. Mu Hongtao's voice rang out again. The martial arts exam is now beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, all the candidates sprang into action. Kill. I'm here for first place in the martial arts exam. You're talking nonsense. I'm number one. Many candidates, brazenly declaring their intentions, gripped their weapons and scattered in all directions, searching for their prey. Of course, there were also those who were weaker, cowering and cautiously following behind the crowd, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Chun Fan also spotted a direction and sprinted quickly towards the distance. Every second count in the martial arts exam. A dozen minutes later, there were no other candidates around him. Just then, a dangerous aura approached from behind. Chun Fan suddenly turned around, and there stood a dire wolf. The dire wolf is a common animal found on the grasslands. This creature resembles a wolf, with gray fur, but it is larger, about the size of a calf. They are extremely fast runners and possess great strength and explosive power, making them capable of easily defeating tigers and bears on Earth. The moment the dire wolf saw Chun Fan, it howled and pounced on him. Early stage of Tier 1 dares to court death. Chun Fan assessed its level by its aura. The dire wolf is terrifying, but Chun Fan is even stronger. Facing the charging dire wolf, Chun Fan didn't bother to retreat. There was no need to use any special abilities against a beast of this level. His fist was imbued with powerful force, and with one punch, he sent the attacking dire wolf flying. Woo woo woo. The dire wolf fell to the ground, trying to struggle to get up, but its head was already caved in, and it died a few breaths later. Too weak, Chun Fan exclaimed. The next moment, his bracelet beeped, displaying his current score. 1. Killing a Tier 1 early-stage alien beast counts as 1 point. That's reasonable. Chun Fan switched the bracelet to the ranking list. First place, Jiang Tianan from Yinqing No. 1 Middle School with 35 points. Second place, Chu He from Weiqing No. 1 Middle School with 32 points. 10th place, Yin Tianba from Qingxing No. 1 Middle School with 19 points. These people are so fast. How come their scores are so high? Did they encounter a group of monsters, or did they run into a high-level beast? Chun Fan couldn't help but wonder. It seems I can't be careless. Chapter 21, The Hunt Begins. Chun Fan wanted to check his ranking, but found that the list only showed the top 1,000 candidates. His score of 1 point was not even enough to make the list. Chun Fan originally planned to set off quickly, but the system panel in his mind changed, and an extra column appeared. Host, Chun Fan. Special ability, Thunder Devouring Holy Body SS. Level, Mid-Tier 1. Physical fitness, 48. Mental strength, 33. Kill points 1. Skills: thunderous strike of the 9 heavens, lightning flash, thunderpalm. Evaluation: a weak and helpless little chick. Current task: become the top scholar in Shannon Province to participate in the Special Ability Lottery. Task level E. Kill points? What are those? Chen Fan asked the system, somewhat puzzled. Kill points are accumulated by hunting alien beasts. 100 kill points can be exchanged for 1 green grade lottery draw. This is good stuff. Looks like I'll have to show my true skills. Overjoyed, Chen Fan ran towards the distance, where he could encounter even more strange beasts. Meanwhile, in a conference hall in Yuliang Town, the principals and grade directors of 10 high schools from the 3 cities had all gathered. At the front of the hall is a huge monitor that displays the current rankings of the candidates in real time. Jiang Tianan? Could he be that genius who awakened the A-level superpower Golden Flame, Blazing Fire? The crowd discussed among themselves, their eyes filled with envy as they looked at the principal of Yinqing No. 1 Middle School. The principal of Yinqing No. 1 Middle School, Jiang Yishan, looked proud as he surveyed the crowd and said, Tian Nin has already reached the threshold of the first level peak. He is undoubtedly the first place winner among the 3 cities this time. The crowd, who had initially been somewhat envious, now looked grim. It's only just begun, and you've already reserved first place? The principal of Weiqing No. 1 Middle School said indignantly. Our Chu, he has also reached the threshold of the first level peak, and he is only 2 points behind Jiang Tianan. The competition has just begun, and the first place has not yet been determined. Yes, Mu Jijun from our school is just as good. Everyone started to speak. However, only 2 figures sat quietly in the corner, not participating in the discussion. These 2 individuals are Zhang Zhongwen, the principal of Qingqing No. 3 Middle School, and Du Jiang, the grade director. Their faces were tense, their eyes fixed on the list of deceased examinees in the lower right corner of the screen. Principal, Chen Fan has held on for 15 minutes. Du Jiang whispered to Zhang Zhongwen, his face pale. Zhang Zhongwen replied, not even bothering to pay attention to the scores of the genius students in his school. Just then, Jiang Yishan, the principal of Yinqing No. 1 Middle School, suddenly looked in their direction. Principal Zhang, I heard that one of your students, a liberal major arts, is participating. What's his name? Tell us, so we can all see his ranking. Zhang Zhongwen's face darkened. The ranking only shows the top 1,000. Don't you know that? You still want to look at other people's rankings? Do you think they're even on the list? You're deliberately slapping me in the face. But with everyone's eyes on him, he couldn't afford to be laughed at, so he could only feign composure. My name is Chen Fan, and I'm not on the list yet. On the list? Old Zhang, are you still dreaming? If you're on the list, it'll be the death list. Jiang Yishan laughed heartily, showing no mercy whatsoever. Old Zhang, I heard that the students at your school are having some pretty wild antics. Someone wants to put on a streaking show at the graduation ceremony, another principal joked. Ha ha! Everyone in the conference room burst into laughter. Zhang Zhongwen kept a sullen face, making it impossible to tell his emotions, but in reality, he wanted to disappear into a crack in the ground. Many people outside are also paying attention to this martial arts exam, and Wang Yinren has no interest in the academic exams of her students. She stood in the square in front of the school's teaching building, constantly watching the screen in front of her, fearing that news of Chen Fan's death would appear. Yang Chuchu was just as nervous. Today was Saturday, and there were no classes at school. However, every year at this time, the school would organize everyone to watch the live broadcast of the joint examination of the 3 cities, and participation was voluntary. Based on Yang Chuchu's usual personality, she wouldn't care about or participate in such matters, but this time she came, and even invited her good friend Wang Wenli along. While the other students in her class were discussing the top-ranked candidates, she nervously stared at the bottom of the list because she felt that Chen Fan's name might appear there. Inside the alternate dimension, another 10 minutes or so passed, and Chen Fan was already 5 kilometers away. However, he encountered very few alien beasts along the way, and so far he had only earned 3 points, still not qualified to be on the leaderboard. Am I really that unlucky? Why are there so few strange beasts in the direction I chose? Chen Fan looked around, somewhat speechless. At that very moment, the first candidate to be eliminated from the martial arts test appeared. An alarm sounded in Yuliang town, and a soldier shouted, 8 kilometers from the entrance at the 6 o'clock position, a candidate has crushed an energy ball. Rescue team, move out immediately. Someone has been eliminated? In the conference hall, all the principals and directors were immediately shocked and looked at the screen. Lu Hong from Yinqing No. 2 Middle School is eliminated. Phew! Zhang Zhongwen and Du Jiang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, thinking to themselves that it was thankful it wasn't Chen Fan. Chen Fan's luck finally turned around after he climbed over a low hill. He found himself at a lake. Numerous strange beasts roam around the lake, drinking its water. Chen Fan roughly estimated that there were more than 30 of them. I've won! I've won! Chen Fan exclaimed excitedly. He threw his backpack and charged towards the herd of his side beasts. Roar! The beasts were startled, but quickly recovered and angrily pounced on Chen Fan. Chen Fan was not afraid at all. He took the lead in confronting a golden jaguar that was incredibly fast. Chen Fan bent back to dodge the opponent's pounce, and the next moment he quickly reached out and grabbed the opponent's tail, which was more than a meter long. The golden mosquito jaguar, which was pouncing, paused in mid-air, and before it could react, it was swung up by Chen Fan. Chen Fan grabbed its tail, exerted force, and lashed it hard on the ground like a whip. After a few lashes, the jaguar's bones were shattered, and its body was like a rotten mud, finally dying. The next moment, Chen Fan suddenly accelerated and collided with a black ox made of iron. Chen Fan's powerful physique sent the opponent flying several meters away. The next moment, Chen Fan stepped forward and kicked its heart, shattering it. Chen Fan was like a demon slayer. His powerful physique was comparable to that of a late-stage first-tier beast. The beasts here were all at the early stage of the first tier. How could they possibly be a match for him? In just 5 minutes, Chen Fan slaughtered all 30-odd beasts. At this point, his score reached 38. His name finally appeared on the ranking list. First place, Jiang Tianan from Yinqing No. 1 Middle School, with 285 points. Second place, Chu He from Weiqing No. 1 Middle School, with 260 points. 998th place, Chen Fan from Qingxin No. 3 Middle School, with 38 points. Looking at his ranking, Chen Fan's initial excitement turned into immense anger. Where did these bastards get so many points? What Chen Fan didn't know was that the joint entrance exam for the 3 cities was held here every year. Many candidates knew exactly which area had the most strange beasts. Some even had their elders personally escort them here in advance to familiarize them with the other dimensional space. Therefore, Chen Fan was already at a disadvantage from start. Chapter 22, Principal Zhang's Triumphant Demeanor. When Chen Fan's ranking entered the top 1,000, it did not initially attract anyone's attention. However, at this moment, Jiang Yishan, the principal of Yinqing No. 1 Middle School, suddenly said to Zhang Zhongwen behind him, "Principal Zhang, your school's Chen Fan is quite persistent. It's been half an hour, and he hasn't been eliminated yet." Zhang Zhongwen snorted coldly and ignored him. However, Jiang Yishan persisted, saying, "Your school's highest-ranked student is only ranked 21st? That's really pathetic. TSK, TSK, TSK." Zhang Zhongwen's face turned green with anger, but Du Jiang, the grade director next to him, suddenly widened his eyes and nudged the principal next to him, saying, "Principal, am I seeing things? Look, isn't Chen Fan from our school in the 3rd row from the bottom?" Huh? Zhang Zhongwen was taken aback and quickly looked in the direction Du Jiang was pointing. Ranked 998th, Chen Fan from Qingxin No. 3 Middle School, with 38 points. The principal blushed with surprise and quickly asked Du Jiang beside him, "Does our school have any other students named Chen Fan?" It's gone. Du Jiang exclaimed, equally agitated. "This is incredible. How did he do it?" Zhang Zhongwen was overwhelmed with emotion. A liberal arts student who participated in the martial arts exam not only survived, but also made it into the top 1,000. Their actions also attracted the attention of others, who were all taken aback when they saw Chun Fan's name. No way. It really is that liberal arts student? He still has 38 points, which means he killed 38 strange beasts with his mortal body. That's incredible. How'd he do that? Everyone present stared wide-eyed. One of the principals spoke to the soldier operating the monitor beside him. "Young soldier, could you switch the camera to Chun Fan? I want to see who this guy really is." The young soldier shook his head and said, "No, the sky I can only locate the positions of the top 100 candidates, unless he ranks within the top 100. Everyone felt deeply disappointed. The footage here will also be broadcast live. Immediately, sharp-eyed netizens noticed Chun Fan's name. The single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and everyone was in a frenzy of discussion, all of them shocked. The most discussed topic was whether Chun Fan would become the second white-clad military god. The square in front of the teaching building at Qingxi No. 3 Middle School. When someone pointed out Chun Fan's name in shock, it immediately caused an uproar. Wang Yinran's delicate body trembled slightly, and her solemn face almost broke into tears of joy. "Xiao Fan, I knew you could do it." Meanwhile, in Class 4 of Grade 11, Yang Chu-Chu was the first to spot Chun Fan's name. Her heart was pounding, and her face was pale with nervousness. But at that moment, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then her nose tingled and tears fell again. Wang Wenli, who was standing nearby, noticed her unusual behavior and asked, "Chu-Chu, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Did Chun Fan die?" Wang Wenli was a little excited at this moment. She quickly looked at the list of deceased candidates, but did not find Chun Fan's name. While she was still puzzled, someone in the class had already called out Chun Fan's name. "Chun Fan, 998th. My God, he's in the top 1,000. The students realized what was happening and looked at the last part of the list. Sure enough, it was Chun Fan. Exclamations of surprise immediately erupted. For some reason, Wang Wenli felt a surge of anger. Why? What makes him worthy of being in the top 1,000? She tried to suppress her anger and said calmly to Wang Chu-Chu beside her, "I'm going to the restroom." Yes, she didn't want Yang Chu-Chu to share this news with her. Absolutely not. Yang Chu-Chu nodded slightly without saying anything more. She didn't know what was wrong with her best friend. Every time, she would react excessively in ways she shouldn't have because of Chun Fan. Before everyone could recover from the shock, Chun Fan's ranking was steadily improving. 995, 990, 960. At this moment, in the other dimension, after Chun Fan bypassed the small lake, he unexpectedly discovered the figures of a group of dire wolves. Overjoyed, Chun Fan moved with lightning speed and quickly gave chase. In just a few minutes, more than 20 dire wolves died under his fists. However, the next moment, a much larger, snow-white dire wolf came rushing from a distance at an extremely fast speed. A Tier 1 late-stage dire wolf. Chun Fan's eyes lit up. It was perfect for him to practice his combat skills against alien beasts. Chun Fan took off his long sword and threw it aside, then charged at his opponent with his bare hands. This dire wolf was as big as a bull, and with a single push of its hind legs, it leaped more than 10 meters. Chun Fan reacted quickly, dodging to the side and simultaneously throwing a punch at his opponent's abdomen. The dire wolf was unsteady on its feet, but it landed without serious injury. Roar! With a furious roar, the dire wolf continued its attack on him. "You beast, come on!" Chun Fan charged at it, landing a punch squarely on its head, sending it flying. However, he himself was also badly hurt, staggering back several steps before regaining his footing. Such strength! Chun Fan leaped up and kicked at the wolf's head, but the wolf was exceptionally agile and dodged more than a dozen kicks in a row. The two were locked in a tense standoff, and finally, after a few minutes, Chun Fan punched his opponent in the eye, blasting his eyeball apart. The dire wolf howled, showing signs of retreat. But how could Chun Fan let it go? Strike while the iron is hot. Chun Fanfei lunged forward. The Tong Bei Tan Tue kick landed squarely on its head. Because the power of his legs was much greater than that of his fists, he split the dire wolf's hard skull open, and the wolf fell to the ground on the spot. At this point, Chen Fan's score had reached 82 points. The ranking even soared to 600. All the principals at Human Pass were dumbfounded. If it was the top 1,000, they could barely accept the fact, but 600 undoubtedly shocked everyone. Of the 5,000 candidates present, no more than 500 were at the late stage of the first tier, which means that Chen Fan's strength was close to that of the late stage of the first tier. Of course, these people had no idea that Chen Fan had not used any superpowers so far, nor had he even used any weapons. He might become the second liberal arts student in the history of the Great Xia dynasty to pass the martial arts exam. The crowd discussed excitedly. The way they looked at Zhang Zhongwen changed. The mockery and ridicule were gone, replaced by envy. Congratulations, Principal Zhang. The principal of Qingxing No. 2 Middle School cupped his hands in greeting and said politely. Everyone congratulated him upon seeing this. What does this mean? It means that Qingxing No. 3 Middle School will receive a tremendous reward. Zhang Zhongwen may even advance further in his career and become the next director of the Education Bureau of Qingxing City. Zhang Zhongwen was still in shock. He watched as Chen Fan's ranking steadily improved, and he was so shocked that he almost forgot to breathe. Du Jiang, who was standing nearby, quickly nudged him and whispered, "Principal, someone is talking to you." Zhang Zhongwen came to his senses, looked at everyone, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Everything was expected. Tapte 23 libambins mentality kuyapsa. Chen Fan frowned when he saw that his ranking was only 600. He had to speed up his hunting. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to gain points once the alien beasts within a 30-kilometer radius were cleared out. It's time to show some strength. Chen Fan shouldered the 1.5-meter long giant sword and sprinted away into the distance. A dozen minutes later, Chen Fan had walked another 3 kilometers. There were obviously more monsters here, and they were much stronger. A mid-stage tier, one azure-eyed red-tailed tiger pounced on him. Chen Fan held the knife in one hand, and with a simple stroke, he split the corpse in two. Before Chen Fan could leave, a cry came from the sky, and a fire falcon swooped down from 100 meters high, instantly reaching his head. "You're courting death." Chen Fan slashed out with his sword, cleaving the red falcon in two in mid-air. A few minutes later, he encountered a herd of mid-tier 1 black armored rhinoceroses. Chen Fan unleashed his incredible power, charging single-handedly into the horde of beasts and unleashing a frenzied slaughter. These behemoths, each weighing 3 or 4 tons, were no match for Chen Fan's single strike. 10 minutes later, he slaughtered all of the more than 100 black armored rhinoceroses, and his black battle armor was stained blood red. So far, he hasn't used his superpowers because they recover slowly, and Chen Fan doesn't want to waste them on these low-level beasts. At this point, his score had exceeded 300, placing him in 382nd place. The crowd outside the arena was utterly shocked, and their attention to him even surpassed that of Jiang Tianan, who came in first place. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could an ordinary person possess the strength of a late-stage, first-tier cultivator? I refuse to believe it. I believe he must be a superhuman, and definitely one who awakens automatically later on. Otherwise, he could never have such strength. Although no one could see his battle footage, they could deduce something from his terrifying ranking. 2 p.m., Qingxing No. 3 Middle School. At this time, the second exam for liberal arts students had already begun. Li Wenbin stared blankly at the exam paper in front of him. Just now, before he entered the venue, he heard news he could never believe. 2 hours of the martial arts test have passed, and Chen Fan is not only alive, but his ranking has also entered the top 400. What does that mean? This means that even if Chen Fan gives up the martial arts exam now, he can still get into a martial arts university with his grades. It is common knowledge that even the worst martial arts university is better than the best liberal arts university. So he lost this bet. He lost completely. He had no chance of winning whatsoever. Why? Why? He's just an ordinary person. He's the last in the class. He should be looking up to me. Livambin ruarat inwarli. Thinking about his boastful words and his plan to run naked, He felt like he wanted to die. I'm the top student in the humanities class. How could I lose to him? How could I possibly run naked? I'm a god in the eyes of all the humanities students. Li Wenbin's mentality gradually became distorted, and he found that he was unable to calm down at all. The mere thought of running naked in front of the entire school made him want to jump off a building. More than 10 minutes passed, and he still couldn't solve a single problem. He was unable to think, completely unable to think. You must die in there. Li Wenbin could only pray now. However, how could Chen Fan possibly die inside? Chen Fan has now ventured 20 kilometers into the area, where there are numerous strange beasts, including groups of mid-stage beasts and large numbers of late-stage beasts. Points, here I come. Chen Fan moved like a tiger among wolves, his giant sword dancing in a blur. The giant sword, 1.5 meters long, relentlessly reaped the lives of the strange beasts. His points were also increasing rapidly. An hour later, Chen Fan's points exceeded 500, officially entering the top 100. Chen Fan has reached the 100th. Everyone at Yuliang Pass was shocked, and a school principal hurriedly shouted to the young soldier beside him, "Quick, bring up Chen Fan's battle footage." Soon, Chen Fan's image appeared on the giant screen. At this moment, he was like a demon slayer, and his 1.5-meter-long giant sword gave people a strong sense of impact. His speed and strength were terrifying. He easily killed the strange beasts around him with a single slash. The powerful impact caused everyone to widen their eyes. How is this possible? He doesn't have any special abilities? He relies entirely on his physical strength. This physique is definitely comparable to a late-stage Tier 1 ability user. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. All the principals present exclaimed in surprise. It should be noted that a late-stage Tier 1 ability user can only barely contend with a mid-stage Tier 1 monster in terms of physical strength alone. They can kill monsters by relying on their own abilities, while physical strength and combat skills only play a supporting role. As for Chen Fan, he single-handedly killed a late-stage Tier 1 alien beast with just his sword, causing it to flee in panic. How can he have such a powerful physique? Could it be that he had some incredible opportunity and obtained some rare and precious material that could enhance his physique? Everyone speculated. Regardless, such a physique will definitely attract the attention of many universities specializing in superpowered individuals, and many schools will be willing to give him a second chance to awaken his powers. Congratulations, Principal Zhang. Everyone once again cast kind glances at him. At this moment, Zhang Zhongwen and Du Jiang exchanged a glance, revealing deep relief. Fortunately, they hadn't completely detained Chen Fan. Otherwise, they would have missed this great opportunity. He is the first liberal arts student in Qingqing City to take the martial arts exam in the past 20 years, and the second liberal arts student in Daxia City to pass the martial arts exam in the past 100 years. Cultivating such a talent is enough to give him a better chance in his career. Of course, Chen Fan's battle footage was also simultaneously broadcast to Qingqing No. 3 Middle School. Everyone was shocked by Chen Fan's killing style: one strike, one kill, simple and brutal. Senior Chen Fan is so handsome. I declare him my newest idol, a girl in Yang Chuchu's class said solemnly. TCH, who is it that started all the time, making fun of someone as mentally challenged? The classmate next to him quipped. At this moment, all the girls who had previously mocked Chen Fan changed their minds. This man might one day rival the white-clad god of war of Great Xia. A sense of pride welled up in Yang Chuchu's heart. This is the person I've chosen. Of course, one girl had a pale face, and that was Wang Wenli. She was shocked and equally furious. Why? Why does this piece of trash that Yang Chuchu randomly picked out have such potential? Why did Chen Fan save Yang Chuchu instead of himself? She felt incredibly wronged and angry. She went to great lengths to get close to Yang Chuchu, befriend her, and despise ordinary people. I never expected that God would be so unfair to her. Why did all the good things fall on Yang Chuchu's head? She stood up angrily and stormed out of the classroom. Everyone was puzzled and looked over, but soon their attention returned to the screen and to Chen Fan. No one paid any more attention to her. Yang Chu hesitated, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to say it. Chapter 24 Thunder. Thunder. In the alternate dimension, Chen Fan was killing like a madman, but when his score reached 88th place, it became difficult for him to advance any further. At this moment, all the candidates ranked similarly to Chen Fan were frantically slaughtering him. They would never allow Chen Fan to surpass them. Then let's show a little more strength. With a thought, blue lightning appeared on the giant sword in Chen Fan's hand, quickly covering the entire blade. At that very moment, chaos erupted in the Yuliangwen conference hall. What? A lightning-type ability user. Everyone stood up abruptly, staring at this unbelievable scene. He has superpowers. I knew it. How could an ordinary person have such strength? A principal seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but another person beside him said, "Have you thought about it? He has the strength to fight a late-stage Tier 1 alien beast with just his physical strength. What about his supernatural abilities? Is there anyone among this year's examinees who can surpass him?" Yes. Everyone was astonished. "Can you tell his level of superpower?" someone asked. One principal shook his head and said, "It's impossible to tell from the video, unless you can personally feel the aura he exudes when he uses his superpowers. However, with such a physique, I suspect he must be at the peak of the first tier, close to the second tier of a superhuman. Or what?" the crowd urged. "Or perhaps his ability is S level, and his strength has reached the late stage of Tier 1, nearing its peak." Everyone gasped. S rank. The 3 cities haven't had one in 10 years. You know, if you awaken an S rank ability when you graduate from high school, you'll be specially admitted to a university on the spot. Therefore, it's rare to see S-level superhumans in the martial arts exam. As for Chen Fan's SS-level superpower, they didn't even dare to dream of it. This explosive scene shocked all the teachers and students of Qingqing No. 3 Middle School. Senior Chen Fan has superpowers. That's amazing. Senior is so strong. He even has lightning-based superpowers. That's so cool. Senior is going to be invincible. Please crush that Jiang Tianan from Yinshan No. 1 High School to the ground, Senior. At this moment, everyone realized that Chen Fan might be the top scorer in this year's joint examination of the 3 cities, and he might even be able to challenge for the top score in Shannon Province. Yang Chu's innocent face flushed slightly. Senior is so low-key. He clearly has superpowers, but he doesn't bother to explain himself when faced with criticism. Confident yet humble, he truly is the Prince Charming of my dreams. In front of the teaching building, Wang Yinran had been standing here for a full 2 hours when she suddenly smiled, a smile that could launch 1,000 ships. "Xiao Fan, you've kept this from your sister for so long. Just you wait, see how your sister deals with you." Wang Yinran raised her small, white fist and gestured twice towards Chen Fan on the screen. But then she suddenly remembered that she had promised Chen Fan a hug after the martial arts exam, and her cheeks flushed slightly. In the alternate dimension, Chen Fan's giant sword was covered in lightning. With a single slash, a blue arc of lightning swept across 2 zhang of space, instantly killing a late-stage first-tier red-tailed tiger. The next moment, the giant blade slashed diagonally again, and a huge lightning fox flew out, splitting more than a dozen mid-stage first-tier alien beasts in 2 wherever it passed. His ranking jumped into the top 80 in an instant. This scene also shocked everyone watching the live stream. He's too strong. He killed more than a dozen mid-stage Tier 1 alien beasts with a single, simple strike. Everyone had only one thought in their minds. Chen Fan was invincible. The top 100 candidates were also startled to notice that Chen Fan's ranking had suddenly increased by 10 places. However, some gifted young people still scoff at this. A young man with fiery wings on his back merely frowned slightly. Chen Fan? Never heard of him. His momentum is indeed fierce. But no matter how strong you are, you can't threaten me. At this moment, A tall young man holding two giant axes stared blankly at Chun Fan's name. This guy made it into the top 80? This? Yin Tianba fell into deep thought. He wouldn't be surprised if Chun Fan entered the top 300, but wouldn't 80 be a bit too exaggerated? No, I have to find him and find a way to kill him. The chubby boy from Class 4 of Senior 3, who had provoked Chun Fan, was already terrified. He had worked so hard to squeeze into the top 1,000, and before he could even get excited, he broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the ranking. 78th place, Chun Fan from Qingqing number 3 Middle School, with 702 points. Ow! How could he be so strong? Just as he was distracted, a giant ape punched him in the back. He was jolted awake and tried to crush the energy ball, but found that he had no strength left in his body. No, no. The next moment, the giant ape crushed his skull with a single stomp, as if Mount Tai were pressing down on him. At the same time, a name suddenly appeared on the list of the dead in the lower right corner of a large screen at Yuliang Pass. Xiangshan, Qingqing number 3 Middle School death. Xiangshan died, becoming the first candidate to die in this martial arts test. Chun Fan, on the other hand, went completely berserk. When he started using his superpowers, he declared that the first place was rightfully his. He slaughtered his way through, leaving no beast alive in his wake. His ranking rose rapidly, and half an hour later, he officially entered the top 30. Just then, the ground beneath his feet shook, and a colossal creature charged out, a three-tailed red armored scorpion at the peak of the first tier. The giant scorpion is about 7 meters long, and each of its 3 huge tails has a half-meter-long black poisonous hook at the end. The moment the giant scorpion appeared, everyone in front of the screen held their breath. The first peak level, first tier beast of this martial arts exam had appeared. This giant scorpion has such a terrifying aura. Can Chun Fan defeat it? All the teachers and students in Qingqing number 3 couldn't help but feel nervous for Chun Fan. Meanwhile, teachers and students from other schools were somewhat gloating. In their view, Chun Fan should also be at the peak of the first tier, and he should be able to suffer some hardship when facing this strange beast. The people in the Yuliangwen conference room shared the same attitude. A three-tailed, red, armored scorpion at the peak of the first tier should be able to test Chun Fan's true strength. However, how could they know Chun Fan's power? The moment the giant scorpion appeared, its huge tail shot out and pierced straight into Chun Fan's chest. The raging dragon emerges from the sea. Chun Fan showed no fear. He gripped the sword with both hands and used one of the moves of the Gale sword technique. Powerful lightning flowed into the blade as he slashed vertically. A bolt of lightning like energy slashed out, like a sudden clap of thunder, and the next moment, one of the giant scorpion's tails flew off. The giant scorpion let out a miserable cry, but its ferocity only intensified. Its remaining 2 giant tails moved with incredible speed, like phantoms shooting straight at him. Still not convinced? Chun Fan sneered, raised a sword, and slashed again, cutting off a giant tail. At the same time, lightning exploded beneath his feet as he stomped on the giant scorpion's back and flew backward. The giant scorpion let out a miserable cry, and a bloody hole appeared on its back where Chun Fan had stepped on it, with blood gushing out. But it was incredibly resilient, and the injury wasn't fatal. It let out a sharp cry and pounced on Chun Fan again. You're courting death. Chun Fan was covered in lightning. His speed increased dramatically, and although he moved later, he struck first. The giant blade, crackling with lightning, cleaved it in two with a single strike. The giant scorpion's raised tail slowly fell, and it was lifeless. First-tier peak alien beasts are indeed a bit difficult to deal with, but only a bit. Chun Fan has not yet used the 3 skills that come with a thunder-devouring saint body, and he has great confidence in his strength. In the conference room, the principals were dumbfounded. The first-tier peak alien beast, commonly known as the martial arts boss, was killed by Chun Fan in just a few moves. You promised it would let you test the depth. Good. However, just as everyone was in shock, Zhang Zhongwen, the principal of number 3 middle school, stood up and clapped his hands. His face flushed red as he looked around at everyone and said with great pride, "This is the student I personally taught. Chen Fan, my pride." Du Jiang, the grade director standing to the side, was full of admiration. "You really are the leader. You're so shameless," he exclaimed. The others present, unaware of the inside story, all showed expressions of envy. Chapter 25, A Little Effort, and I'm in first place. Chen Fan is amazing. He actually killed a peak first-tier beast with just 3 strikes. The teachers and students of Qingxing No. 3 Middle School who witnessed this scene all stood up spontaneously and clapped their hands. "I'm so proud. Qingxing No. 3 Middle School has always been at the bottom of the rankings. In this year's joint exam of the 3 cities, the highest-ranked student, Murong Xiao, only ranked 19th. Senior Chun, you're a god forever." Some of the younger students wanted to kneel down in admiration. Wang Yinran had already returned home. Since Chen Fan needed to fight in the alternate dimension for a full 24 hours, the task of taking care of Tong Tong fell to her. The 2 men watched Chen Fan on TV and couldn't help but feel excited. "Brother, kill that monster." Tong Tong stood in front of the TV, extremely excited. After killing the giant scorpion, Chen Fan did not choose to continue walking towards the outer perimeter, but instead began searching along the edge of the examination hall. Most of the beasts here are at the late stage of Tier 1, which allows him to quickly accumulate points. Chen Fan continued playing and killing as he went, and an hour later, his score successfully entered the top 10. The person he squeezed out was Yun Tianba. How is that possible? He's just an ordinary person. Yun Tianba roared angrily as he looked at the rankings. He originally planned to wait until his score stabilized before searching for Chen Fan's whereabouts. He planned to lure a few high-level ferocious beasts to kill Chen Fan. But now he was somewhat afraid. He realized that he was no match for Chen Fan and that he had offended someone he shouldn't have. "Don't panic. You absolutely mustn't panic. I have to hide from him. I can't let him find me." Yun Tianba's tall figure trembled slightly with fear. He quickly turned around and ran towards the entrance of the other dimensional space. Another hour later, Chen Fan's score successfully surpassed Jiang Tiannan's, making him number 1 on the leaderboard. First place, Chen Fan from Qingxing No. 3 Middle School with 1692 points. Second place, Jiang Tiannan from Yinxing No. 1 Middle School with 1672 points. Although the viewers of the live stream had expected it, they were still quite excited to see this scene. The classrooms of the first and second year students at Qingxing No. 3 Middle School were brightly lit. The teachers and students were so engrossed in their meals that they forgot all about eating. Cheers and applause echoed throughout the campus. "Chen Fan! Chen Fan!" The crowd began to shout his name in unison. At this moment, in Class 4 of the first year of high school, the homeroom teacher looked at everyone who seemed to be on a high, excited. She was excited, but also a little helpless. "Students, I must remind you, the cafeteria will be out of food in 10 minutes. Teacher Lee, we're not eating," the students in the class said in unison. This scene also occurred in other classrooms at No. 3 Middle School. Yang Chu, sitting in the classroom, felt somewhat melancholy. "Senior, he's too outstanding." At that moment, Yang Chu felt that she was not good enough for Chen Fan. "My senior's grades should be good enough to get into the top universities. Will I be able to catch up with him in 2 years?" After the senior year martial arts exam, the first year superpower awakening ceremony will begin. Now, she can only pray that she awakens a higher level superpower. "Senior, wherever you go, Chu will go." Inside the other dimension, the sky was gradually darkening and the roars of beasts echoed throughout the space. Many test takers began to look for companions and stick together for mutual support. Those with weaker strength retreated directly to the entrance of the other dimensional space, waiting to emerge again at dawn the next day to fight the alien beasts. The martial arts exam not only tests combat skills, but also the candidate's ability to survive in an alternate dimension. This is why the martial arts exam lasts for 24 hours. After Chen Fan reached 3,000 points, he decisively occupied the cave of a bloodthirsty ape and rested. At this moment, since the sky, I could not capture Chen Fan's image. The soldier in the Yuliangwen conference room could only switch the main screen to Jiang Tiannan, who was ranked second. However, after witnessing Chen Fan's combat prowess, everyone found this other guy rather uninteresting. During the time when Chen Fan wasn't in the live stream, Yang Chuchu contacted her family and asked Uncle Qian to come and pick her up. After replenishing his food supplies inside the cave, Chen Fan began studying the system panel. At this point, his kill score had reached 628. Chen Fan discovered that whether he killed a Tier 1 early-stage beast or a Tier 1 peak beast, he could only gain 1 kill point. The martial arts exam is different scores are awarded based on the strength of the mythical beasts. Without much thought, Chen Fan directly spent 600 points to exchange for 6 chances to win a prize. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a mental strength point card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a physique points card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an F-grade weapon, a dagger. Congratulations, host, you have received a blessing card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a mental strength point card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a physique points card. Chen Fan was overjoyed upon hearing the system's notification. An F-grade dagger could probably fetch 200,000 just by selling it, right? TSK, what a great system. After examining the dagger, Chen Fan then looked at the blessing card. System, what is this? The system's voice sounded. Host, a blessing card is a type of card that can be used on others, temporarily increasing the luck value of the user. Could I add a blessing to Tong Tong and then tell her to buy a lottery ticket? I wonder if she can win the grand prize. After Chen Fan put the cards away with satisfaction, he immediately used up the 2 cards that added points to his physical strength and mental strength. He quickly checked the system panel. Host, Chen Fan. Special ability, Thunder Devouring Holy Body SS. Level, Mid-Tier 1. Physical Fitness, 54. Mental Strength, 39. Kill Points, 28. Skills, Thunderous Strike of the 9 Heavens, Lightning Flash, Thunder Palm. Evaluation, a weak and helpless little chick. Current task, become the top scholar in Shannon Province to participate in the Special Ability Lottery. Task Level E. My physique is about to break through 60. Once my mental strength reaches 40, I feel I can try to absorb high-voltage electricity again to break through. This rocket-like improvement is just amazing. No, we have to go kill more alien beasts. It will be much harder to get kill points once we leave the other dimensional space. Having tasted success, Chen Fan rested briefly before emerging from the cave again. Mythical beasts, come into your brother's bowl. Chen Fan rushed out, brandishing his sword and running wildly, attacking any strange beast he saw with his sword. Now his physique has increased slightly again, and slaughtering a first-tier peak alien beast is as easy as killing a chicken. Chen Fan had become the biggest demon in the examination hall, leaving a trail of blood and carnage wherever he went. At 9 o'clock in the evening, while everyone was being cautious in the dark, Chen Fan's score broke through the 5,000 mark. Just then, his smart bracelet suddenly emitted a sharp alarm, followed by an anxious voice. Attention candidates! A second-tier monster has entered the southern part of the examination area. Candidates located in the south must evacuate immediately. Candidates who are unable to evacuate in time, please pop the energy ball immediately. Our soldiers are on their way. The moment the alarm sounded, a huge roar came from the south of the examination hall. The candidates in the south of the examination hall changed their expressions and turned around and ran for their lives. Chapter 26, Second Tier Beast Attack. As soon as the alarm on the wristband ended, a loud roar came from the south of the examination room. Chen Fan was located on the southeast side of the examination room, not far from the roar of the beast. But he didn't take it to heart. With his current strength, he wouldn't be afraid of any beast that wasn't a mid-stage second-tier alien beast. However, the system's electronic notification suddenly sounded. System mission. Rescue Morong Xiao Xiao on the south side of the examination room. Countdown 4 minutes. Mission level F+. Morong Xiao Xiao? That fierce beauty from our number 3 middle school's martial arts class. Chen Fan frowned slightly. To be honest, he didn't want to have too much contact with girls, but the F+ level mission reward was too tempting, so he decided to go to the rescue. There are only 4 minutes left. They must have been targeted by that second-tier beast. Chun Fan slung the giant sword over his back, and lightning exploded beneath his feet, propelling him 7 or 8 meters into the air with tremendous force. Chun Fan sped off, like an arrow, towards the direction of the beast's roar. Meanwhile, an 8-person squad was running for their lives, with a second-tier flame lion behind them. The lion, its body radiating flames and its size resembling a rhinoceros, was incredibly fast, catching up with the fleeing crowd in just a few breaths. Murong Xiao Xiao was originally leading the way, running at the very front of the group, but when she glanced back hastily, her face turned deathly pale. The lion leaped high into the air, its massive claws slamming the last member of the group to the ground. Tian Guan, crush the energy ball! Murong Xiao Xiao shouted a reminder. The fallen examinee, ignoring his cries of pain, hurriedly crushed the energy ball in his hand. However, before the energy shield could take shape, the lion bit off half of his head. We can't escape. This bloody scene filled everyone with despair. This group consisted of the 8 strongest individuals from Qingxiang No. 3 Middle School, but they couldn't muster any thought of fighting against the second-tier alien beast. Murong Xiao Xiao shouted to the crowd, "We can't escape. Crush the energy ball." Although the remaining 6 looked troubled, they knew the situation was urgent and that elimination was better than death, so they decisively crushed the energy ball in their hands. But the fiery lion had already reached behind them, and a huge burst of flame spewed from its mouth, the shockwave of the explosion sending everyone flying. Join forces to stand it. The energy ball will only take 10 seconds to take effect. Murong Xiao Xiao shouted, and a long whip of thorns, condensed from soul power, suddenly appeared in her hand, which she lashed out fiercely at the fiery lion. However, the flames on the lion's body only rippled slightly, leaving it completely unharmed. The next moment, before Murong Xiao Xiao could retreat, the lion's giant tail whipped her away, sending her flying more than 10 meters away. Little one, everyone was shocked and unleashed their strongest attacks at the lion. After a deafening roar, the lion remained unharmed. Just when everyone was in despair, the lion launched one of the candidates more than 10 meters away. The candidate's sternum shattered upon landing, and he immediately lost consciousness. Just as the lion was about to bite off his head, the energy shield activated, protecting him inside. At the same time, energy shields were generated around everyone else, protecting them. We survived. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, flames spewed from the lion's mouth, turning the surrounding area into a sea of fire. The scorching flames baked the energy shield, making it crackle and pop. Can we hold out until the rescue? Everyone couldn't help but worry. Meanwhile, inside the Yuliangwen conference hall, everyone present broke out in a cold sweat, especially Zhang Zhongwen, the principal of No. 3 Middle School. He was already terrified, his face turning deathly pale. These 8 candidates were all from No. 3 Middle School, and they were the 8 most outstanding students. If they all died in the exam, even with Chun Fan as a dark horse, he would face enormous accountability. He looked at the young soldier beside him and shouted anxiously, "When will your soldiers arrive at the scene to provide rescue?" "My men are already on their way there, but they're too far away. Even at their fastest, it'll take them at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Zhang Zhongwen's eyes widened. The energy ball can only last for 3 minutes at most in the hands of a second-tier alien beast. How can it last 10 minutes? Where's Colonel Mu? He's a 4th-tier ability user. Why doesn't he go to the rescue himself? With his speed, he could definitely reach the battlefield quickly." Zhang Zhongwen roared in frustration. This Commander Mu is not at Yuliang Pass. 2 hours ago, he went to the depths of another dimension to carry out a mission. You have to save them, Zhang Zhongwen exclaimed, his face filled with utter despair. Today he experienced both great joy and great sorrow, and felt as if he was about to faint. At this moment, everyone watching the live broadcast was on tenterhooks, especially the teachers and students of Qingxing No. 3 Middle School. Are senior Sister Morong and the others going to die? Oh my God, someone please save them. Some of the more timid individuals even burst into tears on the spot. In the other dimension, the energy shields surrounding the 7 people were already covered with cracks and were on the verge of collapse, as if they would shatter at the slightest touch. We can't wait for rescue. Despair filled everyone's hearts. An aura of death enveloped everyone present. As time passed, the energy shields could no longer withstand the scorching flames and began to shatter. It's over. All 7 closed their eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Even those watching the live stream couldn't bear to look at it and turned their heads away. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the live broadcast. Rescue workers have arrived at the scene. Those watching the live stream widened their eyes in surprise. The person arrived at an extremely fast speed, their entire body covered in blue lightning. It looks like Chun Fan. As the figure in the image grew larger, everyone could see the person's appearance clearly. It's Chun Fan. That's great. He's here to save people. For some reason, the viewers of the live stream all felt that Chun Fan was capable of defeating this second-tier alien beast. Of course, Chun Fan would not disappoint everyone's expectations. Just as the giant claws of the fiery lion were about to strike Murong Xiaoxiao's head, Chun Fan took the giant sword off his back and, with a burst of strength, threw it directly at the lion. The giant blade, imbued with the power of thunder, clashed violently with the lion with a deafening roar. Thunder and flames exploded simultaneously, and a shockwave sent Murong Xiaoxiao flying again. She was somewhat confused and quickly opened her eyes. At that moment, a young man covered in lightning was already blocking her way. Everyone stepped back. Chun Fan said calmly to the crowd behind him. Someone from No. 3 Middle School recognized Chun Fan and exclaimed in surprise, "You're Chun Fan? That liberal arts student." "What? It's him?" Chun Fan, who's currently number 1 on the leaderboard. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the fiery lion seemed to sense Chun Fan's power. It stood still and roared at Chun Fan, but for a moment it did not dare to attack. Chapter 27, Slaying a Second-Tier Beast. Inside Yuliang Pass, Zhang Zhongwen breathed a sigh of relief the moment he saw Chun Fan. With his strength, he should be able to withstand a second-tier alien beast for a few minutes, right? The people present did not believe that Chun Fan could kill the second-tier alien beast, but they thought he could hold it off until the rescue team arrived. However, how could they possibly know how powerful Chun Fan was? As the people behind him slowly retreated dozens of meters away, the lightning on Chun Fan's body surged even more fiercely. "You beast die!" Chun Fan launched the first attack. He did not pick up the giant sword, but chose to fight with his bare hands. The power of thunder converged in his fists, and a surging force slammed into the fiery lion. Not to be outdone, the lion raised its massive front paws high and brought down its fiery claws. Thunder Fist and Fire Claw clashed, resulting in a draw. However, Chun Fan's attack was far from simple. The next moment, lightning flashed beneath his feet, and he kicked the lion in the jaw, sending it flying. The two quickly engaged in a fierce battle, surrounded by energy emanating from thunder and flames. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked. Chun Fan is holding his own, despite her severe injuries. Murong Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes still sparkled as she looked at Chun Fan with curiosity. She had been classmates with him for 3 years, yet she had no idea that such a person existed at No. 3 Middle School. After fighting the lion for a minute, Chun Fan wanted to try out the skills that came with the thunder-devouring holy body. So, he directly used the Thunder Palm technique. At this moment, the lightning all over his body rapidly gathered in his palm, instantly forming a lightning ball radiating terrifying power. The next moment, Chun Fan struck the lion's abdomen with a palm strike, and the lightning exploded, sending the lion's massive body flying. Meanwhile, its abdomen was charred black, and fresh blood was gushing out. Again, Chun Fan lunged forward and struck the opponent's head with another palm strike. The lion howled in agony, its entire face a bloody mess, before being blasted more than 10 meters away again. The lion realized something was wrong, and its flames subsided, gathering in its mouth. The next moment, a fireball was launched, aimed directly at Chun Fan. It moved incredibly fast, arriving in front of Chun Fan in the blink of an eye. However, Chun Fan's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was behind the fireball. It is another skill inherent to the thunder-devouring holy body, Thunder Flash. Just as the lion was still in shock, Chun Fan's thunderous palm struck its head once more. After a sharp crack, the lion's skull shattered, and it was completely lifeless. Dead. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked. They could hardly believe that someone had so easily killed a second-tier alien beast in a martial arts examination. They underestimated Chun Fan's strength once again. Inside the Yuliangwen conference room, Zhang Zongwen slumped in a chair, his body covered in sweat. At that moment, he had an urge to kneel down before Chun Fan. He was incredibly grateful that Chun Fan was a student at their number 3 middle school and that he hadn't forcibly detained Chun Fan. Inside the alternate dimension, Chun Fan was momentarily stunned. The reason was simple. In that instant, his points increased by 1,000. He reached 6,000. The people present exchanged glances, their eyes filled with utter shock. The second-tier beast, which even the 8 of them combined couldn't defeat, had been easily killed by Chun Fan. Murong Xiao Xiao struggled to her feet, came to Chun Fan, and bowed deeply, saying, "Chun Fan, thank you for saving me and everyone else. No need to be so polite." Chun Fan smiled faintly. Murong Xiao Xiao was indeed beautiful, and with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, she looked even more alluring. However, her clothes were now covered in blood, and Chun Fan couldn't help but worry about her. Oh, what a pity, such a good girl. She'll probably be left with a disability. Murong Xiao Xiao also noticed Chun Fan's gaze. Her cheeks flushed red, and she lowered her head and murmured softly, "No, it's not hurt there. Why are you telling me this?" Chun Fan was speechless. He only had Yin-Ran in his heart. Besides, look at your size, it's nowhere near as big as my sister Yin-Ran's, so you have no chance. Grow a few more years, girl. Just then, 10 rescue team members finally arrived. The squad leader was a late-stage Tier 2 ability user. He glanced at the fallen corpse of the fiery lion, then at Chun Fan, and was slightly taken back. This year's test takers have such extraordinary talents. He was just about to greet Chun Fan with a few polite words when the earth suddenly began to shake, and roars echoed from afar. At the same time, alarms sounded again on everyone's smart bracelets. All examinees must evacuate this alternate dimension immediately. A beast tide has broken out in the south. All soldiers inside Yuliang Pass enter the other dimensional space. We are determined to stop the beast tide and not allow any alien beast to enter Blue Star. As soon as the alarm sounded, countless examinees were in an uproar and turned to flee towards the entrance to the other dimensional space. Meanwhile, where Chun Fan was, the rescue team leader, his face filled with a death wish, looked at the men in his team and said, "Stop the beast tide. Get the examinees out of the alternate dimension safely." "Yes," the 9 soldiers shouted in unison, drawing their weapons and standing ready for battle. All the candidates present looked at each other, at a loss for what to do. "Why aren't you retreating yet?" the captain roared angrily as he turned around. At this moment, everyone stopped hesitating, helped each other, and fled towards the entrance. Only Chun Fan stood still, motionless. "Young man, aren't you leaving?" The captain knew that Chun Fan had killed the flaming lion and had a high opinion of his strength, so he asked tentatively. In this time of great calamity, How can a man of great Xia desert his post? I will stand with you all, Chun Fan declared righteously and passionately. The soldiers looked on with admiration. Not only is he incredibly strong, but he is also a responsible and courageous young man. However, Chun Fan was actually panicking inside. This wicked system had given him a mission to hold off the beast tide until the very last moment. And it was an mission. Damn system, you'll kill me sooner or later. This is a beast tide. How can my little body withstand 1,000 troops? Chun Fan complained helplessly. The soldiers present, seeing his calm and fearless expression, said with admiration, "Young man, you're a real man. If you survive this battle, I'll treat you to a drink." "No problem." Chun Fan shouldered the giant sword on the ground and replied coldly, "Oh my God, I'm afraid I'm going to die here today, and Sister Yanran is going to be a widow. Wah." At this moment, dust filled the sky in the distance, and tens of thousands of strange beasts rushed toward this place. Chun Fan was terrified. He quickly checked the system and entered the lottery. The reward for an F+ level mission is a 3-draw. Chun Fan was lucky enough to draw 2 physique cards and an F-level round shield. He dared not take out the round shield to use in the other dimension, but the 2 physique enhancing cards greatly helped his combat power. Use the physique card. Without the slightest hesitation, Chun Fan's physique strength instantly reached 60. Chun Fan didn't stop by now. He had accumulated 300 kill points on the system. Chun Fan chose to draw a prize again. Chapter 28 Breakthrough, late stage of first tier. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 grade F nourishing essence pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a warm spirit jade. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mental strength point card. Nourishing essence pill, warm spirit jade. Were these 2 things? Chun Fan hurriedly asked the system. He soon received the answer. The nourishing essence pill is a type of elixir that quickly restores supernatural abilities. The warm spirit jade can nourish the wearer's soul and is beneficial for enhancing supernatural abilities. I don't need the warm spirit jade, but the nourishing essence pill is indeed crucial to the current situation. Chun Fan quickly used the mental energy point card again. After a refreshing feeling, his mental strength broke through 40, reaching 42 points. His strength has increased a bit more. He should be able to barely withstand a mid-stage, second-tier alien beast now, right? Just as Chun Fan was pondering, the first wave of beasts arrived. This wave of beasts numbered 200, and even the weakest of the beasts was at the peak of the first tier. Brothers, don't give an inch. Follow me and kill. The squad leader, spear in hand, led the charge. The 9 people behind them were all at the second tier, with 3 at the mid-stage of the second tier and the rest at the early stage of the second tier. They all unleashed their powers and charged forward. Chun Fan gritted his teeth and charged towards the beast horde. At this time, his physique had been strengthened, making it easier for him to kill the strange beasts. However, there were too many strange beasts around him, and 5 second-tier strange beasts attacked him at the same time. Chun Fan used Thunder Palm and Lightning Flash to counterattack continuously, but after a dozen breaths, he was still at a disadvantage. "Damn it, do you think I'm easy to bully?" Chun Fan roared, his body crackling with lightning. Blue lightning began to rapidly condense, transforming in the blink of an eye into a blue lightning dragon that coiled around his body. This is his current strongest combat technique, 9 Heavens Thunderclap. The strongest form of this skill is when 9 thunder dragons condense around his body, but his current ability is too weak, and he can only barely condense 1. But that's enough. Chun Fan unleashed a slash, and the blue lightning dragon coiled around him surged forth following the momentum of the slash. Roar! After the roar, the dragon-shaped blade energy directly cut a second-stage, early-stage alien beast in 2. So powerful! Chun Fan exclaimed in surprise and unleashed another slash. The thunder dragon roared, and another strange beast was split in 2. This feeling of invincibility is wonderful. With the thunder dragon coiled around him, Chun Fan felt incredibly powerful. However, when he swung his sword again, the giant blade in his hand could not withstand the terrifying energy of the thunder dragon and shattered into pieces. At this moment, the remaining three strange beasts took the opportunity to attack him. However, all three attacks were blocked by Chun Fan's protective thunder dragon, and he was unharmed. "You're asking for death." Chun Fan threw away the hilt of his knife and chose to fight hand to hand. He threw a punch, and the thunder dragon flew away with his fist. With a deafening roar, the thunder dragon collided with the strange beast, instantly blasting it to pieces. The next moment, Chun Fan struck out with a palm, killing another strange beast. At this moment, the last remaining beast looked panicked and tried to turn around and flee. But how could Chun Fan let it go? The lightning dragons surrounding Chun Fan instantly shot out more than 10 meters away, directly blasting the strange beast into pieces. In just 1 minute, Chun Fan slaughtered 5 early-stage Tier 2 alien beasts. This scene was also captured by the fast telescope. The onlookers were all breathing heavily, their eyes filled with undisguised horror. Chun Fan is too strong. In the alternate dimension, after Chun Fan blasted away the 5 alien beasts, his supernatural abilities were almost depleted. He decisively took out the nourishing essence pill that restored his supernatural abilities from the system and secretly put it in his mouth. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, his supernatural abilities were rapidly restored. After a few breaths, he had completely recovered to his peak condition. Chun Fan looked towards the scene and saw that the squad leader was fighting a late-stage, second-tier alien beast alone, and the two were locked in a fierce battle. The others, weaker on the other hand, faced multiple monsters on their own, encountering perilous situations. Has the main force not arrived yet? Chun Fan frowned slightly before charging back into the battlefield. Gradually, he lost count of how many strange beasts he had killed. Although the nourishing essence pill in his abdomen continued to restore his supernatural abilities, his physical and mental strength were nearing their limits. At that moment, the shouts of battle shook the heavens behind them, and many soldiers from Yuliang Pass arrived. Meanwhile, the beast horde arrived nearby. A second-tier peak ability user at the forefront shouted to the crowd behind him, "Brothers, it is our duty to protect the land of Great Xia. We will definitely wipe out all the alien beasts. Brothers, follow me and kill." Kill. Thousands of superhuman warriors unleashed an astonishing killing intent, showing no fear in the face of tens of thousands of alien beasts. Soon, the grassland was filled with the sounds of battle. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. After a short rest, Chun Fan rejoined the scene. However, after he killed several early-stage second-tier beasts, he was targeted by a mid-stage second-tier thunder python. A powerful bolt of lightning struck Chun Fan from behind, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. "Damn it! A sneak attack!" Chun Fan roared in fury, hurriedly getting up and engaging in combat with the attacker. Facing the mid-stage second-tier thunder python, Chun Fan quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl struck Chun Fan's chest again. An electric current swept through his entire body, blasting him more than 10 meters away. Fortunately, Chun Fan was physically strong and was not injured. Chun Fan stood up and was surprised to find that his body was absorbing the energy overflowing from the thunder python. The opportunity to break through to the late stage of the first tier is right in front of me. Chun Fan was overjoyed. He immediately absorbed the protective thunder dragon into his body, letting the thunder python's electric energy sweep over his entire body. "I'm tickling you. Give me some more," Chun Fan shouted provocatively. As expected, the thunder python became enraged and wrapped its tail around Chun Fan. Immediately afterwards, the thunder python emitted terrifying electrical energy from its entire body, causing Chun Fan's body to crackle and pop. "This is amazing." Chun Fan felt the pleasure of his cells absorbing electrical energy. He was incredibly excited. Those watching the live stream had various expressions as they saw Chun Fan being entangled by the lightning python. Some people think he was too arrogant and conceited, and that he only brought this situation upon himself. Some people felt sorry for him, fearing that such a talented person would perish. But some people are also worried about him, especially Wang Yanran and Yang Chu. The two of them stared intently at the screen, their faces deathly pale, their breathing almost stopping. Xiao Fan resist. Hold on. Senior, you have to survive. Their eyes were red and swollen, and large tears streamed down their faces. However, Chun Fan still offered no resistance, as if unconscious, allowing the lightning python to ravage him. Finally, a few minutes later, Chun Fan suddenly opened his eyes, and the next moment, his body was like a black hole, directly absorbing all the electrical energy on the surface of the thunder python. Lei Meng sensed something was wrong and tried to let go of Chun Fan, but found that his body was being sucked in by Chun Fan. Its electrical energy was being frantically drained. In just a few breaths, not a single ounce of energy remained in its body. Chun Fan, however, felt an unparalleled power. At this moment, he finally stepped into the late stage of the first tier. It feels great to have drained a snake demon dry. Chun Fan suddenly exerted his strength, his whole body surging with lightning. With a bang, he directly blasted the lightning python wrapped around him into pieces. Chapter 29, The Martial Arts Exam ends. After shattering the thunder python, Chun Fan quickly checked the system panel. Host, Chun Fan. Special ability, Thunder Devouring Holy Body SS. Level, Late Stage 1. Physical Fitness, 82. Mental Strength, 60. Kill Points, 410. Skills, Thunderous Strike of the Nine Heavens, Lightning Flash, Thunder Palm. Evaluation, A weak and helpless little chick. Current tasks, 1. Obtain the top score in Shannon Province to participate in the Supernatural Ability Lottery. Task level, E2. Resist the beast tide to the very last moment. Task level, E. My physique has increased by 20. Chun Fan felt the explosive power throughout his body and the powerful supernatural ability within him. He was incredibly excited. Outside, the people watching the video exchanged bewildered glances. Why did the thunder python suddenly explode? Why was Chun Fan unharmed? Wang Yanran and Yang Chu wept with joy. At this moment, in the other dimension, Chun Fan once again charged into the battlefield. He picked up a large sword that a warrior had dropped from the ground, and with one slash, blue lightning instantly tore through 10 meters of space, directly cleaving a second stage, early stage alien beast in two. This is too powerful. I am now capable of fighting against the top-tier mid-stage, second-tier alien beasts. With full confidence in himself, Chun Fan once again used the Nine Heavens Thunderclap, and the blue protective Thunder Dragon was a whole size larger than before. He swung his sword and charged at the mid-stage, second-tier ancient armored bull beside him. This incredibly defensive beast was instantly slashed and wounded all over by Chun Fan's dragon-shaped blade energy. After a dozen or so breaths, Chun Fan unleashed his protective lightning dragon and sword energy together, directly blasting the mid-stage, second-tier bull into a bloody mist. Chun Fan was like a demon slayer, targeting only early and mid-stage monsters. The battle continued for more than 2 hours without any sign of stopping. The corpses around Chun Fan were piled up like a small mountain. He had killed more than 100 second-tier alien beasts, and his kill value in the system exceeded 1,500. No one in the 3 surrounding cities dared to sleep. They were all anxiously awaiting the outcome of the battle. If these warriors could not withstand the beast tide, the fate of their city would be slaughtered. The fierce battle continued into the early hours of the morning, just as the soldiers were about to give up. A 10-person team rushed here from the depths of another dimension. This group of people is extremely powerful. They're all at least Tier 3 ability users. The leader is Colonel Mu Hongtao, the person in charge of this interdimensional entrance. After these 10 people joined the battle, they launched a frenzied massacre against the beast horde. The balance has finally been broken. After another hour of intense battle, tens of thousands of strange beasts were completely wiped out. Chun Fan plopped down on the carcass of a black leopard, panting heavily. At this moment, his physical and mental strength reached their limits. But when he saw that the kill points in the system had exceeded 3,000, he immediately felt that it was all worth it. However, the soldiers around them did not rest. They began to clean up the scene and rescue their teammates who were on the verge of death. When Chun Fan saw the human corpses being dug out from under the alien beasts, his joy at gaining kill points was suddenly washed away. So many people have died. Looking around, Chun Fan saw that more than 100 bodies had already been found. At this moment, the squad leader who had fought alongside him initially limped over to his side, sighed softly, and said, "Ordinary people envy those with superpowers, but have they ever considered that when the beast tide comes, it is also those with superpowers who risk their lives to protect them?" Chun Fan nodded silently, remaining silent for a long time. After a long while, the whistle blew. The squad leader patted him on the shoulder and said, "Let's go, brother. Back to Yuliang Town." Half an hour later, Chun Fan left the alternate dimension with the others and returned to Yuliang Town. Here, the candidates who had originally left the examination room stood on the left and right, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Chun Fan. They had already seen Chun Fan's performance on the screen in the center of the square. When everyone saw him come out, they were all excited. Being able to participate in a martial arts exam with such a prodigy was something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. Chun Fan, Chun Fan. Everyone shouted his name in unison. Chun Fan felt a little embarrassed, but he had to be careful with his expression at this moment. He remained calm and walked straight toward the line of students from Qingxing No. 3 Middle School. Principal Zhang Zongwen came to greet him from afar. He grabbed Chun Fan's arm and almost burst into tears of joy, because Chun Fan had brought him so many surprises. "Chun Fan, well done." Zhang Zongwen's face beamed with joy, trying his best to show his kindness. Chun Fan naturally recognized this principal. He said calmly, "Principal Zhang, I've heard that some people don't want me to participate in the martial arts exam." Zhang Zongwen was embarrassed and quickly adjusted his expression, saying, "It must be your great head, Fatty Zhang, who did this. I'll definitely teach him a lesson when I get back and get revenge for you." Chun Fan chuckled, completely ignoring him. "We're not close. Don't try to get too familiar with me." Zhang Zongwen was very anxious and hurriedly ran to catch up. At the same time, he leaned close to Chun Fan's ear and whispered, "Chun Fan, in front of so many people, please give me some face. Our No. 3 middle school has a martial arts exam bonus every year, a full 1 million yuan. I've decided this year you get the whole bonus. Isn't that generous enough?" Chun Fan smiled. "You're pretty sensible. All right, I'll give you some face then." Haha, it seems I really misunderstood Principal Zhang. He is indeed a reasonable person. Zhang Zongwen and Chun Fan stood in front of the No. 3 middle school line, pretending to chat and laugh, behaving like close teachers and students. This scene made the principals of other high schools extremely envious. They lamented, "Why didn't our schools produce a prodigy like Chun Fan?" The people he had saved also squeezed to the front of the crowd to thank Chun Fan. A dozen minutes later, after arranging matters in the military, Mu Hongtao arrived in front of the line of examinees. "Gentlemen, I have already consulted with the Provincial Department of Education. This martial arts exam is now concluded. You have all spent a total of 8 hours in the examination room, and we will give you 3 times your scores as your martial arts exam results." This statement caused an uproar, with some people rejoicing and others feeling sorrowful. This is unfair, but makes sense. There are over 400 examination venues for the Great Xia Martial Arts Examination every year. There have been instances of beast tides breaking out during martial arts exams in previous years. However, martial arts exams are generally not reorganized, as they are too expensive. Therefore, the official regulation directly stipulates that the method of proportionally amplifying the results can be adopted. After the noisy crowd quieted down, Mu Hongtao spoke again. Yuliang Town cannot accommodate so many people for lodging. The schools can consider leading their groups to leave. Of course, if you feel it's too late, you can wait in the square outside Yuliang Town until dawn before leaving. The candidates were helpless, but there was nothing they could do. It was the rule. Unauthorized personnel were not allowed to linger in the military camp. Mu Hongtao raised his hand to quiet the noisy crowd and said again, "In this battle against the beast tide, candidate Chun Fan performed exceptionally well, killing 208 second-tier alien beasts and making outstanding contributions. I've already reported this to the military region headquarters, and it has been decided to award Comrade Chun Fan a bronze 2-star badge." Wow! The words caused a stir, and exclamations of surprise immediately rang out from the crowd. Chun Fan has actually been awarded a medal, and a 2-star one at that. My goodness, I've never heard of a high school student receiving a medal. Don't be envious. If you could slaughter 100 or 2 second-tier beasts, you would also deserve a medal. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, their words filled with admiration but also envy. After Mu Hongtao finished speaking, he stepped down from the stage and personally hung a bronze medal around Chun Fan's neck. Well done! Mu Hongtao patted him on the shoulder and returned to the podium. I hereby declare the martial arts examination officially concluded. Chapter 30, An Extraordinary Harvest. As Mu Hongtao finished speaking, everyone's martial arts test results were finalized. First place, Chun Fan from Qingxi No. 3 Middle School with 18,000 points. Second place, Jiang Tianan from Yinqing No. 1 Middle School with 6,265 points. Third place, Chu He from Weiqing No. 1 Middle School with 5,824 points. Chun Fan unsurprisingly won first place in this joint examination of the 3 cities, but he still frowned slightly, because the beasts he killed after the beast tide broke out were not counted in his martial arts exam score. With 18,000 points, I wonder if I'm a shoo-in for the top spot in the martial arts exam. Chun Fan became somewhat worried. After all, the reward for winning the top prize was the ability to draw supernatural powers. More than 200 Tier 2 beasts would be worth at least 200,000 points, right? 200,000 points for a worthless bronze medal? What a huge loss! Chun Fan reluctantly picked up the medal on his chest and looked at it. One side was engraved with the totem of the Great Xia dynasty, the Divine Dragon. The other side was engraved with Chun Fan's name, as well as the date when Yuliang Pass was awarded the medal. "Old Zhang, what's the use of this thing?" Chun Fan asked Zhang Zongwen, who was standing to the side. When Zhang Zongwen heard Chun Fan call him Old Zhang, he was not angry at all. Instead, his smile widened. "Haha, these medals are really good stuff. There are 4 types in total: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. And each type is further divided into 5 levels, from 1 star to 5 stars. This is a symbol of honor. So what? What's the actual value of this thing?" Chun Fan curled his lip. "Honor? What good is it?" Zhang Zongwen quickly said. "You should know that normally, entering the other dimensional space to hunt alien beasts costs money, but those wearing the bronze medal can enter for free. In addition, you have the right to temporarily call upon 10 gatekeeper warriors." "Oh, Old Zhang, there's something I don't understand. Isn't hunting alien beasts a good thing for the country? Why is there a charge?" Chun Fan asked, puzzled. Zhang Zongwen feigned silence for a few seconds, then put his hands behind his back, adopted the demeanor of a superior officer, and said, "Because the flesh and blood of alien beasts are very valuable, every part of them is a treasure. Alien beasts killed by superhumans can be brought out and sold for money." "What? Corpses can be sold for money?" Chun Fan's indignation intensified. This loss isn't just huge, it's an absolute disaster. As the two were talking, they arrived at the square outside Yuliang Pass. Zhang Zongwen let Chun Fan get into his private car, driven by Du Jiang, the Grey Director. The moment Du Jiang saw Chun Fan, He immediately offered the kindest smile he could muster in his life. Congratulations, Chun Fan, on achieving first place in the joint examination of the 3 cities. Eh. Chun Fan sneered at him, adjusted the seat back to the lowest position, and almost lay flat on his back, making it seem like he didn't want to talk to him. Du Jiang was mortified and quickly tried to explain. However, Principal Zhang interrupted him directly, and his tone was quite stern. Directeur du. Today, in front of Chun Fan, I have to criticize you a bit. Chun Fan, such an outstanding student, was almost prevented from participating in the martial arts exam because of your prejudice and ignorance. You almost caused a major disaster for the school. When you get home today, write a 10,000-word self-criticism and deliver it to Chun Fan. Do you hear me? Du Jiang is fas fait l'instant. In his more than 20 years in the industry, he had never imagined that one day he would have to write a self-criticism for a student. But he was helpless, since he couldn't afford to offend either of the 2 people in the car. Okay. I'll write it tonight and send it to Chun Fan tomorrow. All right. Chun Fan waved his hand, interrupting the 2's performance. Old Zhang, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Li Wenbin, that guy in our class who made a bet with me, he wants to run naked at graduation, right? The school has to grant his wish. Hey, Zhang Zhongwen paused, then said awkwardly, that student suddenly started yelling and screaming in the exam room this afternoon, like he'd gone mad. He's been disqualified from taking the exam. So, how could he possibly have the face to attend the graduation ceremony? Chun Fan was speechless. He was the top student in the liberal arts class, after all. How could his mentality be so bad? We can't let this kid off so easily. Chun Fan muttered to himself. Zhang Zhongwen was somewhat helpless. These were all scandals from his own school. He quickly changed the subject, saying, Chun Fan, I estimate that a university will contact you in a couple of days, so you need to start thinking about which university to attend. Contact me in advance. Chun Fan asked, puzzled. Aren't the martial arts exam rankings announced 7 days later? Zhang Zhongwen said, top universities naturally have ways to find out your college entrance scores in advance. With your exam scores, you don't even need to apply. Some universities will directly recruit you through special admissions. Okay, then I'll check the situation at various universities over the next few days. When Chun Fan got home, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Tong Tong was not at home, but at Wang Yinran's house. After taking a quick hot shower, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Before dawn the next day, Chun Fan's sweet dream was ruthlessly shattered by a rapid phone call. The caller was none other than his estranged maternal uncle. Chun Fan frowned slightly. His uncle lived in Yinqing City and had almost never contacted him on his own initiative over the years. He was probably calling now because he knew that Chun Fan had won first place in the joint examination of the 3 cities. After hesitating for a moment, Chun Fan answered the phone. As expected, a warm voice came from the other end of the phone. Nephew, it's your uncle. Chun Fan responded indifferently. Haha, Xiao Fan. I heard you got first place in the joint exam of the 3 cities? That's great. I'll come and pick you and your brother to stay at my house for a couple of days in a couple of days. I'll have Wenwen show you around Yinqing for a few days. By the way, Wenwen will also be taking the martial arts exam next year. You can give her some guidance then. Chun Fan was so angry that he laughed. The one that his uncle mentioned was his cousin, his uncle's only daughter. Chun Fan sneered inwardly. He had thought his uncle was calling to congratulate him, but he hadn't expected that his real intention was to make him work for free and guide his daughter. Nobody gets up early for nothing. But he ultimately didn't want to break off relations, so he made an excuse, saying, going to Yinqing? I'm afraid that won't work. I'm taking Tong Tong on a trip to the south in a few days. The man on the other end of the phone was clearly displeased, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, Xiao Fan, is that so? Woman also wants to go out and have some fun. Why don't you let her come with you? You can guide her on the way. Don't worry, I'll cover her expenses. Chun Fan was completely disappointed with his uncle. He said indifferently, let's talk about this later. I have something to do. I'll hang up now. After saying that, Chun Fan hung up the phone. These relatives are utterly devoid of any kinship. However, the other party still persisted and called him several times in a row. Chun Fan simply silenced his phone and tossed it aside. You used to ignore me, but now you can't afford to miss me. Chun Fan recalled a famous philosophical saying. Forget about these annoying relatives. Let's do a lottery. Chun Fan quickly checked the system. He completed the mission of repelling the beast tide and received an E-level lottery draw. In addition, he had more than 3,000 kill points in the system, which was enough for him to exchange for 30 F-level lottery draw opportunities. Chun Fan decided to splurge and participate in the lottery. Chapter 31 Lottery. Lottery. Chun Fan's gaze was fixed on the depths of his mind, where the system panel was clearly visible. He ordered, System, initiate the E-level mission reward draw. As soon as he finished speaking, a brand new lottery wheel appeared in his mind. This time, it emitted a deep blue light, unlike the usual emerald green. It seems this reward will be even more valuable. Chun Fan was filled with anticipation. A few seconds later, the roulette wheel slowly stopped, and a shimmering silver ring floated in front of him, accompanied by a system notification. Congratulations, host! You have drawn a low-level space ring. A spatial ring, he murmured in surprise, his eyes shining with disbelief. This ring is no ordinary item. It contains an independent space that can store various items, making it undoubtedly a precious treasure for Chun Fan. To the best of my knowledge, such a treasure has never appeared on Earth. He couldn't wait to bring the ring to life and gently slipped it onto his finger. The ring has an exquisite silver appearance with subtle patterns engraved on its surface, as if it contains the light of stars, making it both mysterious and elegant. When he used his consciousness to sense the ring, he could clearly perceive the space inside a full 3 cubic meters in volume. Although the space isn't very large, it's more than enough for carrying everyday luggage and weapons. Chun Fan thought happily. He couldn't help but start experimenting with its function. With just a light touch of the item he wanted to store and a thought, the item would be instantly sucked into the ring. Conversely, when he needs to take out an item, with just a thought, the desired item will immediately appear in his palm. Excellent. As expected of an E-level reward. Chun Fan was very satisfied. He then began to study the 3,000 kill points. The system will convert kill points into lottery chances. Host, would you like to redeem an F-rank lottery draw or an E-rank lottery draw? You can even exchange for E-grade items? Chun Fan raised an eyebrow and quickly asked, how do I redeem the E-level lottery prize? An E-rank lottery draw requires 1,000 kill points. 1,000 points. Chun Fan was shocked. An F-level lottery only requires 100 kill points, while an E-level lottery requires 10 times that amount. After thinking it over, Chun Fan decided to spend 1,000 points to draw an E-level reward. System, spend 1,000 points to redeem one E-level lottery draw. Okay, host, the lottery has begun. As the electronic voice finished speaking, the blue roulette wheel started spinning, and after a few breaths, the lottery was completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an E-level physique points card. What? Physique points card? E-level. Chun Fan was a little stunned and quickly checked it. An E-level physique point card only increases physique by 10 points. Chun Fan fell into deep thought. The physique points card in the E-level prize pool only adds 10 points to physique, but it consumes 10 times the points of the F-level card. This is a huge loss. It's more worthwhile to exchange for F-level lottery tickets. Chun Fan thought to himself, displeased. He immediately exchanged all of his remaining 2,000 points for F-level lottery tickets. 20 consecutive draws. Go for it. With Chun Fan's command, the system will begin to spin. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a pair of F-grade boxing gloves. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an F-level mental strength enhancement card. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a copy of the F-rank light wave sword technique. As 20 voices rang out in succession, Chun Fan obtained a total of 4 F-grade physique enhancement cards, 6 F-grade mental strength enhancement cards, for F-grade weapons, a sword technique book, a spear technique book, a pregnancy fruit, a bottle of hair growth tonic, a high-grade ice silk sexy camisole nightgown, and a gynecological holy pill. I can understand the other things, but what's the point of this camisole, nightgown? And what is this gynecological elixir? Can this be a legitimate system? System, oh system, you're up to no good. Chun Fan took out the pajamas. The fabric is smooth and soft to the touch, as thin as a sick wing. The lace trim adds a touch of delicacy to its femininity, while the clever cutout design on the chest retains an elegant sense of mystery and perfectly showcases a woman's gentleness and allure. It is a silent temptation, a secret that belongs only to the night. Chun Fan couldn't help but picture Wang Yinran wearing this nightgown, and he almost got aroused. Goodness, this is a good thing, but if we give it to Sister Yinran, will she beat us to death on the spot? Chun Fan put it into his spatial ring, waiting to find an opportunity to give it to Wang Yinran later. He then asked the system about the uses of the gynecological elixir, and the answer he received was that women who took it would say goodbye to the troubles of menstrual pain. It's another thing that suits Sister Yinran perfectly. Chun Fan then checked the other rewards one by one. Since swordsmanship and spearmanship were not applicable to him, he decided to sell them. 4 F-grade weapons were not enough for him, and he planned to sell them as well. As for the hair growth tonic and the pregnancy-enhancing fruit, he decided to keep them for the time being. The hair growth tonic is quite beneficial for hair loss problems in middle-aged men, while the pregnancy-enhancing fruit can enhance the mental strength of ordinary people. After storing these rewards in his spatial ring, Chun Fan immediately clicked to use the physical strength point card and the mental strength point card. 4 F-grade physique point enhancement cards and 1 E-grade physique point enhancement card boosted his physique by a total of 22 points. The 6 F-grade mental strength enhancement cards increased his mental strength by 18 points. At this moment, Chun Fan's system panel displayed. Host, Chun Fan. Special ability, Thunder Devouring Holy Body SS. Level, Late Stage 1. Physical Fitness, 104. Mental Strength, 78. Kill Points, 65. Skills, Thunderous Strike of the 9 Heavens, Lightning Flash, Thunder Palm. Evaluation, a weak and helpless little chick. Current task, 1. Obtain the title of top scorer in Shannon Province to participate in the Special Ability Lottery. Task level, E. My physique is broken through 100. Chun Fan actually felt that his physique had reached the threshold of the first level peak. As long as I can further enhance my mental strength, I can force a breakthrough again. Chun Fan finished all this just as the sun was rising outside. He had only slept for 3 hours the night before, but due to the significant improvement in his mental strength, he felt refreshed, energetic, and not tired at all. I wonder if Sister Yinran is up yet. I'll go to her house for breakfast and pick up Tong Tong while I'm at it. After a quick wash, Chun Fan stepped out the door. 5 minutes later, he arrived at Wang Yinran's door. The nanny, Aunt Zhou, opened the door for him. Good morning, Aunt Zhou, Chun Fan greeted politely. Aunt Zhou is almost 50 years old and has worked at Wang Yinran's house for 10 years. She is quite familiar with Chun Fan. Xiao Fan, you're here so early. The young lady isn't even up yet. Big girl was what Aunt Zhou called Wang Yinran. Chun Fan sat down on the sofa and said in a low voice, Aunt Zhou, there's no need to wake Sister Yinran. I'm here to freeload this morning. Okay, I'll prepare more then. Aunt Zhou poured him a glass of water and then went into the kitchen to get busy. A dozen minutes later, Wang Yinran slowly walked out of the bedroom, her sleepy eyes carrying an unconscious allure. She was wearing a thin nightgown, the soft silk clinging to her body and outlining her graceful figure. The neckline of her pajamas was wide open, revealing a glimpse of alluring spring sunshine. Her skirt swayed gently with her steps, subtly revealing her long, white legs. Chun Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. The stunning scene almost made him bleed from his nose on the spot. Chapter 32 was pretty cool. When Wang Yinran saw Chun Fan in the living room, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Xiao Fan, it really is you. Why aren't you getting some sleep? Why are you at my house so early in the morning? Wang Yinran was clearly unaware that her attire was somewhat inappropriate. She plopped down in front of Chun Fan, looking extremely surprised. Chun Fan, however, was not paying attention to what she was saying. The beauty right in front of him appeared and disappeared, directly hitting Chun Fan's heart. Sister Yinran, are you sure you want to go braless? Chun Fan took a few more deep breaths and feasted his eyes. Seeing his flushed cheeks and his eyes staring intently at her chest, Wang Yinran couldn't help but look down at her clothes. Ah! After letting out a scream, Wang Yinran hurriedly ran back to her bedroom. A few minutes later, she changed into a more presentable set of home clothes and came out, her face still flushed with embarrassment. From Chun Fan's angle just now, he probably had a complete view. How embarrassing! Chun Fan chuckled and joked. Sister Yinran is indeed magnanimous. Chun Fan, are you asking for a beating? Wang Yinran blushed even more, grabbed a plush toy, and threw it at Chun Fan. Chun Fan was agile and easily dodged it. How could Wang Yinran let him off so easily? She stepped forward, grabbed his ear, and twisted it. Have you become so powerful now that you dare to flirt with your older sister? I was wrong, Sister Yinran. It was just a joke. Chun Fan naturally cooperated and obediently begged for forgiveness. After venting her anger, Wang Yinran finally let him go. Xiao Fan, tell me honestly, when did you awaken your superpower? You kept such an important thing from me and Tong Tong. Wang Yinran sat down next to him angrily, her face full of accusation. I awakened to it on my own in my second year of high school. Chun Fan never hesitates to lie without batting an eye. Grade 11? Then why didn't you apply to enter the martial arts class? Wang Yinran asked, puzzled. It's just that I can't bear to part with Sister Yinran. It's so much better in the humanities class. Every day is a feast for the eyes, and my cultivation is improving incredibly fast. You're such a chatterbox. Wang Yinran glared at him with her beautiful eyes, exuding charm and allure. Xiao Fan, you can't do this anymore. Now that you've awakened, you should go to the martial arts training class. If you had gone to the martial arts training class, you might be much stronger than you are now. Okay, Sister Yinran, Chun Fan replied perfunctorily. He then magically produced a small jade bottle, which was the bottle of body strengthening lotion he had extracted from the other dimensional space. Sister Yinran, this is for you. Wang Yinran opened her beautiful eyes slightly, looking at Chun Fan in disbelief. Xiao Fan, where did you come from? Huh, it's a secret. Chun Fan smiled mysteriously. He naturally wouldn't tell Wang Yinran the secret about the space bracelet. It wasn't that he didn't trust Wang Yinran, it was just that the system was too incredible. He estimated that no one but a transmigrator could understand such a magical existence. Another reason is to maintain an air of mystery. Only in this way can you keep a girl curious about you. Wang Yinran didn't ask any further questions. She took the jade bottle, and a delicate fragrance immediately filled her nostrils. Why does this lotion smell so good? Wang Yinran exclaimed in surprise, then her eyes widened as she realized something. You little rascal, Xiao Fan, did you add something to it, trying to do something bad to me? Am I that kind of person? Chun Fan immediately rolled his eyes. Who knows? But even if you have the desire, you don't have the guts, Wang Yinran said. Chun Fan was stunned. He had actually been looked down upon by Wang Yinran. Wang Yinran ignored his indignant expression and asked softly, Xiao Fan, what exactly is this? Chun Fan explained. This is an emulsion extracted from F-grade spiritual fruits. It can enhance physical strength after consumption. Really? Wang Yinran asked doubtfully. It couldn't be more real, okay? Chun Fan rolled his eyes and urged. Drink it now. I swear on my honor. Okay. Wang Yinran trusted Chun Fan quite a bit, knowing that he wouldn't harm her. She brought the porcelain bottle to her lips and slowly poured the contents into her mouth. The next moment, Wang Yinran's fair cheeks suddenly flushed red, and tiny beads of sweat began to appear on her forehead. She felt hot all over, accompanied by waves of tingling sensations. Wang Yinran was shocked. This, this reaction is just like the feeling of taking aphrodisiacs in TV dramas. It turns out that Chun Fan not only had lustful thoughts, but also the audacity to indulge them. Seeing that she was acting strangely, Chun Fan quickly reached out to support her. Sister Yinran, how are you feeling? Wang Yinran was shocked. Xiao Fan, let go of me, don't do that. Wang Yinran wanted to retreat to her bedroom, but she found that the tingling sensation throughout her body was getting stronger and stronger. She felt weak all over and collapsed into Chun Fan's arms. Wow, is this medicine really that potent? Chun Fan openly embraced Wang Yinran's delicate body. She comforted him, saying, Sister Yinran, I'm here. Hang in there, it'll pass. Wang Yinran's beautiful eyes widened in horror as she said, Xiao Fan, I'm your sister. You can't do that. Anyway, they're not related by blood. Chun Fan pouted, deliberately giving off a mischievous look. This delicate body was soft and boneless, smooth to the touch, and her high, firm breasts rose and fell constantly. Xiao Fan, Wang Yinran was almost crying. Chun Fan knew he couldn't go too far, so he quickly put her on the sofa and explained. Just kidding, Sister Yinran. This tingling sensation is because the medicine is changing your constitution. Wang Yinran could no longer speak. Only soft panting remained. But after hearing what Chun Fan said, the fear in her eyes lessened considerably. At this moment, Aunt Zhou heard the commotion in the living room and came out. She was somewhat incredulous when she saw Wang Yinran slumped on the sofa. That blushing face, that soft panting, that slightly sweaty neck, how could they resemble that? Well, you know. Aunt Zhou glanced at Wang Yinran, then at Chun Fan, and returned hurriedly to the kitchen. Young man, even passionate love, needs to be timed appropriately. In the living room, after Chun Fan stayed by Wang Yinran's side for more than 10 minutes, the blush on Wang Yinran's face completely faded, and her expression returned to normal. She grabbed Chun Fan's ear fiercely. You little rascal, Xiao Fan, you're deliberately bullying your sister, aren't you? Taking advantage of your sister, aren't you? Wang Yinran twisted Chun Fan's ear and spun him around the living room twice before letting go. No, Sister Yinran, I meant well. Chun Fan quickly retorted. Did you know there would be such side effects? Wang Yinran blushed again as she thought about how she had acted in front of Chun Fan earlier. I don't know. I really don't know. Chun Fan naturally couldn't admit it. Oomph. I'm going to take a shower first. I stink. I'll deal with you later. Wang Yinran glared at Chun Fan and then went into the bathroom. Wang Yinran took a full half hour to shower before finally emerging from the bathroom, her long, wet hair still damp. Like a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally beautiful without any artifice. Chun Fan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Such a peerless beauty should not be given to anyone else. Chapter 33, Surrounded by Stars. Wang Yinran's figure was absolutely stunning. Having just showered, her body wasn't completely dry, and her white t-shirt clung tightly to her graceful figure, appearing almost transparent, like a thin layer of gauze. Her exquisite curves, concealed by this semi-transparent fabric, were even more alluring. She turned slightly to the side, her slender waist and high, full breasts outlining a captivating curve under the wet fabric. This stunning scene always evokes a lot of imagination. Faced with Chun Fan's open and honest gaze, Wang Yinran felt a little uncomfortable. She glared at Chun Fan and said softly, Still looking, you're turning into a little pervert. Chun Fan chuckled twice and quickly changed the subject, asking, Sister Yinran, how are you feeling? I feel much lighter. Wang Yinran was pleasantly surprised after closing her eyes to feel it. This means your physical condition has improved significantly. Xiao Fan, where did you buy this lotion? You know, this kind of special lotion for ordinary people costs millions. It was a gift from someone else. Chun Fan said nonchalantly. This magical lotion didn't seem incredible to Wang Yinran. In fact, some shops exclusively for people with superpowers on Blue Star also sell this kind of magical lotion. This lotion was made by a pharmacist. Pharmacists are a special profession, although they may not have powerful methods. They are still respected. Most of these people are wood-type or plant-type ability users. They have an exceptionally keen sense of the properties of spiritual materials and can use the fruits and plants produced in other dimensions to concoct all sorts of strange and wonderful spiritual medicines. Therefore, Chun Fan did not need to go to great lengths to explain the origin of this bottle of spiritual milk. Seeing that he showed no remorse, Wang Yanran was even more moved. Xiao Fan, in the future, just sell these kinds of things for money. I'm just an ordinary person, and I don't have to face any strange beasts, so there's no need to waste these spiritual herbs. Not at all. Chun Fan shook his head and said, a strong physique will always have its advantages. With your beauty, Sister Yanran, what if you are targeted by thugs one day? When I go to university, I won't be by your side, and there will be no one to protect you. Wang Yanran was somewhat moved and whispered, we live in a society governed by law now. There aren't that many thugs and hooligans around. The two then talked about Chun Fan going to university, and both couldn't help but felt a little reluctant to part with him. At 7:20, Aunt Zhou prepared breakfast, and Tong Tong got up. Brother, you're back from fighting monsters? Tong Tong was overjoyed to see Chun Fan and immediately jumped into his arms. Brother came back last night. Chun Fan gently rubbed her porcelain doll-like face, clearly smitten. So, did you bring Tong Tong a gift? Tong Tong pushed away Chun Fan's large hand and asked seriously. I'll take you shopping in a few days. Whatever you like, we'll buy it for you, Chun Fan said generously. Pinky promise, it's a deal. Tong Tong's dimples appeared on her face as she happily danced around. All right, Tong Tong, go wash your face and brush your teeth. It's time to eat, Wang Yanran called out softly, looking at the brother and sister who were being affectionate with each other. Okay, Sister Ann. Tong Tong was very obedient in front of Wang Yanran. Breakfast was plentiful. Aunt Zhou fried dough sticks, made tofu pudding, fried eggs, and Rujiamo Chinese hamburger early in the morning. What a feast! Chun Fan sat in his chair, his mouth watering. After breakfast, Wang Yanran put on a pink coat and hurriedly went out. Although the college entrance examination for martial arts majors has ended today, the college entrance examination for liberal arts majors is still ongoing, so Wang Yanran still has to rush to school. Chun Fan originally planned to take Tong Tong home, but unexpectedly, Tong Tong refused to go back. Helpless, Chun Fan had no choice but to leave her here. But don't cause any trouble for Aunt Zhou while you're here. Chun Fan walked to the door, turned back and pinched Tong Tong's little cheek before leaving with satisfaction. He's going to the Wolf Warrior Martial Arts School this morning. After all, the F-grade greatsword he rented was damaged in the other dimension, and he needs to give them an explanation. When Chun Fan arrived at the entrance of the residential area, he was shocked by the banner that had been put up, and there were quite a few onlookers around. Congratulations to Chun Fan from my neighborhood for achieving first place in the joint examination of the 3 cities. Damn it. Chun Fan quickly covered his face with his hands. Who did this on their own initiative and so quickly? He walked out of the residential area with his face covered. Although the feeling of being the center of attention was exhilarating, it was also incredibly embarrassing. Chun Fan arrived at the roadside, hailed a taxi, and headed towards the Zhanlong Martial Arts School. The taxi's loudspeaker was still broadcasting news about him winning first place in the joint exam of the 3 cities. Fortunately, the taxi driver did not recognize him. When Chun Fan arrived at the Wolf Martial Arts School, the crowd was several times larger than usual, with people packed inside and outside the school. The crowd was buzzing with discussion and high spirits. I heard Chun Fan is doing a part-time job here to experience life. I wonder if I'll run into this amazing guy. I also came here by chance to meet the master, hoping to share in his good fortune and make a name for myself when my superpowers awaken in a while. Hey ma'am, what are you doing here? I came here to get my daughter's autograph. She's shy and embarrassed to come. Chun Fan had extraordinary hearing, and he could hear the people's conversation from dozens of meters away. Is this what it feels like to be famous? Chun Fan quickly turned around and went to the small supermarket across the street to buy a mask and put it on before squeezing through the crowd into the martial arts gym. However, he was still recognized. "Hey, brother, your back looks familiar." The skinny guy appeared beside him without him noticing. When he saw half of Chun Fan's face, his eyes widened in surprise. "Come quick, Chun Fan is here. Don't let him get away." After saying that, the man with the bamboo pole grabbed Chun Fan's arm. People around him turned to look at the sound and quickly surrounded him. "It's Chun Fan. It's Chun Fan. I never thought I'd actually run into a master. Master, please touch my head and bless me. Hey, handsome, do you have a girlfriend? Can I be your girlfriend? I want to have your babies." The crowd erupted in uproar. Chun Fan raised an eyebrow. "Who wants to have my babies? Are female fans this crazy these days?" Chun Fan was surrounded by people, looking helpless. While it's good to be high profile in your work, it's better to be low profile in your personal life. Chun Fan looked at the crowd and tentatively said, "Everyone, I have something to attend to, so would you please make way?" "No," everyone said in unison. Chun Fan's face darkened, and he continued to probe. "I have something to discuss with the manager here. How about I come out later and we talk?" "No," the crowd exclaimed in unison once again. Faced with such enthusiastic crowds, Chun Fan felt somewhat helpless. At this moment, Lu Tao, the manager of the martial arts school, came out to help him out of the predicament. "Everyone, please be quiet. We can't keep surrounding Chun Fan like this. How about this? I'll take a group photo for everyone as a souvenir. Our martial arts school will print it out later, and everyone here can have a copy." Lu Tao, as expected of someone who is old and wise, immediately won everyone's approval with his suggestion. The crowd surged toward Chun Fan's back, forming a large group of over 100 people. Chapter 34: The Favor of a Big Shot. After Chun Fan got rid of the crowd, Lu Tao pulled him aside. "Chun Fan, you've come at the right time. I was just about to look for you." "Oh, you're not in a hurry to ask me for compensation for the damaged weapons, are you?" Chun Fan joked. "That little bit of money is nothing. Today, Lei Jun, the head of our Zhanlong Martial Arts School in Shannon Province, has come. He is ready to discuss a big deal with you." Lu Tao's words were clearly tinged with excitement. "Talking about business?" Chun Fan asked, puzzled. The War Wolf Martial Arts Academy is one of the top 10 martial arts academies in the Great Xia Dynasty. There are over 1,000 martial arts academies across the country. The head of the Shannon Province branch is already at a very high level and is at least a 6th level or higher ability user. Why would you talk business with someone like that? Lu Tao noticed his confusion and, without keeping him in suspense, quickly explained. "Our Zhanlong Martial Arts Academy will invest in some students with great potential. Chun Fan, your performance in the martial arts exam was outstanding, and you deserve this investment." "Oh, what I need to give in return?" Chun Fan didn't believe in free lunches. "You don't need to pay anything. You just need to acknowledge that you are a student of our martial arts school. We want to use your reputation to expand the influence of our martial arts school. A role similar to an advertising spokesperson?" "Almost. That's something we could talk about." Chun Fan nodded after thinking for a moment. "The conditions I've given will absolutely satisfy you. Come on, follow me to the office. Lord Lei is waiting for you." Lu Tao was also very happy to see Chun Fan agree and led him upstairs. The two entered an office where a man in his 40s stood up, looked at Chun Fan with a warm expression. "Young brother Chun, you are indeed a young hero. Not only are you extremely talented, but you are also quite handsome." Lei Jun patted Chun Fan on the shoulder, appearing very familiar with him. Logically speaking, a powerhouse of his caliber wouldn't be so polite to a low-level ability user. But Chun Fan's talent was simply too great, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as astonishing. Such a prodigy might leave him behind in less than 10 years, so he dared not be careless at all. The other party was extremely polite to him, so Chun Fan naturally wouldn't embarrass them and quickly returned the greeting. "I have long admired Senior Lei's name." Seeing that he was neither humble nor arrogant, Lei Jun's opinion of him improved, and he raised the price he was willing to offer. "Haha, come, Brother Chun, have a seat. Lei Jun let him sit down on the sofa and said, "Just now, Manager Liu should have told you why I'm here, right?" Chen Fan nodded. Lei Jun handed a document directly to Chen Fan and got straight to the point. "Young man Chen, this is the contract. Take a look at it first." Chen Fan took it and carefully flipped through it. It listed a series of benefits. The Zhanlong Martial Arts Academy provides him with 8 million yuan in cash every year, and also offers a 30% discount on all goods or services purchased within the academy. Such a generous offer. Chen Fan's heart raced as he looked at the figure of 8 million. This amount of money was absolutely astronomical for ordinary people. But now, his potential and fame alone are enough to justify the price. Seeing that he had finished reading, Lei Jun smiled and said, "Besides these, I'll personally give you an E-grade weapon as a gift." After Lei Jun finished speaking, Lu Tao hurriedly presented him with a large knife. "Young Master Chun, are you satisfied with this?" Lei Jun said with a smile. Chen Fan knew that the other party was trying to curry favor with him and do him a favor. He did not refuse, as he believed there would be many more opportunities to associate with such a person in the future. This broadsword is the same style as the one he used before, only of a higher grade. It is definitely a top-quality E-grade sword. Chen Fan estimates its value to be around 700,000. Chen Fan was very satisfied with this and quickly thanked him. "Thank you very much, Senior Lei." When Lei Jun saw that Chen Fan accepted the gift, his gaze towards Chen Fan became even more enthusiastic, which meant that Chen Fan was willing to accept his favor. He smiled and said to Chen Fan, "Young brother Chen, Mayor Li of Qingchang City invited me to lunch. Would you be interested in coming along?" "My Yorli?" Chen Fan was startled. He was invited to a gathering of this caliber? Before the martial arts exam, he was just an ordinary liberal arts student, but overnight he was qualified to dine with such a person. Without much thought, Chen Fan quickly replied, "Since you have invited me, Senior, I certainly wouldn't dare refuse." "Haha, great." Lei Jun laughed heartily, his gaze towards Chen Fan becoming increasingly satisfied. He then looked at Lu Tao and instructed, "Manager Lu, go and prepare some tea. I want to have a long chat with Brother Chen." Lu Tao quickly agreed and respectfully withdrew. Chen Fan was naturally quite talkative, and with the system at his disposal, he was full of confidence in his future. Therefore, even when facing a 6-tier powerhouse, he showed no fear or flattery. Therefore, the two of them talked without any awkwardness or distance. Chen Fan received an important piece of information from Lei Jun that had not yet been made public. Just a month ago, a new interdimensional portal appeared in northern Shaanxi province. The resources inside are extremely abundant, with high-level spiritual materials readily available. Some people have even encountered the legendary dragon, and some superhumans have brought out dragon eggs from inside, which have hatched into dragon cubs. Although this news was not made public, many high-level superhumans received the information. Therefore, Lei Jun predicted that the admission scores for Guowu University, located in Shaanxi province, would skyrocket this year. It's likely that many top scorers from various provinces would forego the top 2 universities, Kyoto University and Shanghai University, and choose this university instead. This news piqued Chen Fan's interest, and he decided to look into the university more thoroughly tomorrow. Around noon, Lu Tao drove the two to the highest standard 5-star hotel in Qingcheng City. At the hotel entrance, people were already lining the street to welcome them. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, who was none other than Li Ji, the mayor of Qingcheng City. As soon as Chen Fan and his companion got out of the car, Li Ji greeted them warmly. In the Great Xia dynasty, all officials were superhumans, and Li Ji was no exception. He was a 5th-level superhuman. But he still appeared very humble in front of Lei Jun. "Brother Lei has been waiting for you for a long time." Lei Jun smiled and nodded, patted him on the shoulder, and looked at Chen Fan, saying, "Mayor Li, I brought my little brother along today. You don't mind, do you?" "Of course I don't mind." Li Ji laughed it off, but when he saw Chen Fan's appearance clearly, his eyes narrowed slightly. "You're Chen Fan?" "Hello, my Yorli." Chen Fan greeted him warmly. "Hello, hello." Li Ji was clearly a little surprised. But he quickly realized what was happening, and his enthusiasm grew even stronger. The fact that he had climbed to such a position meant that he had extremely high emotional and intellectual intelligence. He knew Chan Fan's potential all too well. If he didn't cultivate a good relationship now, he might not even have the chance to serve him in the future. He reached out and shook hands with Chun Fan, his face full of enthusiasm. The most outstanding young talent in our city. Welcome, welcome. Chapter 35, A Date with Yang Chu Chu. Chun Fan, Lei Jun, and Li Ji arrived at a deluxe private room on the top floor of the hotel, surrounded by a crowd. Inside the room, a huge round table was set with a series of high-end delicacies. After the three of them sat down, the rest of the group left the room. Only the hotel owner and three waiters remained standing by, ready to give instructions. These three waitresses were clearly handpicked. They had exquisite features and wore slit chong sams. The hotel owner was a slightly overweight middle-aged man. After respectfully introducing the dishes to the three of them, he quietly left. These dishes are all made from valuable ingredients from another dimension, with the highlight being braised fourth-tier golden flame bear paws. Chun Fan estimated that the meal was worth at least several 100,000 yuan. The huge private room was now empty except for Chun Fan, Lei Jun, Li Ji, and three sexy young ladies. The three beautiful women stood on either side of the three men, carefully pouring wine and serving food throughout the meal. Every smile and gesture of theirs exudes the beauty of Eastern women, and their figures are curvaceous with slits that reach up to their thighs. The girl next to him kept swaying her snow-white thighs beside Chun Fan, and her eyes were filled with endless tenderness as she looked at him, as if she was conveying a message to him. That is, "Master, please give Dodgy your orders." The upper class really knows how to have fun. Chun Fan couldn't help but exclaim. If this were any other hot-blooded youth, they would probably have already raised their guns and surrendered. But having just experienced the baptism of Wang Yanran, a peerless beauty, that morning, he felt somewhat bored. Lei Jun and Li Ji were somewhat surprised to see that he remained completely calm and composed. Lei Jun joked, "Brother Chun, if I thought you had the potential to be a 7th-level Grandmaster before, now I think you could easily become an 8th-level Grandmaster in the future." Chun Fan smiled, but didn't reply. "I'm a guy with a system. Level 8? That's a bit disrespectful." Li Ji directly asked for Chun Fan's WeChat ID, saying that his daughter was 18 years old, beautiful as a flower, and unmarried, and he wanted to introduce her to Chun Fan. Chun Fan sighed. Helplessly, he was indeed attracting far too many romantic suitors. The three of them ate for a full 2 hours, during which Chun Fan overheard some important news. The beast tide that occurred at Yuliang Pass yesterday was orchestrated by the beast worship cult. The beast worship cult is the largest cult on Earth. Their doctrine holds that the appearance of strange beasts is a punishment from the Creator for humanity, and that humanity should not resist. They touted that once the beasts had slaughtered enough humans, they would automatically retreat. Therefore, this anti-humanity cult is notorious. Li Ji reminded Chun Fan to be careful during this period, as this cult organization particularly liked to kill promising young talents. The three of them had dinner together until 2 p.m. As soon as Chun Fan returned to Sunshine Garden Community, he received a message from Zhanlong Martial Arts School about a transfer of 8 million yuan. Chun Fan looked at his bank card balance and couldn't help but smile broadly. It feels so good to be rich. After his initial excitement, Chun Fan turned on his computer and started looking up information about Wuhan University of Science and Technology. The Great Xia Dynasty has 985 high schools with supernatural abilities, which are divided into 9 tiers. Only 2 schools made the list in the top tier. They are Kyoto University and Shanghai University. Kyoto University is located in Tianjin, the political center of the country. Shanghai University, on the other hand, is located in Shanghai, the economic center of the country. The strength of these 2 universities is undeniable. 6 out of the 7 current 9th-level martial saints in the Great Xia Kingdom graduated from these 2 schools, which demonstrates their formidable strength. Wow, that's awesome. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. Let's take another look at the National Martial Arts University that Senior Lei mentioned. Dragons are very attractive to Chen Fan, and if possible, he would like to be a dragon knight. Chen Fan entered Guowu University into his browser and quickly found the information he wanted. Guowu University ranks 5th among universities in Daxia. It is located in Chang'an City, the capital of Shaanxi Province. After reviewing the information for half an hour, Chen Fan discovered that this National Martial Arts University was actually very suitable for him, because there is an alternate dimension called Lei Yuan near this university. Almost all the strange beasts inside are lightning attributed, and lightning strikes from the sky from time to time. This environment is very suitable for him, and his thunder-devouring saint body can be rapidly improved. I'm a bit torn. Should I go to the best university or the university that best suits me? Chen Fan analyzed for a long time, but ultimately couldn't make up his mind. However, according to Principal Zhang, universities will contact him soon, so the specific choice of which school to select depends on the conditions they can offer. Chen Fan had just shut down his computer when he received a message from Yang Chu-Chu. Senior, congratulations. You're amazing. You got first place. Senior, you must have gotten back around 3 or 4 a.m. last night. Are you rested now? Chen Fan couldn't help but smile knowingly. This junior student was only sending a message now, probably because she was worried about disturbing his sleep. This junior is really nice. Chen Fan's liking for Yang Chu-Chu grew even stronger. He thought for a moment and replied, I've rested up. Thank you for your concern, Junior. Inside the villa, Yang Chu-Chu carefully typed a question on her phone. Senior, I promised to treat you to dinner. Do you still have time tonight? Upon seeing the message, Chen Fan was speechless. He had truly forgotten about it. He wanted to decline, but when he thought of Yang Chu-Chu's lovely appearance, he couldn't bear to refuse. So he replied, I have time. Yang Chu-Chu was overjoyed and quickly said, Senior, see you at 5 o'clock on the 2nd floor of Tianyuan Hotel. Don't be late. Okay, see you there. Chen Fan replied politely. Chen Fan put down his phone and was hesitating about what gift to bring Yang Chu-Chu when a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. System mission. Help Yang Chu-Chu awaken an S-level or higher superpower at the first-year high school graduation awakening ceremony. Mission level. Chen Fan was surprised. This was already the second task the system had issued to Yang Chu-Chu. The system seemed to have a special fondness for Yang Chu-Chu. But how can I help her if she awakens her superpowers? Chen Fan couldn't help but ponder. He checked the prizes stored in his spatial ring and finally settled on the pregnancy god fruit. This fruit can enhance the mental strength of ordinary people and may be helpful for the awakening of superpowers. This is not just Chen Fan speculation. In fact, publicly available online survey data shows that the higher one's mental strength before awakening, the greater the possibility of obtaining a high-level superpower. System, oh system, it seems you've really got me figured out. Chen Fan was somewhat helpless. He had originally intended to give the fruit to Wang Yanran. But now, for the sake of the E-level mission, he has no choice but to give this fruit to Yang Chu-Chu. Chapter 36, someone has taken a fancy to Yang Chu-Chu. In Shannon Province, the weather is already very hot in June. The sun was still high in the sky at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, showing no sign of setting. Yang Chu-Chu wore a light blue lace dress today and arrived early at a window seat on the 2nd floor of the Tianyuan Hotel. She looked absolutely stunning today, like a lotus emerging from the water, perfectly embodying both purity and beauty. Today was her first date with a boy, and her nervousness and trepidation were written all over her face. She took out her phone and sent Chen Fan her location and seat number, then waited anxiously. 20 minutes later, a taxi pulled up in front of the city's most luxurious hotel. As Chen Fan got out of the car, people coming in and out of the hotel immediately gave him strange looks. The reason is simple. Chen Fan was the first person to arrive here by taxi, and he was dressed simply. At that moment, a BMW X8 stopped behind him, and a smartly dressed man and woman got out of the car. The young man, who appeared to be in his 20s, glanced up at the entrance of the Tianyuan Hotel and said with some disdain, "I haven't been back for 2 years, and I didn't expect it to still be so dilapidated." The girl smiled and said, "Cousin, this place can't compare to Taishan City, the capital of Shannon Province, but it's already the most upscale hotel in Qingqing City. If Yang Chuchu were here, she would definitely recognize this girl. It is none other than her best friend, Wang Wenli." The boy was Wang Wenli's cousin, Li Yapeng, who was studying at a university in another city. Li Yapeng comes from an ordinary family, but he has good talent and has now broken through to become a second-level superhuman. His main purpose in returning to Qingchang City this time was to show off his breakthrough to the second tier in front of his relatives and friends. That's why he brought his cousin here today, to splurge and show off his wealth. Li Yaping's face still revealed a strong sense of disdain. If this were in Taishan City, I wouldn't even go into this kind of lousy hotel. Upon hearing about his luxurious lifestyle, Wang Wenli's eyes lit up, and she quickly grabbed his arm and said coquettishly, "Cousin, when are you going to take me to Taishan City for a visit?" Li Yapeng felt the softness from the arm, and his heart fluttered. No problem. I'll take you to see it once I'm done with this busy period." At this moment, Chun Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard their conversation. This man is really good at pretending. Does driving a car worth $1 million or so give you the right to look down on even 5-star hotels? He shook his head slightly, speechless. However, the two people behind him suddenly changed their topic and turned their attention to him. Li Yaping looked at Chun Fan's retreating figure with disdain and said, "This place is indeed a bit low class. Even a country bumpkin can come here." Wang Wenli covered her mouth and laughed, seemingly having forgotten that she was also a country bumpkin. Hearing this, Chun Fan was so angry he laughed. "You probably don't know that I have a system, do you? You dare to call me a bumpkin? I can forgive you, but the system won't let you off the hook." Sure enough, the system issued a task a moment later. System task that humiliates Li Yapeng and even makes him question his existence. Task level F+. TTK. Karma's finally caught up with you. Chun Fan turned around, looked at the young man, and said coldly, "What a damn good actor." Li Yapeng was visibly stunned. He hadn't expected that the country bumpkin in his eyes would dare to mock him, and he immediately flew into a rage. "Kid, you want to die, don't you? Do you even know who I am? Just a stray dog that bites people randomly." Chun Fan said coldly, arms crossed. Fine, fine. It seems that after 2 years away from Qingqing, nobody recognizes me anymore." Li Yaping's face turned ashen, and he looked ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Wang Wenli, standing to the side, clearly recognized Chun Fan. Her expression was quite interesting, with a hint of panic in her eyes. She whispered in Li Yaping's ear, "Cousin, this person is called Chun Fan. He's a martial arts examinee this year and got first place in the joint examination of 3 cities. He's very strong." Oh, Li Yapeng was only slightly surprised and didn't take it to heart. He was also among the top 10 in the joint examination of the 3 cities back then. He has now advanced to the second-tier superhuman level. Just because they got first place in the joint exam of 3 cities, they think they're all that. They think they can fly just because they're local tyrants. Little do they know they're just frogs in a well. Li Yapeng scrutinized Chun Fan with a cold expression and said, "Kneel down and apologize to me now, and I'll forgive your offense. Otherwise, I'll show you what I'm capable of." Chun Fan sneered. "How about we arrange a fight at that unfinished building in the North City District tonight?" Fine. Li Yapeng had never seen such an arrogant person before, and he laughed angrily. "I've memorized your face. You can't escape. If you don't come tonight, I have 100 ways to mess with you. Let's go," Li Yapeng said, giving Chun Fan a cold look before leading Wang Wenli into the Tianyuan Hotel. The Great Xia Kingdom stipulates that people with supernatural abilities are prohibited from fighting in private. Therefore, although Li Yapeng wanted to teach Chun Fan a lesson right now, he did not dare to do so openly in broad daylight. Chun Fan sneered inwardly. If he didn't beat the other guy so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him tonight, he wouldn't be Chun. After composing himself, Chun Fan checked the table number Yang Chu had sent him on his phone and stepped into the hotel. On the second floor of the hotel, Yang Chu was gazing out the window, lost in thought. Wang Wenli, who had just walked up to the second floor, spotted her immediately. What's she doing here? Li Yapeng, who was standing to the side, followed Wang Wenli's gaze and was immediately drawn to her profile. To have such beauty at such a young age, what will she be like in 2 more years? Li Yapeng's eyes revealed a strong desire to conquer. He asked Wang Wenli, "Cousin, do you know that girl?" Wang Wenli was very shrewd. How could she not see that her cousin was interested in Yang Chu? She smiled and said, "That's my classmate, Yang Chu. Cousin, let me take you over to meet her." Li Yapeng's eyes lit up. He straightened his hair and quickly followed. Wang Wenli approached Yang Chu in surprise, saying, "Chu, what are you doing here? What a coincidence." Lily, Yang Chu was also pleasantly surprised. Although the two of them had had some unpleasantness these past 2 days, she was still happy to run into her here. Wang Wenli grabbed her arm and said excitedly, "Chu, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, a top student from Shannon Martial Arts University. He's already a second-level ability user." Li Yapeng, standing to the side, wore a confident smile. "Hello, beautiful. My name is Li Yapeng." Yang Chu simply nodded politely, without giving him a second glance. Wang Wenli quickly said, "Chu, my cousin also graduated from Qingshan No. 3 Middle School. He was the top student in his grade back then." Yang Chu replied perfunctorily, then changed the subject. "Lily, are you eating here today?" Wang Wenli smiled and said, "Yes, Chu. How about we share a table?" Before Yang Chu could say anything, she quickly added, "Chu, in 10 days we'll be participating in the awakening ceremony, right? My cousin has awakened an A-level ability, so we can have him tell us about the precautions for the awakening." Li Yapeng knew that Wang Wenli was creating an opportunity for him, so he smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll tell you about it, and I guarantee that you will all be able to awaken your superpowers smoothly." Yang Chu said apologetically, "Lily, I'm sorry, I have an appointment today, so it's not convenient. How about this? I'll treat you to something delicious tomorrow." Both Wang Wenli and Li Yapeng looked slightly unpleasant. Li Yapeng hadn't expected that a naive junior from his school would reject him. Chun Fan witnessed this entire scene and knew that now was the perfect time for him to make his appearance. He straightened his clothes and walked towards the group. Chapter 37: Injustice. Slander. Despite Yang Chu's rejection, Li Yapeng was clearly unwilling to give up. He had planned to shamelessly ask Yang Chu for her WeChat. But suddenly someone patted him on the shoulder. "Excuse me." Chun Fan's voice came from outside. Li Yapeng turned around and looked at Chun Fan's slightly mocking gaze, his face contorting in disbelief. But he didn't want to lose face in front of Yang Chu, so he turned his back to her and whispered to Chun Fan, "Get out of here." Chun Fan chuckled and ignored him, instead looking at Yang Chu and saying, "Beautiful lady, I sit here?" When Yang Chu recognized Chun Fan, her face flushed slightly, and she quickly replied, "Of course." Chun Fan smiled back, then nudged Li Yapeng again, saying with some disdain, "Aren't you going to move aside?" Li Yapeng had already realized that the person Yang Chu was waiting for was Chun Fan. At this moment, he felt even more indignant. Why was a beauty of this caliber so cold to him, yet treated with such hostility towards someone he considered a bumpkin? He was furious that someone he looked down on had outshone him. He wanted to explode on the spot, but didn't dare. After all, he still needed to save face. "You little brat, just you wait until tonight," he threatened Chun Fan, then dragged Wang Wenli to another seat. Wang Wenli was somewhat taken aback. She hadn't expected things to develop so quickly, and they were already dating. She initially saw Chun Fan as a sparrow, and even though he has now shown unparalleled talent, she still refuses to admit that Chun Fan has completely transformed into a phoenix. She gritted her teeth and said to Li Yapeng, "Cousin, you don't know how much I hate this guy. You have to beat him up tonight, preferably break his legs." "Don't worry, I hate him even more than you do." Li Yapeng turned back to look at Chun Fan again, as if trying to remember Chun Fan's appearance. Chun Fan, however, had no interest in him at all. He was having a pleasant chat with Yang Chu-Chu. Yang Chu-Chu's outfit today perfectly showcases her unique beauty. Chun Fan's eyes lit up. The two had been chatting on WeChat for a week, so they weren't too estranged now. Yang Chu-Chu ordered a whole table full of various kinds of beef, which surprised Chun Fan greatly. "Junior, how much do you like beef?" Chun Fan joked. "No, Senior." Yang Chu-Chu shook her head slightly, a little embarrassed, and said, "I saw your post on WeChat Moments saying you wanted to know what beef tastes like, so I thought." Yang Chu-Chu's voice grew softer and softer until Chun Fan could barely hear her anymore. "So you think I've never eaten beef before? That's why you ordered so much?" Yang Chu-Chu nodded her head shyly. Chun Fan was speechless. "Oh my God, Junior, you're so thoughtful. But the beef I'm talking about isn't this kind of beef, okay? What I meant by wanting to know what beef tastes like is that I want to try Sister Yinran's beef. Anyway, thank you." "Junior, I was just joking," Chun Fan explained to her. Then I'll order some other things." Yang Chu-Chu's face flushed slightly, and she was a little embarrassed. Seeing her flushed appearance, Chun Fan felt a pang of pity and quickly comforted her. "Junior, it's all right, you're fine like this." However, thinking of beef, Chun Fan couldn't help but glance down along Yang Chu-Chu's fair neck. The lotus buds are just beginning to emerge? Chun Fan was somewhat dissatisfied, but he quickly found a reason to comfort himself. They're only in their first year of high school. There's still a lot of room for them to grow. With that thought in mind, he decisively picked up a piece of beef and placed it in front of Yang Chu-Chu, saying, "Junior, you're at the age where you're growing. Eat more meat." "Thank you." Yang Chu-Chu's face was flushed, making her look incredibly charming. Wang Wenli and her companion witnessed the two's intimate behavior. Li Yapeng slammed his chopsticks on the table, feeling that the delicacies in front of him were as disgusting as excrement. He suddenly had an idea and whispered to Wang Wenli, "I've thought of a way to ruin his reputation." Wang Wenli's expression turned somewhat unpleasant after hearing this, but she still nodded. Just as Chun Fan and Yang Chu-Chu were chatting, Wang Wenli suddenly walked over. She looked at Yang Chu-Chu and said, "Chu-Chu, I came here to apologize to you." She appeared extremely remorseful. "Chu-Chu, I misunderstood Senior Chun Fan before. I thought he... Anyway, I was only doing it for your own good. I was afraid you would be deceived." Upon hearing this, Yang Chu-Chu's nose immediately stung with tears. "Lily, I don't blame you. You're my best friend. I'm not angry with you. Chu-Chu, you're so great." Wang Wenli was exceptionally happy. She walked up to Chun Fan and apologized. "Senior Chun Fan, I apologize for speaking ill of you behind your back." After saying that, she leaned close to Chun Fan and bowed deeply. Chun Fan was somewhat surprised. "Talking badly about me behind my back? What did they say about me?" Just as Chun Fan was puzzled, Wang Wenli suddenly cried out and fell on top of him. Chun Fan was a little confused. What was going on here? He quickly raised his hands to avoid accidentally touching the other person's sensitive areas and causing embarrassment. At this moment, Wang Wenli struggled, her face extremely pale, as if she had been frightened. "Why? Why are you pulling me? And you pervert! You touched me there." Her voice was loud, immediately attracting the attention of the diners around her. Li Yapeng then rushed over, angrily pointing at Chun Fan. "How dare you bully my cousin? In broad daylight, you actually did such an indecent thing to my cousin. You are a disgrace to society." Chun Fan was a little stunned. "You two are really good actors. I'll be the first to disagree if you don't get the Oscar this year." Chun Fan immediately clarified. "Girl, you fell down on your own. Don't blame me. If others couldn't see what just happened, how could Yang Chu-Chu not see it?" She stared at her best friend in disbelief. "Lily, what are you doing? Why are you slandering your senior?" "I didn't slander him. He was the one who pulled me. He even took the opportunity to touch my chest. Ugh, shameless." People gathered around, and some recognized Chun Fan, exclaiming in surprise, "Isn't that Chun Fan? He's actually this kind of person." Yes, the most terrifying people are those who are capable but lack virtue. Such people should be arrested and sent to the police station for a few years of reform. Chun Fan frowned slightly. This woman was truly terrifying. In order to slander him, she didn't even care about damaging his reputation. Seeing that some people around him were starting to take out their phones to record, he quickly stood up and explained to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't touch her at all. This person is pretending to apologize, but is deliberately slandering me. Li Yaping shouted, "That's just sophistry. People like that should be sent straight to the police station." Wang Wenli then started crying in a very cooperative manner, saying that she had been bullied. Chapter 38 Slap in the Face. Yang Chuchu had a clear view from her angle just now. Chun Fan definitely did not pull Wang Wenli, and he immediately raised his hands to avoid any misunderstanding. She was utterly disappointed by Wang Wenli's energetic performance and stepped forward, saying, "I saw it all clearly. Senior brother definitely didn't pull you. You're the one slandering him." Chun Fan remained relatively calm. He looked around and noticed a camera above his head. He sneered inwardly and looked at the crowd around him, saying, "Gentlemen, it will be clear who is lying just by checking the security cameras. Yes, everyone has their own version of the truth, and this security camera is the best evidence." Everyone chimed in. Li Yaping was not afraid at all. He knew the owner of this place. 2 years ago, when the city organized a meal for the outstanding candidates of his year, they had eaten here together. At that time, the owner here was very enthusiastic and highly praised him, even personally boasting that he could eat for free at Tianyuan in the future. Therefore, he believed that the owner here would definitely stand on his side and cooperate with him to put on a good show. He looked around, filled with righteous indignation, and said, "Bring the owner here. I want to expose this hypocrite in public." The commotion had already caught the attention of the waiters. Everyone dining here was an important person, and they couldn't afford to offend anyone, so they immediately went to report it. A short while later, the slightly overweight owner of the shop walked over quickly. He was startled when he saw Chun Fan's appearance clearly. "Isn't this the gentleman who had lunch with Mayor Li and Lord Lei this morning?" He hurried over, his face beaming with smiles. Li Yaping thought the boss recognized him. He first gave Chun Fan a mocking sneer, then quickly went to greet the boss. "Mr. Zhang, it's been a long time. You have to stand up for me and get justice." However, the other party completely ignored him, brushed past him, and went straight to Chun Fan. He bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, then stood up and said, "What brings you here? How can you eat here? I'll arrange for you to dine in the VIP room on the top floor." In his view, Chun Fan was on friendly terms with a level 6 ability user, so he dared not be careless in the slightest. Li Yaping, who was standing to the side, was shocked. Shouldn't I be the one enjoying this kind of treatment? His face was unusually pale, and he coughed loudly, deliberately trying to attract Mr. Zhang's attention. "Mr. Zhang, I'm Li Yaping. You should still remember me, right?" Li Yaping. "I don't know him." Boss Zhang looked at him with extreme displeasure and unusual distance. "I don't care who you are. If you make Chun Fan unhappy on my turf, I'll fucking beat you to death." Li Yaping's face was extremely ugly. 2 years ago, he was considered a rising star in Xinjiang City, and both the political and business circles would give him some face. But today, this person has directly severed ties with him because of Chun Fan. He couldn't understand why this person's attitude was so different from that of the other people, even though they were both the pride of Xinjiang City, and he had already broken through to the second level of superhuman. Li Yaping grew increasingly angry and loudly questioned the hotel owner. "Mr. Zhang, what do you mean by this?" The slightly overweight owner, enraged, said coldly, "Tianyuan Hotel no longer welcomes either of you. Get out." "You." Li Yaping's face was contorted. He knew that he had completely lost to Chun Fan today, and he felt a burning pain on his face. He's really embarrassed himself today. Chun Fan sneered inwardly and looked at the hotel owner, saying, "Don't rush to kick them out. Show everyone the surveillance footage. Everyone be my witnesses. If they've wronged me, I'll sue them for defamation." The hotel owner was a little confused. He didn't know who was right and who was wrong just now. so he was unsure whether Chun Fan's words were just for show or if he really wanted him to pull up the video. He tried to say, "I don't think we need to watch the video. We trust Chun Fan's character. This person must be framing you. That won't do. We need to give everyone an explanation. Go and retrieve the video footage now," Chun Fan said calmly. The hotel owner immediately realized that Chun Fan had been wronged. Without further hesitation, he instructed one of the people accompanying him, Manager 1, go and retrieve the surveillance footage immediately. Li Yapeng and Wang Wenli looked pale. If the surveillance footage had really been seen, they would have been utterly humiliated. Wang Wenli wiped away her tears and said weakly, "Maybe I wronged you. I was a little scared and didn't react in time. Didn't you realize what was happening?" Chun Fan sneered. "You accused me of touching you. Was that also because you didn't realize what was happening?" Wang Wenli was speechless for a moment. The two wanted to slink away, but with so many people watching, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and wait for their trial. Not long after, Manager 1 brought the video recording. "Boss, these two are deliberately slandering Chun Fan. Well done. How despicable." This Mr. Zhang seemed even angrier than Chun Fan. He handed the tablet to the crowd and said, "Everyone, take a look." Li Yapeng and his companion were both ashen-faced, and Wang Wenli collapsed to the ground. Chun Fan said coldly, "Gentlemen, these people are morally corrupt and should be sent to the police station for reform. Who can help me call the police and have them arrested? I want to sue them for malicious defamation." "I'll do it." The crowd was filled with righteous indignation and accused Wang Wenli and her companion of being shameless. Wang Wenli panicked completely. She grabbed Yang Chuchu's leg and pleaded in anguish, "Chuchu, please don't call the police. I'm only in my first year of high school. I don't want to have a criminal record like this." Seeing her like this, Yang Chuchu felt a pang of pity. She looked at Chun Fan, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. Wang Wenli was, after all, her best friend. Although she was now completely disappointed, she couldn't bear to personally send her to the police station. This young lady is just too soft-hearted. Chun Fan could see right through Yang Chuchu's thoughts, but he still needed to consider the girl's feelings, so he planned to deal with the two of them properly that night. He said coldly, "I'll let you off this time for Chuchu's sake, but if there's a next time, I definitely won't let you off." Yang Chuchu was grateful. She looked at Wang Wenli and said, "You can go now. Let's not have anything to do with each other anymore." Wang Wenli wanted to say something, but Li Yapeng grabbed her and pulled her up. He gave Chun Fan a cold look and slunk away amidst the disdainful stares of the crowd. After evacuating everyone, the hotel owner jogged over and said respectfully, "Why don't you come with me to the top floor? I'll arrange a quiet private room for you there." "No need to trouble you, Mr. Zhang. This is fine. Thank you." Chun Fan was very satisfied with the fat man's attitude, so he spoke politely as well. The hotel owner was immediately overjoyed and sent over a few more dishes before carefully leaving. At that moment, the electronic notification sound in Chun Fan's mind rang again. F+ level system task completed. Reward available. Chun Fan was stunned. Was this all it took to make Li Yapeng question his existence? The system let you off the hook, but I won't. Chun Fan thought to himself. He was determined to make his opponent question his existence again in tonight's duel. Chapter 39, Our Daughter is in Love. Chun Fan didn't rush to claim the reward after all. It's better to focus on the date when you're with a girl. Yang Chuchu watched Chun Fan keep putting beef on her plate, gently rubbed her forehead, and whispered, "Senior, I really can't eat anymore. Junior, you're too thin. You need to eat more. You'll regret it later if you miss the age when you're growing." Chun Fan earnestly advised him, truly showing his concern. After eating a few more bites, Yang Chuchu asked, "Senior, have you decided which university to apply to? Kyoto University or Kokubu University? I'll choose one of them. I haven't decided yet." National Martial Arts University? Isn't that only ranked 5th? Yang Chuchu was a little puzzled. In his opinion, Chun Fan should have chosen between Kyoto University and Shanghai University. "National martial arts suit me better," Chun Fan explained. "By the way, Shouldn't your first-year high school students have their ability awakening ceremony in 10 days? Yes, senior. I don't know if I can awaken my special ability. Yang Chuchu's innocent face showed worry. To be honest, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to keep up with Chun Fan's pace. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Chun Fan reassured him, taking out a small box. Junior, thank you for treating me to dinner. This is for you. What is it? Yang Chuchu asked with a pleasant surprise. She hadn't expected Chun Fan to bring her a gift. Someone gave it to me, but I don't need it. You should eat it. It will help you awaken your superpowers. What Chun Fan gave her was naturally the pregnancy fruit he had won in the lottery. Yang Chuchu carefully opened it and found a deep red fruit inside. This must be very valuable. Senior, I can't accept it. No? How can I not? I still need you to awaken your S-class superpower. Chun Fan revealed a hint of doting expression and said without blushing or skipping a beat, Junior, I would feel bad if I gave it to someone else, but I'm willing to give it to you. Yang Chuchu's love-struck mind kicked and instantly her cheeks flushed red, and she was a little embarrassed to meet Chun Fan's gaze. Little sister, you'll never escape my grasp. Seeing Yang Chuchu's shyness, Chun Fan deliberately provoked her further. Chuchu, be a good girl and listen to me. Eat now. Chun Fan originally wanted to pat Yang Chuchu's head, but ultimately felt that he had gone too far. My senior called me Chuchu. Yang Chuchu felt a surge of sweetness overwhelmed. She nodded obediently and carefully put the red fruit into her mouth. The fruit melted in her mouth, instantly transforming into an invisible energy that entered her brain. A moment later, Yang Chuchu opened her eyes, her mouth agape in surprise. Senior, how come my previously blurry memories have suddenly become clear, and how come my eyesight has improved so much? My mind is so clear. Chun Fan smiled and said, Your mental strength has improved significantly, far exceeding that of ordinary people, which is why you are like this. This thing is too valuable. Yang Chuchu felt a little embarrassed. She felt she should compensate Chun Fan with herself. All right, then I wish you the best of luck in awakening a powerful superpower, Junior. Thank you, Senior. You're so kind to Chu-Chu. Yang Chu-Chu said in an almost murmured voice, her feelings for Chun Fan growing even stronger. After the two had dinner, Chun Fan very gentlemanly escorted Yang Chu-Chu to the entrance of the residential area. After waving goodbye to her, Yang Chu-Chu reluctantly walked towards her villa. Chun Fan, on the other hand, headed to the unfinished buildings in the north of the city. As soon as Yang Chu-Chu returned home, her parents surrounded her. Yang's father's name is Yang Jianjun. He is the head of Jianjun Group, one of the top 10 groups in Qingqing City, and he is also a third-level superhuman. Yang's mother, whose real name is Chu Xiaoyun, is very beautiful. Now approaching 40 years old, she has hardly been affected by the passage of time. Yang Jianjun glanced at his wife and said deliberately, Our precious daughter is amazing. She's only in her first year of high school, and she's already learned how to date. What are you saying, Dad? Yang Chu-Chu blushed slightly and quickly denied it. You're really in a relationship? Judging from her expression, Yang's father vaguely guessed what was going on. His face hardened, and he feigned sternness, saying, Which shameless person has captured my precious daughter's heart? Tell me the truth, and I'll break his legs. You dare. Yang Chu-Chu was furious when she heard her father say that Chun Fan was shameless and that he would break his legs. If you dare cause trouble for my senior, I'll disown you. Yang Jianjun was heartbroken upon hearing this. Why was the other party being so protective? He straightened his face and said seriously, Yang Chu-Chu, you are only a first-year high school student. You should focus on your superpower awakening in 10 days. I don't care who he is, I will not allow you to associate with him. Yang Chu-Chu had never seen her father so serious before, and she felt a little wronged. She rushed back to her bedroom. Yang Jianjun's face turned somewhat grim, while Chu Xiaoyan scolded, How dare you speak to your daughter like that? Yang Jianjun saw that his daughter was angry and knew that he had spoken too harshly, but he also felt a little wronged. Honey, it's one thing for our daughter to be in a relationship, but she's already siding with outsiders right after starting a relationship. How can I not be angry? Besides, people say that daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets, but ours is more like a vest, letting in the wind and getting chilly. You can't talk like that. Chu Xiaoyan scolded, then quickly knocked on Yang Chuchu's door to comfort her. A dozen minutes later, Chu Xiaoyan came out with a smile on her face. Yang Jianjun asked in surprise, "Wife, our daughter is in love. Why are you still so happy?" Chu Xiaoyan glanced at him, her expression exuding charm. "Do you know who the boy who had dinner with your daughter is?" Yang Jianjun raised an eyebrow and quickly asked, "Stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me quickly." "It's Chun Fan," Chu Xiaoyan said with a smile. "Chun Fan? Which Chun Fan?" "That's the guy who got first place in the joint exam of the 3 cities and single-handedly killed 200 second-tier alien beasts." Huh? Yang Jianjun was surprised, then burst into laughter. Good, good, good. My daughter has good taste. She has already chosen such a dragon among men." He looked at his wife beside him, equally excited. "Tomorrow, I'm inviting relatives and friends over for dinner. I want to share this good news with them. It's not even close to happening yet." Chu Xiaoyan glanced at him and said, "From what Chu Chu said, it seems like our daughter has a one-sided crush on him." "What? How can that be?" Yang Jianjun said, "Quickly share your experience of pursuing me with your daughter. Such a good son-in-law must be mine." "Get lost. You were the one who pursued me." Chun Fan was unaware that he had already been targeted by Yang Chuchu's father. At this time, he took a taxi to an abandoned construction site in the north of the city. There were already 2 people waiting for him there, Wang Wenli and her cousin. Chapter 40, Give Me a Beating. The unfinished building in the northern part of Qingchang City has been abandoned for more than 10 years. This place is overgrown with weeds, and hardly anyone comes here normally. Inside a brand new BMW, a man and a woman are tightly embracing, their clothes disheveled, and they are kissing. These 2 people are Wang Wenli and Li Yaping. Chun Fan's eyes were opened to a whole new world. My goodness, is it that exciting? He carefully approached the car window, quietly took out his phone, and captured this explosive scene. Who? The flash of the camera immediately caught the attention of the 2 people in the car. Li Yaping shoved Wang Wenli aside and quickly climbed out of the car. After recognizing Chun Fan as the newcomer, his tense expression relaxed. "Kid, I didn't expect you to have such guts, actually daring to come." Chun Fan admired the photos on his phone, clicking his tongue in amazement. "The angle of the photo is great. Which website should I post it on?" "You little brat, you want to die, don't you?" Li Yaping's lips were twitched, his eyes were icy cold, like a venomous snake ready to pounce at any moment. "Kid, hand over your phone." Chun Fan put the phone away, beckoned to him, and deliberately provoked him, saying, "Come and take it if you dare." "Fine, fine. You're really ignorant of your own limitations." Li Yaping roared in fury, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. He turned his palm into a claw and grabbed Chun Fan's neck with a quick and ruthless movement. If it were an ordinary late-stage Tier 1 ability user, he would probably have captured them directly and subdued them on the spot. But Chun Fan was no ordinary person. He easily turned his head and dodged the attack perfectly. Li Yaping launched several attacks, but couldn't even touch the hem of Chun Fan's clothes. "You?" Li Yaping was shocked. He was 2 minor realms higher than the other party. Logically speaking, even without using his special abilities, he should be able to fight Chun Fan, who was in the late stage of the 1st level, to a standstill. "You think you're so arrogant with just this little bit of skill? You become so ignorant after just 2 years of university?" Chun Fan mocked him. He hates pretentious people more than anything in his life. At this moment, Wang Wenli also straightened her clothes and came out. She had no idea what had just happened between the 2 of them, and her eyes were filled with resentment as she looked at Chun Fan. "Your cousin actually dared to come here. You must cripple him." "Don't worry, cousin. I'll beat him so badly today that he can't take care of himself. He'll be bedridden for at least half a month." Li Yaping remained confident in his abilities. Extreme Cold Domain. Li Yapeng shouted, choosing to activate his supernatural ability. At that moment, the temperature in the space within a dozen meters around him plummeted, and a thin layer of ice instantly formed on the ground. At the same time, his entire body was covered in a layer of transparent ice armor. You should be proud of letting me use my superpowers. Li Yapeng's physical abilities increased dramatically, and he threw a punch at Chun Fan. Chun Fan scoffed, arcs of electricity crackling on his arm as he unleashed a punch of his own. The two fists collided, but Chun Fan remained motionless, while Li Yapeng staggered back several steps. The ice armor on his arm shattered completely. How can you be so strong? For the first time, a look of horror appeared in Li Yapeng's eyes. Wang Wenli, who was standing to the side, was also stunned. Li Yapeng had boasted to her that killing second-tier alien beasts was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. I don't believe it. Li Yapeng roared, an ice blade materializing in his hand as he lunged at Chun Fan once more. Chun Fan's fist was completely covered in blue lightning, and he directly used his fist to withstand the opponent's ice blade. Bang, bang, bang. The two fought for several minutes. Chun Fan was in complete control, while Li Yapeng's entire body was covered in ice armor and blood was spilling from the corner of his mouth. Go, cousin. Wang Wenli shouted desperately from the side. In reality, Chun Fan didn't use his true abilities. He wanted to use Li Yapeng's help to hone his superpower level. His current physique already meets the requirements for advancing to the peak of the first tier. What he lacks is the application and practice of his superpower. Although Li Yapeng was in a sorry state, he fought with increasing ferocity, and his strength continued to grow as the surrounding temperature dropped. Chun Fan, however, relied solely on his two thunder fists to fight back. The two fought for another 5 minutes, and Li Yapeng reached his peak condition, while Chun Fan finally felt some pressure. It feels great. Li Yapeng had no idea that Chun Fan was using him as a free sparring partner. After a few more minutes of fighting, Li Yapeng completely lost his patience. Domain skill, ice crystal space. Li Yapeng shouted loudly, and countless dense ice crystals appeared around his body. With a wave of his hand, ice crystals pierced the air and rushed towards Chun Fan. Thunder roars through the heavens. Chun Fan murmured to himself. A purple lightning dragon shot out from his body and coiled around him. The ice crystals attacked, but were easily blocked by the thunder dragon. Chun Fan was like a thunderous tyrant in the night. Li Yapeng was greatly shocked. This was already his strongest move, yet it couldn't harm the opponent in the slightest. All right, I've had enough fun with you. Chun Fan stopped holding back and threw a punch. A thunder dragon shot out and struck Li Yapeng directly in the chest. Li Yapeng was struck like a thunderbolt. Chun Fan shattered more than a dozen of his ribs with a single punch. His chest was a bloody mess, and his body flew 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Chun Fan walked towards him with a smile on his face, ready to humiliate him severely. However, Li Yapeng coughed up a mouthful of blood and completely lost consciousness. So fragile. Chun Fan was speechless, but also somewhat relieved. He was glad that he had only used 60% of his strength. Otherwise, that blow might have killed Li Yapeng. I almost got myself arrested. Chun Fan muttered to himself in frustration. What should we do about this woman? Then he looked at Wang Wenli, who was standing to the side. Wang Wenli snapped out of her daze, her eyes filled with terror. You stay away. Chun Fan gave a wicked smile and put one hand on her shoulder, like a thug in society. I'm here, what can you do about it? Chun Fan looked at her with a smile, his eyes full of mockery. At the same time, Chun Fan made a fist with his other hand, waved it in front of her, and said with a smile, "Have you ever seen such a big punching bag fist?" Wang Wenli was so frightened that she burst into tears. Her whole body was trembling, and the next moment, she collapsed to the ground with a thud. She looked up at Chun Fan and pleaded, "Please don't hit me. I can sleep with you." Huh? Chun Fan thought he had misheard. Wang Wenli continued weakly, "I can sleep with you. Please let me go." Damn, are you really that shameless? Chun Fan was both astonished and shocked. To be honest, Wang Wenli is quite good looking. If we were to give her a perfect score of 100, her looks would be above 85. And perhaps because she was developed in advance, she has a curvaceous figure and can be called a beauty without exaggeration. But Chen Fan had absolutely no interest in such dissolute people. I think you're trying to take advantage of me. Chen Fan snorted coldly and slapped her across the face, the powerful force sending Wang Winley flying 3 meters away. Wang Winley, an ordinary person, suddenly felt dizzy and fainted. You should be thankful that this is a society governed by the rule of law. Just as Chen Fan turned to leave, a woman's giggles came from the shadows not far away. How heartless of you, little brother. How could you be so rude to a girl? Chapter 41. Someone is trying to seduce Chen Fan. The voice coming from not far away was alluring, as if it wanted to seduce one's soul. Chen Fan was startled and turned around abruptly. A stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the shadows behind them. She was dressed extremely daringly, with her snow-white chest partially exposed, as if it were about to burst out. Her fair belly was also exposed, and it looked extremely charming as she swayed her waist. Her long, straight, snow-white legs were exceptionally alluring even in the darkness. Little brother, am I pretty? The woman walked up to Chen Fan, bit her lower lip, and her peach blossom eyes revealed her charm. It's quite beautiful, Chen Fan gave a fair answer. Although this woman's looks are not as striking as Wang Yanran's, the allure she exudes is perhaps comparable to that of Su Daji herself. The woman covered her mouth and chuckled, pointing to the unfinished building behind her, and said with a giggle, Little brother, would you like to come inside and chat with me? Yes, I do, but I'm afraid you'll drain my vital energy. Chen Fan grinned at her, maintaining a distance of 5 meters at all times. Little brother, you're so funny. I'm not a ghost. How could I suck people's vital energy? The woman chuckled, her body trembling. Not a female ghost? Then she must be a female hooligan. Chen Fan deliberately opened his mouth wide, revealing a shocked expression on his face. How could you think of your sister like that? I just want you to do me a favor. Of course, if you help your sister, you can do anything for her. The woman's expression was dreamy, her face as beautiful as a peach blossom. What a vixen. Chen Fan's mouth went dry from her teasing, but reason told him to stay away from this woman. He deliberately feigned regret and said, I admit that my sister is very attractive, but I am too unlucky to enjoy her. You little brother are really heartless. Since that's the case, I'll do it myself. The woman was losing her patience, and her voice turned cold. The next moment, her figure disappeared like a phantom and reappeared in front of Chen Fan. Little brother, come with me. Her slender hand reached out to grab Chen Fan's neck. Chen Fan was already on guard and immediately used his lightning flash skill, appearing several meters away. Good little brother, submit to your big sister. The next moment, the woman's body changed drastically, transforming into a ghostly cat. This is a beast transformation ability. Chen Fan dared not be careless. His whole body surged with lightning, and a thunder dragon protected him. Shadow Slash. The beast that the woman had transformed into spoke in human language, and its claws, more than a foot long, instantly reached Chen Fan. A mere trick. Chen Fan was not afraid at all. He unleashed a thunder palm strike, sending his opponent flying. However, this shadow cat was exceptionally agile, landing lightly without sustaining any injury. Meow. The next moment, the opponent attacked again. After exchanging dozens of blows, the two were evenly matched. Just then, a lean man emerged from the shadows, looked at the two men on the battlefield, and taunted them. Catwoman, you're getting more and more useless. The person who came was wearing a mask, so his appearance was not visible, but judging from his voice, he was not a young man. Another one? Chen Fan was startled. He threw a punch, knocking the Catwoman back, and quickly distanced himself from the two. The Catwoman then transformed back into her original human form and stood with the man. Eagle General, if it weren't for the boss wanting someone alive, I would have taken him down long ago. The woman snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with the man's earlier questioning. Use your brain when you do things. The man known as Eagle General tapped his temple with his finger. The next moment, he flung out two flying feathers that pierced the backs of Li Yaping and Wang Wenli, who were unconscious to the side. Chun Fan frowned slightly, realizing that he was in trouble and that the other party had figured out how to control him. Sure enough, the man looked at Chun Fan and chuckled. "Kid, you caused someone's death by arranging a fight without permission. Do you think the Qingchang City Police Department will come after you tomorrow morning?" Chun Fan frowned. This situation was extremely unfavorable to him, but these two had designs on him, so he needed to find a way to break the deadlock. He stopped paying attention to the corpses on the ground and stared at the two men, saying calmly, "What do you want? Draw a line in the sand." "It's simple. Join my beast worship cult," the man said quietly. "What? The beast worship cult? You're members of a cult?" Chun Fan was shocked. Mayor Li had just warned him to be careful of this cult during the day, but now they've set their sights on him. "Cult? No, no, no. We prefer to call it a religion of gods," the masked man continued. "We've investigated your background. Your parents died years ago as a result of a battle between people with superpowers. You've been subjected to a lot of ridicule and sarcasm over the years, and you're not happy. I'm sure you're not happy with this terrible world either, are you? Join us, and we can tell you who killed your parents. In addition, we can give you a lot of wealth and resources to help you grow quickly. I believe that with your talent, you will grow quickly. When my cult overthrows this world, you will be a hero. Power, beautiful women, money, you have it all." The masked man spoke eloquently, trying to impress Chun Fan. Chun Fan sneered inwardly. The doctrine of the beast worship cult was to have strange beasts slaughter 90% of humanity. He could never do such a heinous thing. At this moment, Catwoman joined in the persuasion, saying shyly, "Little brother, the boss said that if you agree, I'll be yours." Puffed. Chun Fan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. With that kind of flirtatious energy, his skinny arms and legs probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Who would be playing whom in the end was still uncertain. Just as Chun Fan was about to refuse, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Host, please note the system mission. Infiltrate the beast worship cult and sabotage their secret operations in Qingchang City. Mission level E." Chun Fan frowned slightly. It seemed that the beast worship cult was plotting something, but he didn't want to get involved. He'd let whoever wanted to save humanity do it. Chun Fan, wouldn't. But he was a little worried about Qingchang City. After all, Tong Tong and Sister Yinran were there. So he still wanted to figure out what the meaning of the beast worship cult was. He pretended to ponder for a moment, then spoke softly. "You're right, I do loathe this world, but I've never thought of joining you. After all, your identities are too sensitive, and I'd be in deep trouble if I were exposed." Ing looked at the two men and was about to come up with an excuse when Chun Fan changed the subject. "Joining you guys isn't out of the question, but I'd appreciate it if you could prepare 100 girls like her." Chapter 42: Conspiracy to Become a Beast Worship Cult. Faced with Chun Fan's outrageous demands, the two Catwomen widened their eyes in astonishment. "Dude, are you a womanizer? 100 girls? You want to be the emperor? Why don't you just fly to the moon?" After a moment's thought, Eagle said, "If you're not too picky about looks, 100 girls wouldn't be a problem. But if they all have the same looks as Catwoman, it would be a bit difficult for us." Catwoman walked right up to Chun Fan, her large breasts almost pressing against him. She was extremely tall, standing at 1.78 meters, similar to Chun Fan, and her alluring red lips were only an inch away from Chun Fan's cheek. She exhaled a fragrant breath that wafted towards Chun Fan. "Don't worry, little brother. Your big sister can fulfill all your fantasies all by herself." As she spoke, her fair, jade-like ears transformed into cat ears, and a white cat tail grew out from behind her, gently stroking Chun Fan's cheek. "Oh, this enchantress," Chun Fan thought, his mouth dry from her teasing. Her delicate face, alluring lips, and high breasts were enough to make any young man surrender. Chun Fan composed himself and pretended to be calm, saying, Forget about you. You're too dangerous. I prefer obedient, well-behaved girls. I'm very obedient. The Catwoman transformed into a charming and pitiful figure, gently nestling against Chun Fan's chest, like a human-shaped cat. My God, I'm about to give up. Chun Fan felt like a fire was burning in his heart. He quietly took a half-step back, looked at the masked man in the distance, and said, "It's okay if you can't gather all the girls. I've been poor since I was a child, and now what I like most is money. Give me 100 million, and I'll be yours in life and in death." Chun Fan made such an exorbitant demand because only in this way could he dispel the other party's doubts. Otherwise, if he easily agreed, the other party would definitely think that he was pretending to infiltrate their ranks. After a moment's thought, the hawk-faced man looked at Chun Fan and said, "I need to consult the boss about this matter." "Go ahead." Chun Fan smiled faintly. The hawk-faced man nodded and retreated into the shadows behind him. Chun Fan chuckled inwardly. These people were unaware that he had already led them by the nose. 2 minutes later, the hawk-faced man reappeared. "Brother Chun, the boss has agreed to your suggestion, but..." He looked at Chun Fan, paused, and said, "You need to do something for us first." "Oh, what is it? Tell me. But let me make this clear beforehand. My life is very precious, and I won't do anything risky." Chun Fan maintained an attitude of equal exchange. Eagle Man said, "You should know the heiress of the Yang group, right? Lure her here tomorrow night, and you don't need to worry about the rest. Consider this your pledge of allegiance." "They want to target Choo Choo?" Chun Fan's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at the masked man again, his heart tightening. When the man appeared, he felt that the man's eyes looked familiar. Now he's sure. Chun Fan looked at the man and took the initiative to reveal his identity. "If I'm not mistaken, your Uncle Chien, the one who came to pick Yang Choo Choo up the day he was almost bullied, right?" The hawk-faced man's pupils shrank sharply, clearly not expecting that his true form had been seen through. "This kid has such good eyesight he recognized me just by looking at my eyes after only meeting me once." The hawk-faced man's mind raced for a good 10 seconds before he finally took off his mask. "Brother Chun, since you guessed it, I won't hide it anymore. From now on, we'll be working together. It's me." Chun Fan was surprised to see the other party so readily admit it. "There's something I don't understand. Since you're Yang Choo Choo's father's driver, you have plenty of opportunities to get close to Yang Choo Choo. Why do you need me to lure her here? And what do you want to do to her?" "We captured this little girl because we wanted to deal with her father." Just as Catwoman was about to reveal their plan, Uncle Chien scolded and interrupted her. "Catwoman, shut up. He's not one of us yet. Don't be stupid enough to blurt out anything." "Oh," Catwoman responded weakly, quickly shutting her mouth. Chun Fan thought to himself that it was a pity. Uncle Chien took out a pill and tossed it to Chun Fan, saying, "Take this, and you'll be considered a member of our beast worship sect. Only then will we tell you our secrets." Chun Fan looked at the black pill in his hand with wariness and asked, "What is this?" Uncle Chien smiled kindly and said, "Young brother Chun, don't be nervous. This is an ascension pill bestowed by the beast god. After taking it, your soul will be closely connected with the beast god, and the beast god's soul will constantly nourish your soul, allowing your spiritual power to be rapidly enhanced." "I don't believe you." Chun Fan secretly rolled his eyes. He believed that as long as he took this thing, he would probably become the puppet of the so-called beast god. But the system assigned him a task, and he had to complete it. He feigned hesitation. "Uncle Chien, does this product have no side effects?" Uncle Chien said, "This thing has only benefits and no drawbacks, provided that you do not betray my sect." "What if we do it?" Chun Fan asked, puzzled. "You will die a terrible death. The beast god will use his will to make you die a terrible death." The man surnamed Chien said, but his eyes revealed fear. He had obviously seen people who had betrayed the organization. Catwoman, on the other hand, was more optimistic and chuckled. "Little brother, don't worry. You're a genius. The organization won't harm you. As long as you don't betray them, they won't have the heart to make things difficult for you. When you become successful, don't forget your sister." "All right." Chun Fan pretended to be persuaded, nodded, and tossed the pill in his hand into his mouth. When the two saw the pills disappear from his hand, their gazes towards him immediately became much friendlier. Haha, Brother Chun, welcome to my beast worship cult. Little brother, your sister will stay by your side from now on. Remember to be kind to your sister. Let me tell you a secret. I'm still a virgin. Chun Fan laughed heartily, his face showing extreme excitement. In reality, he already regarded these two as fools. In fact, he never swallowed the so-called ascension pill. Just as he was about to put it in his mouth, he put it directly into his spatial ring. His actions were so smooth and seamless that the two of them couldn't detect his trickery at all, since spatial rings had never existed on Earth before. Chun Fan laughed and looked at Uncle Chien, saying, "Now you can tell me why you captured Yang Chu Chu." "No problem." Uncle Chien glanced in the direction of Qingchang City and said coldly, 3 days from now, we will launch a beast tide and wipe out the entire Qingchang City in one fell swoop." What? A huge wave of shock surged through Chun Fan's mind. "These lunatics," he cursed inwardly. Chun Fan composed himself and continued, "What does this have to do with your arrest of Yang Chu Chu?" Uncle Chien did not answer immediately, but instead asked, "Do you know what kind of business the Yang Group is involved in?" "I heard they're in the shipping business and have 2 private docks." Chun Fan said. Uncle Chien chuckled and said, "We plan to use the Yang Group's dock as cover to deploy high-powered sonar devices, thereby attracting the beast tide from the sea to rush onto the land, destroying the entire Qingcheng City in one fell swoop, turning this place into a living hell." Haha. Chapter 43, The Innocent Yet Alluring Kitten Girl. These lunatics. Chun Fan was speechless as he looked at the almost manic expression on the man surnamed Yang's face. He was eager to know how the beast worship cult had brainwashed these people. He interrupted the other person's laughter and said, "So you want to capture Yang Chu Chu to threaten Yang Jianjun so that you can carry out your secret operation? Brother Chun is indeed clever. That's exactly what we were thinking." Catwoman looked at Chun Fan's profile with admiration. "That slut." Chun Fan thought to himself. After calming down, Uncle Chien explained, "I've been infiltrating the Yang family for years, waiting for this moment. Unfortunately, Yang Jianjun seems to be starting to suspect me and has been trying to get rid of me recently. So, the plan to lure Yang Chu Chu can only be carried out by you." Chun Fan's mind raced, and he pretended to hesitate, saying, "That little girl Chu Chu is so pure. She's like water dripping from her skin. I really like her, and I feel a little guilty." Uncle Chien chuckled and said, "Young Brother Chun, you've got all wrong. Once you've tricked her into coming here, you can do whatever you want to her. Am I that kind of person?" Chun Fan rolled his eyes inwardly. Chu Chu was still a flower bud, not yet fully mature, and he didn't want to force her to grow too fast or prematurely bloom. Catwoman then grabbed Chun Fan's arm, rubbing her large breasts against his arm. "Little brother, so you like the innocent type? What do you think of my outfit?" After the Catwoman finished speaking, her eyes were charming and her clothes changed rapidly, transforming into a JK schoolgirl outfit in the blink of an eye. Her gray miniskirt barely covered her hips, her white stockings covered her knees, and her fair, jade-like thighs were pressed tightly together. Her white shirt couldn't hide her large, prominent breasts. Her neckline was slightly open, revealing a glimpse of her impressive cleavage, which was incredibly alluring. What is pure desire? This is pure desire, both pure and lustful. My God, who can stand this? Chun Fan was a little afraid to look at her. He tilted his head slightly up to look at the sky to avoid getting a nosebleed. Catwoman saw him blush and was very pleased with herself. She shook Chun Fan's arm and chuckled. "A virgin tried to escape my grasp." Chun Fan took a few deep breaths to suppress his burning anger before saying, "I accept the task of seducing Yang Chu Chu." "Ah, good. The man surnamed Chien was extremely pleased. Chun Fan then asked, "Do you really know who the culprit is who caused the murder of my parents?" "Of course I know." The man surnamed Chien smiled mysteriously and said, "Since you're one of us now, come with me to see the boss. The boss can give you the answer you want." Chun Fan hesitated slightly, as he could sense the extreme respect these two men had for the boss they were talking about. He didn't know the other party's strength or whether they could tell that he hadn't taken the ascension pill. But he still decided to go and see for himself. One of the system's tasks was to sabotage the beast worship cult's operations, and he needed to gather more clues. Secondly, he really wanted to know why his parents died, which was a deep-seated obsession in this body. Lead the way, Chun Fan said decisively a few seconds later. The man surnamed Chin chuckled and stepped into the shadows behind him. Chun Fan and the Catwoman followed closely behind. A few minutes later, the three entered a basement and took an elevator to a space dozens of meters underground. To Chun Fan's surprise, the underground area was built in an extremely luxurious manner. He followed the two Eagle generals all the way, winding his way to the entrance of a secret room. Before the three of them could knock, the door of the secret room opened automatically and a muffled sound came from inside. Kumain. Such keen mental power. Chun Fan was surprised. He began to try to imply that he was a member of the beast worship cult, so as not to let others see through his disguise. Inside the room sat an obese middle-aged man with his chest exposed. And there was another human face growing on this person's chest, which was extremely bizarre and terrifying. This, Chun Fan was immediately shocked. What kind of monster is this? While he was still in shock, the face on the man's chest spoke first. Little guy, welcome to my beast worship cult. I am one of the deacons of the beast worship cult. You can call me Two-Faced, or, if you wish, you can call me boss like the other two. Chun Fan swallowed hard, silently repeating to himself that he was a member of the beast worship cult. He addressed the man respectfully, saying, Boss, I've already guessed why you've come. Look, with a single finger pointed out, ripples appeared in the space in front of him. A mirror appeared out of thin air, and the image in the mirror became clear from its chaotic state. In the video, a Volkswagen is driving on the bridge across the river. There are 4 people in the car, and the driver is Chun Fan's father. Chun Fan recognized the remaining 3 people as well. His mother was in the passenger seat, and his second uncle and aunt were in the back. The 4 chatted and laughed, getting along very well. Just then, 2 figures engaged in fierce combat approached from afar. They paid no attention to the people traveling on the bridge, and the force of their battle directly broke the bridge, which was several hundred meters long. Chun Fan's father's vehicle also plunged into the river. The enormous impact knocked the 4 people inside the car unconscious. The vehicle drifted with the current and was soon stuck by a huge rock on the riverbank. However, due to water entering the vehicle, it slowly sank into the river. The first person to wake up in the car was Chun Fan's father. He smashed the car window and dragged the 3 people inside to the shore. He himself collapsed in the river due to exhaustion and was unable to get out. Once the 3 people on the shore woke up, they quickly realized what had happened. Chun Fan's mother was devastated and tried to jump into the river to commit suicide several times. Chun Fan's second uncle initially tried to persuade and comfort her, but when he saw that it was ineffective, he stopped paying attention to her. Her second aunt harbored malicious intentions and suggested that they push Chin's mother into the river so that the 2 of them could find a way to pocket the death compensation money for Chin's parents. So the 2 of them discussed it and then drowned Chin's mother in the river. Chun Fan watched the 2 people's behavior on the screen, and his heart was filled with rage. The pair of ungrateful wretches that their own father risked his life to save turned out to be a pair of ingrates. Very good, very good. Second uncle and second aunt, I, Chun Fan, will definitely settle this score with you. Chun Fan struggled to suppress his anger and looked at the two-faced man in front of him. What kind of ability do you have? How can you recreate the past? The two-faced man smiled mysteriously. This is an ability bestowed upon me by the beast god. It is called time reversal. As long as you sincerely serve my religion, the beast god will reward you with unimaginable abilities. Chun Fan was terrified. It seemed the beast worship cult was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Uncle Chin, who was standing to the side, said, Boss, this ability can only be activated once a month. Now that it's being used for you, you should thank him properly. Thank you so much, boss. Chun Fan quickly showed his gratitude to avoid arousing suspicion. From now on, we're all on the same side. This little favor is nothing. The two-faced man spoke at the same time, which was extremely eerie. Chun Fan feigned gratitude and bowed once before asking, "Boss, do you know the identities of the two people fighting so fiercely?" "I know them. One is named Yi Beichun, and the other is named Ji Yuan. They are both famous geniuses. Yi Beichun is now the youngest and most promising tutor at Kyoto University, and Ji Yuan has already obtained the title of Major General in the South China military region. Does this kind of scum deserve this position?" Chun Fan sneered. The two-faced man chuckled and said, "So this world is terrible. We have to overthrow them." Chun Fan was not a naive and impulsive young man. There were many bad people in this world, but they were not beyond redemption. Moreover, the doctrines of the beast worship cult were utterly immoral and inhumane, and he could not possibly associate with them. Chapter 44. The Catwoman followed her home. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Chun Fan quickly took his leave. The two-faced man felt too eerie and terrifying to him. He didn't want to stay there for even a second longer. "Boss, I have to go. I'll bring Yang Choo-Choo here tomorrow night at this time." "Ah, good. The two-faced man laughed loudly from both mouths at the same time, extremely happy. Just as Chun Fan turned to leave, the Catwoman followed him. "Little brother Chun, how could you be so heartless as to abandon your sister and leave by yourself?" Before Chun Fan could react, his arms were wrapped around two jade-like arms. Because he was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt, his entire arm was being squeezed by something soft, which almost made his blood boil. Chun Fan dared not move his arm too much, lest he became too agitated. He forced himself to remain calm and asked, "By the way, how old are you, Miss Cat?" "Little brother, you're so direct. Your question is so embarrassing." The Catwoman hugged his arm tightly, her pink lips close to Chun Fan's ear, and whispered, "If you want to know, your sister can let you measure it yourself." Chun Fan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Ms. Cat, please have some self-respect. I'm still a child. I was just asking you how old you are, okay?" "Hee, little brother, you're so easily teased." The Catwoman chuckled and whispered, "My age is always a secret." "Fine, don't tell me then." Chun Fan rolled his eyes, quickly shook off her arm, and took a few quick steps. "Ms. Cat, stop following me." "That won't do." Catwoman grabbed his arm again. "The boss said I should stay by your side at all times during this period." "Huh, you don't trust me that much," Chun Fan said as he walked. He was thinking about how to get rid of this clingy vixen. He made an excuse. "If a beautiful woman suddenly appears next to me, it will attract attention. In that case, let alone luring Yang Choo-Choo here, she might misunderstand us and refuse to see me. Hee, little brother, don't worry, I won't be exposed." After saying that, the Catwoman transformed into a white cat about a foot in size. The white cat leaped lightly and landed on Chun Fan's shoulder. "Holy crap, you could do that? This beast transformation ability is pretty amazing." Chun Fan's eyes widened in surprise. "Damn it, I can't beat them, and I can't shake them off. This is a real problem." Chun Fan thought helplessly. "Forget it. Let's just take it one step at a time." Chun Fan composed himself and gently stroked the white cat on his shoulder. "Catwoman, I'll let you come with me, but you must not reveal your true form in front of others, lest you frighten them." "Hey, little brat, don't touch me like that." The Catwoman's voice came from the cat's mouth. "I'll touch it." Chun Fan ruffled her hair hard again before saying, "Did you remember what I just said? Don't worry, little brat. I won't let myself be exposed. I value my life more than you do." "That's good." Chun Fan nodded, picked up a white cat, and hurried home. "By the way, what did you do with the bodies of Wong Winley and her cousin?" "Don't worry, little brother. The organization will claim that we killed someone, and no one will trace it back to you." Catwoman's alluring voice rang out. "That's good." Chun Fan got home at 10 o'clock. Tong Tong was at Wang Yinran's house, so he didn't need to worry. Catwoman, finding no one at home, reverted to her human form. She lay on her side on the sofa without any hesitation, her skirt lifted up, revealing her long, white legs to Chun Fan's view without any attempt to hide them. "Little man, you hugged me for so long. You have to take responsibility for me." Chun Fan was helpless. This woman was constantly arousing his desire. He planned to take a shower first to cool himself down. "I'm going to take a shower. Please do as you please." Chun Fan took a dried towel from the balcony and walked towards the bathroom. Catwoman continued to tempt him. "Little brother, do you want to take a bath with your sister?" "Oh my God." Chun Fan quickly crawled into the bathroom and locked the door. This woman is terrifying. Seriously, with that kind of flirtatiousness, she can't possibly be a virgin. Nobody would believe that. A few minutes later, Chun Fan finished showering and walked out of the bathroom. At this moment, the Catwoman had somehow found all of Tong Tong's snacks and started eating them by herself. "You're quite the outsider," Chun Fan rolled his eyes. The Catwoman chuckled and declared, "I hereby declare that I am now the mistress of this place." "No way, I don't agree." Chun Fan refused decisively. He pointed to one of the rooms and said, "You can sleep in that room." "Young man, you don't need to be like this. I understand men best. I've said I'm yours now, so you can do whatever you want to me." Catwoman lay lazily on the sofa, raising one of her fair thighs high, her jade-like fingers gently stroking the smooth skin of her thigh, an extremely seductive gesture. "I'm really worried that when I wake up tomorrow, there will be a naked body in my arms. I'm the man you can't have." Chun Fan tightly closed his bedroom door, keeping the danger outside. "Just call me anytime if you need anything." A lazy voice came from outside the door. Chun Fan locked himself in his room, lay on the bed, and fell into deep thought. He needs to relay the beast worship cult's plan to disrupt their operations and complete the system mission. However, his phone had been modified by the beast worship cult, so he dared not release any information to the public rashly, lest he alerted them. So he had to figure out a way to get rid of the Catwoman who was watching him and escape. A few minutes later, he had an idea. The easiest way he could think of to win over Catwoman was to accidentally electrocute her. For a second-tier ability user, the ordinary 220-volt household voltage is probably ineffective. Fortunately, Chun Fan's family had a voltage regulator. "Catwoman, don't blame me for being ruthless." At 3 o'clock in the morning, Chun Fan quietly slipped out of the bedroom. He tiptoed around and adjusted the voltage regulator to 600 volts. He connected one end of the wire to the doorknob of the bedroom where the Catwoman slept. Tomorrow morning, as soon as she opens the door, she'll be electrocuted. After doing all this, Chun Fan tiptoed back to his bedroom and waited. Time passed, and just as Chun Fan was about to fall asleep, a scream rang out, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. "Ha, mission accomplished!" Chun Fan exclaimed excitedly as he rushed out of the bedroom. Sure enough, the Catwoman fell straight to the ground. He must have passed away. Chun Fan bent down to examine her carefully, but the Catwoman suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled his head into her embrace. Holy crap! Chun Fan's face was instantly buried in the two soft breasts. However, he had no desire to enjoy it at all, as a powerful, tearing sensation from the electric current instantly filled his entire body. The pain was excruciating. The unparalleled pain nearly made him faint. Chapter 45: Advancement to the Peak of the First Tier. The 600-volt ultra-high voltage directly pulled Chun Fan and the Catwoman together. After holding on for a few seconds, Catwoman finally fell into a coma, while Chun Fan gritted his teeth and persevered. "I can't faint. As long as I can endure the pain of cell tearing, I can not only survive, but I might even advance to the peak of the first tier." Sweat quickly soaked his entire body, but it could not destroy his will. After returning from Yuliang Pass, Chun Fan used a large number of physical and mental strength enhancement cards, and now his physical strength has exceeded 100. What he lacks to advance to the peak of the first tier is mental strength. This tearing sensation throughout the body cells is a form of training. Extreme pain helps to rapidly increase mental strength. Therefore, as long as his will is not broken, He has the potential to break through to the peak of the first tier. The endless pain lasted for an unknown amount of time. He felt as if every cell in his body was on the verge of collapse. It wasn't until half an hour later that the pain subsided, and a feeling of pleasure slowly crept into my heart. Chun Fan knew he had pulled through, and what awaited him was the regeneration of his cells. Another half hour passed, and his body had fully adapted to the 600-volt voltage. Phew, it feels so good to be alive after this. Chun Fan quickly checked the system panel. Host, Chun Fan. Special ability, Thunder Devouring Holy Body SS. Level, Peak First Tier. Physical Fitness, 125. Mental Strength, 100. Kill Points, 65. Skills, Thunderous Strike of the Nine Heavens, Lightning Flash, Thunder Palm. Evaluation, a weak and helpless little chick. Current tasks, 1. Achieve the title of top scorer in Shannon Province, eligible to participate in the Special Ability Lottery. Task level, E2. Make Li Yaping lose face and even question his existence. Task completed, eligible to participate in the lottery. Chun Fan looked at the system panel, extremely excited. I've indeed reached the peak of the first tier. My strength has increased significantly again. After a moment of reflection, Chun Fan realized he was having some difficulty breathing. What's so soft and smells so good? Chun Fan sniffed lightly, only then realized that his head was still buried between the Catwoman's breasts. It wasn't me who deliberately took advantage of you. You were the one who pulled me into your arms. Chun Fan felt he was going to suffocate if he didn't get out soon, so he reluctantly pulled his head out of the Catwoman's arms. Since you've given me warmth, I'll spare you from killing you for now. Chun Fan, still not satisfied, picked up the unconscious Catwoman and laid her flat on his bed. This woman is beautiful, but she's far too dangerous. After thinking it over, Chun Fan